The SunBet Poker Tour 2024 starts right now.
Another lovely evening. It seems like it's home all of a sudden after so many days, huh?
Yeah, that it does, bud. So you've made it through today too with a massive stack. How much is that exactly?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, 371.
That's huge. That is absolutely huge. So with that kind of stack going into day two, what kind of strategy would you be implementing?
You know, right now with a stack like I've got, you're either going to come out aggressive or you're going to be conservative. Where I'm coming to is, I think, play the hand that's at hand. Play your position. Don't get involved. You know, there's many ways of getting information in a hand, and try and stay away from rough bets. You know, that's what I'm trying to get to. But the strategy would be to play up to cutoff, and from cutoff the strategy becomes a little bit different. Then you sort of play poker.
100%, mate. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. And depending on who comes through from day C and D, and the other days, is there anybody in particular that you're looking to knock out, you know, just to settle an old grudge or score that you have in mind?
We had a bit of a grudge yesterday. We sort of had Ahmed on a spin yesterday, and he'll let you know if you ever ask him how it went yesterday. And to find him again will be a great delight. You know, either he gets revenge on us again, or we just give him the same medicine we gave him last night. But it would be exciting to have him on the table, you know.
Yeah, always. Ahmed is always a great guy to have at your table. But thank you, sir. I appreciate your time, and all the best for day two.
And hopefully we talk again on Sunday when we've got the trophy on our hand, eh?
That'd be fantastic, mate. Keep well. Thanks so much.
Chad, lovely having you at Times Square, buddy. How's your trip been so far?
It's been an enjoyable trip. I think the tournaments have been lovely. I just haven't been able to run very deep, but other than that, it's been a lovely trip. We've been really enjoying ourselves when we're not playing poker, so it's been great.
Yeah, that's good. I saw you guys in the arcade the other day and everything. I saw you guys in the arcade, and we had you obviously on the feature table today. Talk to us a little bit about that. It looked tough out there.
No, just the feature table. Cards just dried up, so nothing really to complain about. No really bad spots or bad play or anything like that. Just cards dried up, and yeah, there was a couple bad beats earlier on, but yeah, let's leave those wounds and let them settle.
So something more positive now. You've gone into this turbo format structure now, day 1D. How are you going to navigate it differently?
No, well, day 1D, I think as soon as it gets down to 15-minute blind levels, that's when we'll really start like accelerating play. But now half an hour, I mean, the blinds are only really shortened by like 20 minutes, so the play is relatively similar at the moment. I think maybe in about an hour or two, things might start speeding up.
Clayton, well done again yesterday on that second place with what was the grinning battle between you and Imran. Talk to us a little bit about that slow roll action there at the 6-4 hand, which the viewers have genuinely given positive feedback about.
That was a funny, we were going at it hard, and yeah, I think we had a moment in the outside table where he says to me, right, he's just going to gun me down. And I said, well, let's go. And then on the table, he says to me, okay, let's play the slow roll game. And I said, okay, that's cool, that's fine. And I thought I had my moment when I got the cards. I was like, I'm going to slow roll this guy to the death. And I move all, and then he like tricks me on the turn. I like, when I bet, he's like, are you folding? Then I bet like 10%, and he's like, okay, calls. I think I'm just chopping the fish, to be honest. And then I just bink it, and then I move all in, and he's like, he does a whole Hollywood and a whole lot. And I thought he was going to get on his pony, but he decided not to. And he calls me over and he shakes my hand. He says, well done, well played. And then he quietly says, I have the nuts. Like, I said, no ways. And he said, I've got the nuts. He says, no ways. And then he shows the nuts. And then I start to Hollywood, right? And I move over. I was like, I can't believe it. I said, dealer, give him the chips. And he's like, yes. I said, hold on. Bang. And he's like, that was that. He's just like, he was stunned there. That was even better than winning the trophy, I think. I think that was better than winning the trophy.
All right, and I see you in day one. D over here. What's the strategy going into what is a very different format of a turbo?
Yeah, I mean, this one's to be honest, I mean, the guy that wins this main or gets final tables, they would have done really well. I think this is the hardest format to play. It's just fast. It's fast. We need to start going. We can't sit there and sort of nurse our chips. We need to start making some plays, getting in there, and just building up a stack really quickly. I mean, I think the guys in the A, B, and C flights are up to like 300, 400, 200. But I mean, I think if we just get to like 180, 200, it's still good. Still a lot of play. But yeah, you're boxing. But this one's the one to get past, actually.
Awesome. All right. You heard it there from Clayton. Thanks very much, Clayton. Copy that. All right, gentlemen and ladies out there, welcome to the penultimate day of the main event of the SunBet Poker Tour. Our 5 million rand guarantee got smashed last night, and it was certainly a turnout for the ages. Seeing day 1, C and D raising an incredible 24 entries for 1C, and D was 18, am I correct in saying, Chris?
Yeah, that's correct, mate. 18 went through. They put on a valiant effort, slogged all the way to the early hours of the morning, but only 18 of them made it through to today.
So, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Nicholas Gar, and in the middle here we've got our GTO wizard, our analyst in the box, Jamie McCarthy, and at the end there we have the ever mercurial Christopher Dean, who is our technical terrorist, our technical terminator. And yesterday I thought about the technical tenure. He's got the pitch, baby. So yeah, we will be walking you through the action today, and certainly a action-packed field lined up. A really nice mix between pros and non-pros, and I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of the non-pros making deep runs here, because we've seen so far this tournament the likes of Marco Nokia and remember Johnny doing really well. But where the entertainment value has certainly been with the likes of Nicky Inouye. You can look at Shannon Elizabeth as being one. So there's certainly a couple of names we can throw into the mix, and possibly a fairy tale story to be told with Benjamin Lingerfelder, whose father recently passed away. He was a big member of the community, and it would be awesome to see him win this competition in the honor of his father, finishing as the top stack, the leader yesterday. Jamie, talk to us about what it took for them to get to this point. I mean, 4 different flights over 3 days, it was grueling.
TV time. Look what YouTube. There we go, sorted. All right, yeah, so there certainly was a tough battle to be fought out there, but there are a few notable stacks out in the field. Benjamin Lingerfelder is the chip leader of all 3 days combined. He's got 614,000 chips. Ile Mazor, 592k, so he's kind of close behind. Mr. Hawai's son, 570k. Sarge, my personal favorite from yesterday, played excellently, sitting on 540k, and Jody van Beek, leader of Day 1A, on 478. So those are a couple notable stacks there. But yeah, no, I'm super excited to watch how this Day 2 of our main event pans out and how everyone plays.
Yeah, it's amazing. And Chris, talk to us there a little bit about the prizes. How many are being paid, and how many players came into this field of Day 2?
Yeah, there were 71 that made it through totally from Day 1, A, B, and C, and D. And And unfortunately, only 53 of those will get paid. So not everybody's going to make the money. But cash would be 22 at 965. And then, of course, right at the top, first place, taking 1 million rand plus change.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. It's what we expected. It's what we wanted to see. I was chatting to the likes of an Ahmed Karim coming into this morning, and he said to me, you know, he thinks the payout structure is as close to perfect as you can get it, and that's coming from a seasoned pro like himself. So yeah, I think there's everything to play for here. You know, like I said, we've got an exciting field of players to look forward to. I know the feature table that is coming up is going to be a very interesting one because there's a lot of new faces on there, which us as commentators haven't had the pleasure of commentating on this week. So we're going to get to learn new dynamics, and we are certainly rooting here for a couple of underdogs to come through. But on this table, you know, the likes of a Roy Bitton, who ended top of day 1B, you know, I think he was on 407,000 chips coming into this. Nick Tisu, also seasoned player. Joe Boy Rami, only problem for Joe today, starting on a bit of a short stack. Jamie, I know pre-build-up you were looking forward to having him, or seeing him have a deep run here. How's he going to navigate the short stack of his?
Yeah, so he doesn't have a bit of a short stack. He actually has the shortest stack of day 2, coming in with only 45,000 chips, which is like 10% more than a starting stack. So I believe blinds are at 2,000, 4,000, 4,000 now. So he's only got 10 big blinds. So he's going to have to get it in good, and hopefully win a flip or two in order to have a real shot at having a deeper run in this tournament.
There you go. First hand of the day. Puts it in the middle. And gets a walk. Much needed. I mean, adds 10% to his stack. Actually, I think it's a little bit more.
Like 15%, yeah.
15% to his stack. That's awesome. Good way for him to start the day there. Chris, talk to us about. Actually, lost my train of thought there. But talk to us about how, you know, you perceive this prize pool, okay? But then you've got to take into account you finish day 1A on a certain level. Then you come back to day 2 resetting the level. How do you factor that in? I mean, does it change your strategy at all? I mean, for me personally it would, but I want to hear your thoughts on this.
When you leave here and then you
But I mean, you're not wrong there. It's one of those where we ended the previous nights at higher blind levels, which kind of made a lot of guys tighten up because they don't want to go fall short of getting to day 2. With it rolled back now to 244, you're going to see a lot of interesting things. A lot of the big stacks are going to start taking advantage of all the shorter ones, putting maximum pressure on them, knowing that, you know, one misstep they will not grab one of those cash prizes. Like I said, the first or the 53rd prize would be 22965. And I also think that there's going to be 1 or 2 players that are on the short stacks. If I'm not mistaken, Jamie, Clayton was also on the short stack.
Clayton is, yeah.
Clayton will not be afraid to make some moves against the bigger stacks as well. So utilizing that short stack to put maximum pressure on the other guys as well. Should be fun to watch.
Yeah, certainly. And I think, you know, if we look at it, a lot of the days ended, a lot of the day ones ended on the level of 15th big blind level, which is 3-6. Now they get reset to 2-4. And I like what you said there, you know. It kind of gives them a second chance. It gives them a second breath at going at it, if you can call it that. And, you know, they would have all been following the action by going through, you know, looking at a website like pokernews.com, watching how people were playing throughout the day, throughout the field. And I know Jamie here has got something interesting from the website.
Yeah, so I've just checked the live updates on pokernews.com for the SBT main event, and looks like Clayton Talawant has fallen along with Aleko Mankanas already. So Clayton is no longer in the running to take down this main event.
The 2 players already gone so early to day 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, chatting to Mark Joseph before the tournament as well. You know, we're looking at a pretty interesting field in terms of timing as well. You know, there's some people saying that it would go, you know, maybe in the first hour we would get into the money. You know, Christian from from our PokerNewsTeam.com, who obviously has a lot of experience and writing in journalism in this, reckons because of the strength of the field, we'll see it maybe going at least till the first break before we get into the money. It'll be interesting to also watch that dynamic, because we've discussed it a couple of times there on the show before that ICM is a massive part of the way you need to structure your tournaments and the way you go about it. Chris, talk to me at this point in time. You know, if I turn around here and I look, it actually looks like there's 68 players left. All right, so we've lost 3 in the field already. I think the third person to go out this morning is Shannon Elizabeth, unfortunately. So Shannon, thank you for coming in and doing your thing. But getting down to it, 68 players left, 53 places paid. How do you factor in ICM? Does it come in this early into your calculations, or do you just continue playing?
Well, yeah, but chip EV is going to be more important than ICM at this moment in time, because there is no money available at the moment. So, you know, the bigger your chip stacks, the higher your chance is of getting into that money.
Perfect, yeah, and for the viewers out there, that's as straightforward as you're going to get it. You know, you can't worry about the money at this stage. You've got to build up stacks. You've got to go out there to be... And what we've seen, obviously, is being aggressive helps, you know, and Jamie talked to me a little bit about that strategy there, navigating a field like this, especially knowing that there's a lot of unknown players in the field. So every time you make an aggressive move, you might be surprised by what you're getting called by. Talk to me about the strategies here. Do you go with a more aggressive approach, or do you go with a more conservative approach until you make the money?
So I think it's all situational. I think if you do have a big stack and you're sitting on a pretty passive table, then by all means turn up the aggression as much as you can and take advantage of the table. If you are on a very aggressive table and you're quite short stack, you know, you need to wait and pick a spot and get your money in good so that you can last and that you don't get eliminated right off the bat. So yeah, it's tricky. It's very situational. That's as best as I can put it.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head there. It's you've got to kind of play to your strengths, I think, at the end of the day, you know.
Yeah.
You know, we take a player like Nick, who is a super aggressive player, you know, gets involved in a lot of pots. Same with the likes of Marco and Okia. But then you get like a Gavin Sardini, who's on screen now, who is certainly a more calculated player in terms of risk aversion. And he likes to go through the field by getting into spots with players where he knows the situation. If he doesn't know the player, he is certainly going to try and bully him off a pot. And I really like that approach. It's a little bit more conservative, not necessarily hyper-aggressive. You know, whereas on the polar opposite side, Jared Solomon, second on the all-time South African list there, you know, will have a slightly different approach, you know. He'll play the player a lot of the time more than anything else. And then you also look at doing the perfect pot odd calculations. He's not necessarily the optimum GTO player out there, but he's from the old school where it's body language, it's cards, it's situational, all of those things come into play for him. And we look forward to seeing him having a deep run here today. Because he makes the pool a lot more exciting, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Chris, anyone you're looking out for in the field today that you want to see make a deep run? It's okay, we're not going to hold you to being biased towards this person, but certainly want to like hear your opinion on it. Who do you think is going to make a nice deep run here, and why? Give the viewers a bit of taste to why.
I mean, Jared Solomon's my number one pick there, just because, like you said, he is from the old school, you know, from the days that when we started watching poker, and poker became, you know, big in South Africa. He was there from day one. Phenomenal player, but also has adapted to where the game is today, taking the time in, studying, really putting the work in, and the results speak for themselves. We've also got Jacobus as well, who is extremely aggressive, picking the most unorthodox lines to go about navigating certain spots, which makes for fun entertainment. And then Daryl Schaff, also back in the day, I was there from when it kicked off, still a big figure in the scene itself. He's actually pretty deep as well, and I'm hoping Daryl makes a deep run. It'd be fantastic.
Speak of Daryl there, you know, on the table with his Man United cap, an avid supporter of the club, loves the team. I should hate him for wearing that cap, but I can't. Daryl's just the nicest bloke, so really cool to see him out in the field. Jamie, Your thoughts on runners here? I know you obviously have a lot less experience in terms of knowing the players like Chris and I do, but I know you've had almost 12 days now of information fed to you about these players. What are your thoughts on seeing people running deep here, and who would you like to see on that final table?
I would love to see a final table with Sarge, first of all, because he just played really on point yesterday. It was super fun to watch and learn from him. I think other notable players could be like Harold Brooks, really aggressive player, you know, and I'm not sure what his chip stack is at the moment, but, you know, if anyone can spin it up, it's definitely him. Young French guy, Eli, second in chips today.
Eli,
Yeah, Eli. I haven't seen him play or anything, but I mean, he's second in chips, and I saw him tango with Ahmed in quite a few pots on the feature table last night. I mean, he's certainly got a chance at running deep. Well, looks like Joe Boy here is all in with Jack 10 suited, 8 big blinds.
Please wake up. Go back to sleep. Well played.
And he's going to get another one through.
Definitely a good fall.
So Joe Boy back up to 10 bigs now.
I know, that's what I said.
Started at 10, got a walk, lost 1 or 2 in his big blind. Now he's back up to 10 again. He is the shortest stack of day 2. So it would be cool to watch him spin it up.
And Nick, who would your picks be if you had any?
Yeah, I mean, look, I always try and stay impartial, but there are certain guys that I look for in the field. First and foremost, Mark Anokia having a blinder of a series so far. Really setting the bar high and standard for his bounty tournament that he had, and a deep run there where he had something like 15 or 16 out of the 22 bounties pulled. You know, for me, the thing is he's a bit of a wild card because if he runs deep, he's got a very good shot at winning the whole thing. But he needs to survive those stages to get there. And again, navigating a table where the standard of player doesn't necessarily fall into his category. He's actually very good at playing against like the tougher players around the table because he knows how to navigate those. He doesn't necessarily calculate that for don calls or like short calls, if you want to call it that, you know. So certainly one of them. Another interesting wild card for me in the pack would be Anant Kumar. I mean, Anant has made 3 or 4 final tables that we've commentated on. He is certainly geared and poised to play these tournaments at a high standard. And, you know, it's not easy. It won't be his first time playing at this sort of level. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about it. And then obviously, for me, a fan favorite is Imran Bajani. Starting the day, middle of the pack, and certainly knows how to navigate from that position. Already won the high roller in this series, so certainly a contender to win the title overall. So yeah, I mean, but then down to the story of the day for me, Benjamin Lingerfelder, Guppy, as we all know him, certainly a backstory to it as well, sort of great footage for us to watch. I think the emotion level is high with him at the moment, so it might see him playing slightly differently than what he normally does. And I know in the past when he's played under some emotional duress, he's done actually extremely well in tournaments, winning a couple of titles on the SunBet Poker Tour in the past. And it would be very, very interesting to see how he goes about navigating the day-to-day, especially from the emotional point of view. And to his family and friends listening out there, our deepest condolences with you for the loss. But I know his father would be super proud of him here, making it in as trip leader in day 2. And we're certainly looking for a deep run from him there. All right, over to the action here. Jamie, take us away.
Yeah, Roy Button here with Jacks under the gun. I believe he was our day 1 lead chip leader.
Is that allowed?
Yes.
Such a big race.
Yeah, bro.
Joe Stefan Dusov
Yeah, bro.
in fault.
He called for pot. Total 14.
Wanna see?
Good for the game.
Much better.
Oh, aces.
Aces.
The bullet. Oh, Jay.
Oh, the way you made it, like
The fisherman. The fisherman.
I said it was better than ace king.
At least you played your jacks.
So Roy takes that one down pre-flop.
And I don't know.
And for a slightly larger size, bet size, pre-flop he
you
made it
this,
14k.
He got me off
It's a little bit
sets.
more than 3 bigs.
And then he opened
And
pocket
it got
things.
folded all the way around.
That's why I'm off him.
How do you allow a liar to like?
400,000 pots.
How do you let a little like the
He destroys me. It's got,
Joe boy.
because I've become a bit old now.
Yeah.
I'm a long
He takes
There
pity
we
on
have
you,
Jody
man.
van Veek,
That's
day
the
1
problem.
A
He
chip
takes
leader
too much
next to
pity
Ahmed
on you.
Karim.
God, I'm still here.
That's the problem. We're all worried about that. Don't worry.
He takes too much pity on me.
Never give up on a good thing.
Sorry.
We still love you, Joe.
I love you too. But I love the chippies more.
Thanks for the value.
What?
Ten.
10,000.
Next one folds around to Jamie. Raises queen 10 off.
10,000.
And Roy folds the Doyle. Jamie gonna take down some nice blinds there.
Stop
But
bullying
you-
my blinds, eh?
but
No,
you-
no.
I already
I
started.
had a bit. You saw me. I've been very quiet.
Commentary,
Been
right?
very quiet.
Roy.
I'm helping the commentary
Yeah,
team, man.
helping the commentary team.
What is his position in the CEF? You said it just now.
I forgot.
Said something multimedia.
Yeah. He's a CNA, CNA.
CNA, yeah.
He has to. What's wrong with you? You speak English.
What's wrong with
That's
you?
You speak English. You're out of trace. I don't know what you say.
400.
Nice shot of the outer tables there, Mr. Sun, Imi, Tanith, Danny Diani.
Yeah. If you go check on Poker News, you'll see that Mr. Sun scored a massive double up earlier on this morning. He's now sitting on 570k, third in chips in the entire tournament. So, yeah, this Poker News thing is very, very useful, especially to us as commentators, to bring you some coverage on the outer tables. But yeah, please do go check out Poker News. Really cool. You can see the chip counts, you can see live hand updates from the outer tables.
Looks like Raven's picked up kings here, +2.
15,000.
Over to Roy. Gets out the way.
Start one. Right.
Joe Boy opts to get out the way with his ace-deuce.
King. Ace 2.
Wow.
Good fold, eh? Yeah, nice. I don't know if you never dominant.
King 10 now, yeah.
That cannot be. That's the way the cookies crumble. I don't want to win like that anyway. I want to win more tactical. Yeah.
That would have been too easy.
Too easy.
Nice hand.
But I've got to be handicapped. Otherwise, not fair.
You have to come from behind.
You're lucky with a 2. Find anything 10 and upper.
Oh yeah, of course.
So this tournament I've heard aces with kings twice.
Oh, Roy's involved again.
Of course.
Roy's involved.
He's always involved.
Hello, Roy Bitten.
Hello, Joe boy. Just think positive. It will happen.
Who raised this?
Nobody is.
The kings raised them.
Nothing is.
Who raised this pot?
Nikolai playing out of 10. Mr. Sisu,
10.
are you playing
I
out
know
of
my
10?
clients. I know my clients.
How are you? What are you looking?
10,000.
Okay, buddy.
What do you want him to sign? How are you?
If he sounds, are you Bank of England's in trouble?
Yeah, interesting bit of table banter going on there. Boys seem very sprightly.
10,000.
Yeah.
Even though they're battling for £1 million right up top.
Some of these oaks, it's pocket change.
25,000.
Yeah.
Right, Norman will be first to speak here. Oh, it looks like we've got all in at the back there.
Yeah, Jacks
So the Jacks.
versus
Kings.
This is Kings, brutal.
I had a pee.
Brutal.
Turn the
Let's
turn
wait
the
for
set
our
of
10. Let's
Jacks.
not play out of 10, please.
Looks like it's Joe, George, you know,
I
George
beg you
looks like
guys.
he's getting the double up there.
The dangerous guy in the middle. Nick.
Or is it Joe Steggers?
Dangerous looking guy in the middle.
Nick, you're not in the
No,
hand, eh?
looks like it's George.
On one hand.
We ordered coffees that we have to pay.
Ceci, do they... Ceci?
No, don't wait.
Okay.
We have to pay for coffees, eh? I'll
Really?
drink water.
Yeah, correct, George.
Oh,
Picking up that double.
I'm surprised that they would.
Not drinking and if you can't have a coffee, it's right out.
Not a bad way to start your day 2.
Well, never easy though.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when you see the bad news that turning over Kings versus Jacks, or Jacks versus Kings, and
Yeah.
lucky they spike a Jack to outer. Yeah, you need a bit of luck to win these tournaments, gentlemen. You can't just win it on skill.
Yeah, that is.
So if you put in your stack at risk at any stage, you do need to get lucky to either hold or to get there. So
Away.
that's just the nature of the beast that we face in poker.
How are you, my friend? Okay, good. Hello, sir.
Right, flatted, yeah. Pocket 4K.
16,000.
7.5 a day. Simon. Roy's bumped it up on the cut at the 16K. No idea what Roy's got as of yet.
Mandela.
Jay gets away from it. Roy taking a nice little uncontested pot there.
Gentlemen, we haven't come up with our name of a word for the day. I have
You have a low
What
pocket
did you
pay.
have, Roy?
Huh?
What did you have?
7-2. Whatever I tell you, you won't believe me.
oh,
so I might
Chris
as well just
passing
say.
a joking comment here at the back. Sleep deprivation. For those viewers that don't know, we go through a lot of hours of poker up here, and it does get very tiring at points. And we certainly don't mean it to come across to you as listeners or viewers out there, but it's a daunting challenge. You know, people think that it's a lot easier than what it actually is, and we have to put in hours behind the scene of getting extra video clip footage and do analysis. But getting back to the word for the day, I'd like it to be unreal.
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 The word or like a word that is unreal?
No, the word unreal.
Oh, it is, okay.
You know, it describes a lot of emotions that we will see on a day like today, and we'll certainly see a lot of like swings in terms of that, and hopefully a couple of like exciting boards on the feature table where the river delivers or the turn delivers. You know, we want to see these changes in hand so that for you as viewers we can get that exciting emotions flowing, and certainly an unreal reaction from the people around the table. That is where we're at. You know, it's day 2 of the mains. Tomorrow we're into the pinnacle of this competition, and we want to make sure that we get every moment captured that we possibly can, and every emotion struck up that we possibly can. So I really like the idea here of unreal, and a very interesting flop here.
Yeah, so this is some blind on blind action. I believe Graham raised pre-flop, Raymond made the call, and he flops the stone cold nuts here. Raymond with top
23.
pair. Graham with top pair. Should be sticking around.
Yeah, we saw Graham do a couple of interesting things yesterday. Some worked out for him, some didn't. But again, you know, he had a stack already in this tournament from one of the previous days, and you know, just trying to spin up a bigger one.
Oh wow.
Straight.
Okay.
But why you check the river?
So it looks like they
Did he check the river? Yeah, that's not allowed.
That's not allowed. It's Roy Bitton is 100% correct here. Unfortunately for
Because he wants to see the other player's hand. He wants to see the other player's hand. How do you answer that? In Vegas, you get a penalty.
Yeah.
In South Africa, you're allowed to. You know what? He wants to see what the other player.
yeah, look, I mean, the official ruling that I know, and I had studied the TDA book. Last one I did was in 2019, so I have been a little bit out of the mix for the last 4 or 5 years. You may not check the nuts on the river, period. Okay, it is the worst form of collusion that you could possibly have, because it can be perceived or conceived as you're trying to protect the other player that's in the hand with you. And certainly in that position there, Roy Bitton has every right to be upset by that, because by international standards, you're not allowed to check the nuts on the river. So yeah, very interesting discussion there. It is not our duty as commentators to question what the rulings are on the tables live, but we could certainly comment on them, and that's just my 2 cents on the matter. Roy is 100% in the right there to complain, because it is the absolute nuts on that board. Nothing can beat Jack 10. It's like having a royal flush. If somebody leads into you on the river, you may not flat call that because you have the absolute nuts. You have to raise in that position.
And what would the initial penalty be for instance like that, Nick? Like something we saw now. Would it be mild? Would it be kind of severe?
So because of the level of that in international standards, that would be automatically a round rotation penalty. Again, the rules might have changed in the last 4 or 5 years as a whole, which I know it does almost every 6 months now. They re-look at the rules and rechange and rejig the rules. But from my days, when I was still studying the TDA's forum, that would have been the ultimate penalty, which is a 1 rotation penalty off the bat. You know, obviously here at the SunBet Poker Tour, often you have to miss out 1 hand for small indiscretions. That, to me, is the highest level of indiscretion. And again, maybe because we haven't seen Raymond van der Vijver, I think it's Raymond van der Vijver? Is it Ray?
Yeah.
Ray van der Vijver there. Obviously not been as experienced as the rest of the players around the table. Maybe making that mistake, not knowing that he's not allowed to do that. You can hear Roy Bitton off the table now, raising the concern with the TD. I hope it's the TD. But yeah, it should be, an answer should be at least given there to the players so that they understand that going forward.
100%.
Right, heading over to the chat, everybody. Fawn Kok coming through, there goes Skippers. Time to run deep. I'm assuming that is for Gideon Skippers, if he's still in the field. Can't see him there now. But I might be looking in the wrong place.
How you feel? Yeah, it's all about how you feel. You've got a big step.
Exactly. Why must I double him up and I go down and tilt myself for what? For 11k?
Okay.
Right, Joe Boy.
Afrikaans, please.
Sends a lot.
I'll say. This time you're in trouble. You only give you one.
again with 9 suited.
Yeah. Joe Boy, you're in trouble this time. You only give you one.
So guys, we're about an hour into play and really lost
Last time
10%
he
of
gave
the
you
player
both.
pool.
Let's put one on top there, like
7 players have busted this morning already. And we're down to 64
24,
from 71.
Look, we did call it. I mean, you know, there was a lot of short stacks coming in today. We certainly didn't expect them to all double up and hold on, you know. So we can expect a lot to drop out. And yeah, you know, the action with Jamie.
9-10 suited. Nick bet with 8 from the small blind.
I have an all
Jamie
in
folded.
and a call.
And we have a very, very even little race here between Nick and Jobo.
There's your spin.
Yeah, this is a very pure race. I like the way you said that. This is as good as it gets. You know? We love the ace, king, and queens, but we also love the 10-9 versus 8s. Oi! And that's a big flop for Joe.
Wow.
4 for splits.
Jamie, is this the one you're looking for?
Wow, I picked both of these guys as 2 of my top 5 to make it deep, so the most positive EV thing for me is for Joe to win it.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
and he does.
And he does, he finds it. And both my horses are still alive. Let's go.
Nice
At
hand.
ace 4. What's it?
Nice, and now Joe Boy with a bit more of a stack to be able to navigate at least into a min cash, you know.
7 change.
So, good afternoon. Welcome to the 98 viewers we currently have watching live on the stream. Please jump onto the comments. Show support for the players you want in the field to do well out there, and give us some feedback, you know, tell us a joke and let us know how the rest of South Africa is doing out there. We're certainly doing very fine up here, gentlemen. We can't complain that our jobs are currently watching poker and commenting on it. I mean,
What a
it's
job.
worst places,
Awesome.
yeah,
Yeah.
worst places to be in the world for sure.
At ace of spades 4 clubs. But I mean,
Good to see Peter Sisus back in the mix there. It looks like they are about to enter another tournament on the side. That should
I
be
think
quite fun for them.
I think it's the Super Step 2.
but I mean, Ozzy's flop.
Yeah, that should be quite fun today. I think they did announce it, but I can't imagine that it's starting so early. Can it be starting so early? Let's just check here. Yeah.
What a flop.
No, it's a 4 p.m. start, so they might be starting a satellite for it, but I will confirm that. So if there are any viewers on the edge of the seat wanting to come through, then maybe they can come through and play a satellite before they jump into the super stack.
Right, Roy, under the gun plus 1 here.
All right, raise to
Queen.
13,000. 18,000 total.
Makes 13k. Norman comes along. Go point threes. Graham thinking about something here. Brody opts to get out the way.
Rather large size in here from Norman Cherry and from Roy Burton to go 13k here.
Yeah, he did it earlier with jacks, so perhaps using this to his advantage this time, because he did show the jacks earlier. So Roy flopping an up and down straight draw.
Just the 2 of us. Oh.
Doesn't find on the turn. Not a great board for pocket threes, and Roy makes us the lower end of the straight here. Gonna look for some value, and I don't really see Norman ever
32?
calling here with an underpair to the board. It's all it is really is a bluff catcher at this point.
32,000.
The hand on the outer tables, ace, king versus queens.
Nice.
Chan and Elizabeth.
Wow.
Yeah, as we said earlier.
Nice. Good fold. I wasn't going off the
Yeah,
flop,
Shannon.
open-ended plus 2 overs. What did you have?
I've done that walk plenty of times in my life. It's not the
Ace,
most
king and
pleasant. No, just that walk, you know.
Oh,
like
it's just
running
yeah.
deep in an event, and
Came a 5.
yeah, then you get knocked out. You
Yep.
just thought to yourself, you know, today could be my day,
Oh. Unless
and
you're waiting
next
for
you know, you're sitting by the pool.
But then, I mean, he's betting. He's not betting.
Not the
big.
Yeah.
funnest thing
Big
to do in the world.
If he wants
Certainly not, Chris,
to,
and
then
it's almost like the walk of shame, but it's really not. You know, these people can be proud that they've made it, and players can be proud that they've made it through to day 2 of the event. Was 418 hopefuls, of which only 71 made it through.
Yeah,
So-
it's a
Yeah.
big slug.
Yeah, definitely need to swing and hit a couple of balls there for home runs to get through to that one. And if anyone else has played baseball in their life, you'll certainly know that hitting home runs doesn't just happen overnight.
I need to think about it first before I comment.
Fault.
Nobody gets out the way there. Norman.
All right, 12,000.
Take your money and you got to get a lesson.
Oh, Jamie. False. Very interesting. I don't see why you wouldn't be defending 4-5 hearts there.
Thank you very much.
Just purely of stack depth.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty easy defend most of the time, Chris.
I don't know. Again, folks, this is just our opinion on what we see. We're not inside of the players' heads on the table itself, so we can only just surmise what's going on. That was a big word.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that dynamic of being able to see inside the players' heads?
Nah, I don't eat fatty food.
You really want to see what's inside my head when you're playing against me? No. I don't think it's going to be ideal.
No maguinha for
All the neurons firing simultaneously.
Joe boy, it's you. 4,000 to play, call reservoir. Fault.
Joe Boy been sitting quite nicely now. He was
You know me, I don't mind.
not really getting anything. He found that double. Jamie is very well happy there because one of his picks scooped away and is still there.
Yeah.
Was I running through your mind the whole night? You didn't feature. So where did you see me?
Put the bill, the small blind, 21 bigs effective. Placing a 15k open for Norman. Opposite just flat there.
Just you two. Okay, and I'll let you fight it.
Jack 6-7. Remember, board, the bill, taking the lead here. How does he opt to play this one?
All in.
He just straight rips, 17 bigs.
And I mean, no way Norman is ever calling here. So Nabil going for a more aggressive route. Rather wants to take the pot down right then and there in exchange for perhaps a little bit more value on further streets.
Very well said there, Jamie. I wouldn't, no, looking at the stack size, I'd probably opt for a check raise there more than anything else, because knowing Norman's going to be t-betting majority of his opening range.
Yeah.
Especially on that texture.
I fully agree with you there, Chris.
Like a 7-2 fold.
Wow, the pin's position.
Correct. And who's raising and where they're raising?
Because with the check raise there, you still get the fold out of him. But you get an extra 30% pot, you know, if he is c-betting 30% very frequently.
The more chippies.
Just my 2 cents, yeah.
Next, should we commentate live for the Super Stack?
Yeah. Can you imagine? Yeah, there's a free roll happening in the background at the moment. That is a free roll into the Super Stack this afternoon, starting at 4 p.m. So if anyone wants to get down to Times Square and come give yourself a shot at that, certainly is the best way of entering that tournament. It looks like they've already started with straight off the bat with a full table of players there. So yeah, should be an interesting one.
I got a chance to outplay Mr. Roy. Outplay me? Shouldn't be hard. Check.
Roy flopping a gut shot here. Is still ahead with his king high.
Check.
No boy with the
Go
dirty
boy.
diaper.
The dirty diaper. Lowest equity starting hand pre-flop is 3 deuce off. Worse than 7 deuce off.
Finding that gutter on the river.
15.
Yeah, once again.
3 flush completing that.
And I mean, Joe Boy has absolutely nothing to even look him up with here, so he'll get away from it very easily.
Beat that.
Still dirty.
You can pick either one. I'm pretty sure they both beat you, if you want to see it. The nuts, well, not flush, but yeah.
Very good. And I'm shouting for the 10.
Okay.
7.
Again.
I thought he was going to raise. I know,
Yeah,
I know.
Mike.
I thought he was going to push on me. I was waiting.
Against the law.
I was waiting for him to. I raised the river.
There's a flush there.
You did.
But there's a flush there.
And there's a flush there.
Look at the other tables. Looks like
But I
Harold
was
Brooks is
waiting
involved in
for
the
him
hand,
to
and he scoops that one. Harold putting together a nice little chip stack there.
Joe, what happened there?
My 2-3 wasn't good. You can't beat us. They beat skill, but not us. What is it?
Use more blind, Joe.
Why you touching on chips?
Sorry.
Made the top.
Got it a free shot.
No,
No, don't
matter
call
of
king queen.
10 minutes.
Inside the break room. But I mean, I knew I had overcard. Small blind, big blind.
Spook.
Oh, Joe, don't kill me, please. It's still early in the morning.
Yeah, because king 10 would have just hit a 10. King queen's the nuts on this table, so.
On you, with you, yeah.
Did you notice the limp from the small blind at Queen King?
All right, we have a raise to 15,000.
Raymond here, pocket 8 makes it 15k. Blinds are 2k, 4,000, 4,000 ante.
Yeah.
Goes around to Norman Cherry, can't defend his big blind with 8-4 off. And Raymond takes down a nice little pot pre-flop.
Yeah, action's being quite slow this morning, considering on the feature table. But you know, we'll get there. We'll pick up. I'm sure once we get down to, should I say, closer to that bubble.
Yeah.
You know, things might just pick up a bit. You'll see a lot more unorthodox play coming from a lot of familiar names in order to put maximum pressure on that money bubble.
Yeah.
Nick under the gun +1. Queen Jack off here. He's also got a nice little healthy stack. 80 big blinds, equivalent to 320,000.
12,000.
Opting for the standard 3x. Don't see many people going the 2.5 or 2x even. Seen a lot 3 and 5 or 4 5x's as well.
Yeah. Interesting player tendencies.
12,000.
8 more for Norman to call. That's suited king. He opts to get away from it.
Yeah, it looks like we're down to 62 players on our side already. A little bit of a spoiler alert for the viewers out there, but not to worry, you unfortunately won't be able to see all the action from outside. But if you go to pokernews.com, you'll certainly be able to see all of that action coming through on there. So no real spoiler alert, but certainly worth looking at that website to catch a glimpse of the action out in the outer fields there.
Had a little bit of a hustle between another two of my picks who are apparently on the same table, David and Sarge. David doubled to Sarge, so interesting. Sarge now on 410k, David on 285, and I see Benji picked up another massive pot. He's sitting on 770k now. well in the chip lead of day 2. Bring it home, Benji.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to how he navigates this field going forward, if he's going to stick to his naturally aggressive style or if he just tempers his emotions a little bit today, bearing in mind the stakes that are involved in this one.
Yeah.
More than just the money at stake here, gentlemen. The title would be astronomical and unreal for him in this moment in time. So the prize pool being put up officially into the groups there, thanks to Keegan Sequeira. And first prize there is 1.072 million rand. Second prize 750,000. Third prize 480,000. Fourth a cool 320,000. Fifth 249. Sixth 206. And the rest of it basically means that anyone making the final table is guaranteed over 100,000 rand. Certainly worth playing for, ladies and gentlemen.
After morning.
After morning, there we go. So the link is up live, everything is underway, so if you want to share with family members or friends, you can go to the YouTube channel at SunBet. Want me to send it to anyone around the table?
Just put it on the group.
Weird seeing myself in third person. Are you on the MJ?
As long as you don't start referring to yourself in the third person, we'll be okay.
Small blind, please, sir.
We'll leave that to certain people in the field. And they're a very famous card protector coming through from this week's action already. The little elephant of Marco. And Marco with his standard glasses and cap appearance there. Looking like he's a little bit in the zone. Probably looking through a little bit of social medias there. Go, horsey, go!
I think one staple that's floating around this room right now is coffee. I see everybody smashing coffee. I haven't even had a coffee yet. I think that's what I need.
Get a coffee, guys.
Let's get a coffee. I'd love a coffee, please.
Would love one. Get a coffee. Let's get a coffee.
It's good. Jamie's got our block of cheese there with him.
Yes,
fantastic. Right, so yeah, 7-5 opening of the cup. Norman over to Nick. It looks like he's going for a little sneaky 3-bets, which I like.
Yeah, not enough players defend their big blind enough. They don't 3-bet out of the big blind at a high frequency, so it's good to see. That's why. That's why.
Cool. 26, huh?
26, yeah. 4,000 change.
Norman has come along.
Oh, and he finds 2 spades on the flop.
And Nick's picking up a gut shot too.
Yep.
Norman slightly ahead with his equity percentages there. PRS is because there's more flush draw cards than the other straight draw cards. This instance that will help Nick. But he opts to lead out 15k. Turn the jack. No help. Now Nick picking up 62% of the equity with his 9 high and his gut shot.
Yeah, but now it's kind of a tricky spot, you know, because if Norman's being so sticky, kind of telling Nick that he sort of has something, you know, he could have paired his queen or jack.
Ball sizing there, 16 into 104.
Or it was 16 into 92.
Yes, that's correct.
And Norman catches it on the river there.
That's a horrible river card though, because the board is now double paired.
Then blinds up next hand, 3-5-5.
Yeah.
And fired,
3,000,
flop,
5,000,
and turn.
I mean, if there's any river for Nick to bluff here, it's probably this one.
This is where the full send comes into play. If you go to 3-barrel bluff, this is the ideal card for you to absolutely do it. You have to full send. 120 there.
Flush.
Hey, unlucky. Nick could not empty the clip there. I would have loved to see that rip. I personally think that rip would get through.
Yeah,
very clever tactic there from Norman. I don't know if you guys saw that, but he asked the dealer to give him a count on his chips before any action had been taken, and obviously taking into account that Nick Sisu is first to act, he's kind of done it as a half implication that, be careful, I might put it in here. Very, very clever. That's old school tactics. I don't know if it is allowed or not, but certainly no objection from the dealer or the
little
table.
weird, yeah.
And again, it's a very, I think it's a very smart tactic. It's something that he's obviously thought about doing to just try and provoke a reaction. So yeah.
If you go all in. Yeah, but let's choose. Yeah, only 2 jacks and then a queen came as well. So now I put you queen jack.
Yeah, so I think that one is up for debate.
All in, I'll have to fall.
Chris and I are not exactly on the same page as Nick with for that one.
I just don't. I hear your guys' opinion. I mean, you could conceive it as being or perceive it as being angling, but I don't know.
You're not getting anything.
Post your comments on the group, please. I'd love to know what the viewers have to say. Craig coming through here. How many Tanzanians left in the field? Craig, to be brutally honest with you, I don't know, but somebody who might know would be Christian, so I'll ask him. And then Craig asking, hey chaps, is everyone who made it today in the money? Craig, no, unfortunately, only the top 12% of the total entries make it through to the money. So in this instance, you'll see it being 53 players. 15% of each pool went through, of which day 1C actually made it to the end of the 15th level. So slightly more than 15 players from day 1D made it through. I hope that answers the question for you there.
That's okay.
Positive
they can see it.
The cards have brains. You're attracted.
The cards have brains. Okay, maybe a lot better poker player.
I can figure it out.
Attract the cards.
So our little GTO wizard here, Cheslin Colby of the commentary box, is going to check out for us how many Tanzanians are left via the Poker News app, where you can see the nationality flags next to the players, and we should just get a little bit of an indication. I didn't see too many in the field this morning, Jamie, I must be honest.
I don't think there are any left. I don't know if any even made it through. Are there? Where?
Pretty sure I saw Patrice there still.
The Patrice is Mauritian.
Oh, sorry, who was he talking? Tanzanian. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Well, I'll stop doing my thing.
Patrice.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like any Tanzanians made it through to day 2. Unless there's an error and they are repping a South African flag, if there's a bit of dual citizenship or something going on. But just scrolling through the flags, I don't see any Tanzanian flags.
Joe Rami here shipping it in with Ace King for 15 bigs.
Oh! One of my horses on the outer tables has been eliminated by Nick's horse. Nicky and Noi taken out by Marco Nokia.
Oh, Marco, go!
Oh, we.
So comments coming through on the group there. My Fitness Journey asking how many players are left. Currently we are left with 58 or 59 players, but we'll get an update from Jamie on that one. If you head over to the pokernews.com website, you can actually follow the action live.
Yeah, I think our screens will be a little bit ahead of the live updates. So
of course, yeah.
The 58 to 59. It's
And then Fabian McMillan coming through asking how many players are getting paid. Fabian, 53. The top 53 make the money. Chris, what is the min cash there for the 53rd place?
22,300, I think, if memory serves me correctly, or 22.9. 22.9.
22.9. It is. There you go.
Sure.
Joe Stegger's on the outer tables, also has been eliminated running pocket 9s into aces.
Wow.
Of Jody
A lot of big names. A lot of big names. Yeah. Getting taken out.
Titans are
If we
falling.
said it, we could see some of the underdog type of players coming through on this one, which will make for an exciting time on that feature and final table.
Looks like Jamie's got a decision here.
So far 2, yeah.
put them in front of you. They'll take them.
By the time he's finished, we take all his time banks. At least I'll win the
Joe
time
all
bank.
in for 15 bigs. Just ripped it in pre-flop. Ace king off suit. Jamie here with sixes in the small blind.
No, I'm not.
One more.
He'd have to come over the top if he does. He doesn't. Jack 10 suited. Gonna get folded by Chad here. Joe Boy chipping up again.
Joe Boy will show with a hand, of course. Not my favorite thing to do in the world, if anybody can recall. Paid to see, or it goes into the muck. Done and dusted.
Yeah. He could be doing it for a bit of, you know, table image. He's already shoved twice earlier today.
Yo, in one round.
5,000. Blinds up now.
Yeah, Coach Cleats.
No, the difference is that you can double pair and kill a pair. That's all.
Okay, my coach now.
Jacks.
Yeah. Coach Cleats.
Double pair. He still loses with a double pair.
Oh, and Ahmed, who was 50th earlier this morning with 150k, finds a double up on the outer tables. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with, over 320,000 chips now. I believe that puts him around a top 20 stack. Yeah, Ahmed in the top 20 now after he finds a almost full double up. And that definitely changes the dynamics of this main event.
Yeah, going into this blind level over 60 bigs there.
60 bigs.
Bigs, 64
60 bligs, yeah. 60 bligs are huge. My eyesight is not, I'm not attuned for daytime eyesight viewing. I'm more of a nighttime person. Jody, what does the player count stay at the moment? Is that 59?
I think Nick has the best shot at seeing.
Yeah, looks like
I
59.
can only see certain things from far. It's one of the two of us.
I gotta mix it up. Sometimes I'll raise.
Yeah,
sometimes
I think it's 59, Chris.
Okay.
My fitness journey going, can't wait for the year you are going to be as big as VS. Don't know who VS is? VS?
Done that.
You've done
Yeah. And then Fabian McMillan, thanks Ducky. For those viewers out there who don't know me, I am known as the Big Fat Duck online. And as you'll see on the desk here, always in front, I've got my little ducky that goes everywhere with me. You know? So that's just what we represent here.
Funny how that comes to me, because I used to have a mate who doesn't live anymore. Well, his nickname was Ducky for many years. He now lives in the UK. He was an absolute crusher back in the day. He used to play under Donkey 101 years ago. Won a lot of the big Sunday tournaments. But Wes up for a different path in life now. He's up in the UK, absolutely crushing it.
I've driven him to the bottle already, eh?
Right, that's there.
To the bottom of the bottle.
Got some chippies.
You're in the mood of drinking rooibos.
Yeah, rooibos. Is Roy in?
Yeah.
Sure. Even I can't play these two.
I thought he said all in. I was getting excited.
16,000.
And there you can hear Mark in the background announcing the start of that satellite for the Super Stack. So get on down to Times Square if you want to give yourself a shot at that Super Stack. That'd be awesome. All right, folks, I've got to pop out of the box. I've got to go do a couple of tableside interviews, which you guys will see live in half an hour from now. But you're in the capable hands of Jamie and Chris. All right, enjoy it, and I'll catch up with you guys shortly.
So, Jamie, Norman has opened up your 16K. The Nick has come along. It looks like he's coming along with the hijack.
16,000. Okay.
Jamie with pocket eights.
Oh.
Also calls.
And now, interesting for Chad,
Doesn't really matter what I got.
considering he had quite the price to come along there.
Certainly.
And as you can hear from the table banter, Roy is definitely priced in with his queen deuce. Deuce 10-10. Puts Jamie up in front with 60% of the equity.
$35. $35,000.
Jamie gonna lead here for 35k. Half pot bet. In position. Norman with 2 strong overcards. Gonna get out the way. Nick's gonna fold and shows ace of diamonds.
I hit the board.
Jamie shows his ace.
I need you to come
These guys really love showing each other their cards, Nick. Chris.
Then you want if.
Okay, I'll continue to go in Nick there for a second, but yes, they do. They love it.
No, don't say that, Jamie. Your grandmom's got balls. Shame.
And then you have 2 grandfathers. Where did you find Joe?
The same place you find him.
He related to marriage.
Yeah.
You found
From the grand.
Big bet there on the outer table. Not sure if it's all in or not. Looks like
gave me value to call whenever I had.
I was gonna raise
Wait
Sarge. I think this is potentially the hand where David doubled through Sarge. Obviously, we get that info 30 minutes earlier on Poker News than what you guys did in the stream.
So you're complaining is pretty
I'm
much.
just saying, for me as the last person.
No, you have to do the
11,
look at that.
1, 2, 3, 16, 48.
Yeah.
You still have a long way to go.
long way.
Long way.
51, 61. 11, 10, 61. 71.
10,000.
Wow, that's an invite, eh?
Up to 10,000.
Right, so Nick getting a bit out of line here with the Jack 7 off. Makes it 10 to go. Tentacles. Joe Boy with 10-8, who's called. King, 10-7. Bit of both for them.
Yeah.
Joe Boy checks. And, 13,000. Nick also going to a small side. Yeah. Joe Boy calls.
8 of diamonds is a really nice card for Joe to have in his hand here. Ace of spades on the turn could complicate things for Joe.
Split your cards in. They said they can't see them. They're telling me, my
Joe Boy.
they can't see your cards. You tell me what you got. He's checking, don't worry. What do you need a town bank to bet? Enjoy it off in what? Queen. Check.
King of clubs plays the board on the river. Makes it a little less likely that Nick has the king. So Joe could think his hand is good here. Nick didn't bet the ace.
Check the turn.
Yeah, Joe Boy thinking about it loud, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a weird spot for him as well, because, I mean, Nick can also be betting all his Queen Jacks on the flop. Checking the turn. Nick scoops.
You can't laugh because I'm going to see it on the video, eh?
Watch it on stream. Speaking of the stream, let's see what's happening on that side.
Don't take it.
I'm not taking
And they
it.
can see you, even if they're on top of each other, they can see them.
They see them. I've never had a problem.
No, they can see them.
Just rule. Should know by now. Just the commentator, bro.
You wanted to see if you could see the queen jack. King queen. King queen's the nuts, man.
You're right.
Yeah, cheers, Raymond. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're trying our utmost to keep it as entertaining and as insightful as possible. Bear in mind, folks, this is just our opinion on how we would play certain hands. But again, that's why we're not there and we're over here.
Right now, you must take the stiff ones and the bad beats and the card dead stories now. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, the ace jack. You don't have to watch the video. Yeah, the ace jack.
Doesn't make sense. I don't even.
The king helps you.
Thank you.
20 bucks.
I'll get the next one.
How much? 53.
16,000.
There's 60. Thank you. Keep the change. Oh.
$16,000.
So Graham savings, raising up here with King 10 off under the gun. Makes it 16,000. Joe folds, Norman also gonna fold. Graham takes it down pre-flop.
Trying to take the chips away from you. Did you see that? You weren't even paying attention. It was like, oh, sorry.
Jamie, have you seen the latest in regards to Doug Polk and Mike Postle? For those who don't recall, Mike Postle was who is the accused cheater from a card stream about 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, and Doug Polk has issued him a challenge to play at the lodge. Yeah, you can go read all about that on pokernews.com, as well as come find out what's happening in day 2 of the main event on the outer tables. Very accurate, very up to date. All the chip counts are still there, and being updated often, extremely often.
Yeah,
Christian is running around like a madman, writing down a lot of shorthand notes and then coming back and firing them out there for you guys to see. So it looks like Roy has got King Jack here.
Suited. Would love to see a 3-bet. Well, actually, it's just a raise. It's a little pot here.
36k, big size.
36.
Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze.
Yeah, it's a pretty good size, I think, considering there were 3 limpers before. So usually you want to raise about 2.5x plus all the limps. So 12.5 plus 15, make it about 27k. That's my approach to it.
Fair enough. Chad's got a bit of an interesting spot here. It's one of those, Jamie, where, in my opinion, if he does opt to click back, he has to rip the lots. And
yes.
With that being said, I don't think.
36.
Well, yeah, I think Roy actually might get away from it, considering, but it's all depending.
Yeah.
There are just aces there. Yeah,
but I mean, do you really want to go? Because it went limp, limp, and then the Chad limped as well. So is he really limping aces?
That's what I'm saying. And cold calling here out of position is also a bit tricky to navigate.
Yeah, I think it just should be folds all around.
And if he does opt to get the tricky, the jam will get. I think we'll get the fold out of Roy.
I mean, there's 64k in the middle already.
Yep. Could add a significant amount to Roy's stack if he does opt to go that line.
Yeah.
King 10. You told me a name, I'll call you. Only me.
All of you have 4 pairs.
I had 6s.
What pair did you have, Jamie?
But to raise,
No, I
when
had
it's
ace.
limp with the sixes.
I had ace 10.
We're going to hear about that.
I'll put you all on small pairs.
I'll put you on
So when
ace.
pair,
Give us a
pair,
lesson.
pair.
I'll put you on ace queen.
Yeah, that's
Traditional
not
king
ace
queen
4,
again.
ace 5.
No,
Your
Probably
traditional
small
king
ace.
queen again.
Very small ace.
we'll see in half an hour, but no, I didn't have a small pair.
I didn't have a pair.
No, I didn't have a pair. I didn't say I had
You had an ace. Probably. I don't know if it was ace jack.
I couldn't raise.
Wait for the video. You see, just
Yeah.
on the video.
You'll see it in 30 minutes.
Put a small blind.
Remind me to watch the video then.
And get a small blind.
I just figured everyone's flipping, limping.
No, of course. It was a
Don't
good
do
pair.
limping.
But I was going to go in. Raise. Then you can't call.
You re-raise.
I was going to
You
put
can't
85.
re-raise with ace 10.
I mean, I know you play a move.
No, don't pull moves.
Yeah, I know you play a move there.
I wasn't pulling a move.
Up to 10.
It's just hearing the boys talk about that hand previously where Roy put in a little squeeze.
You're going to need more than a kiss.
No.
Now we have some more action here. Jamie's opened it up. +1 with 10 diamonds. John Boy's opted just a flat on the cutoff with ace 10, which prices Norman in as well, and Raymond as well. Interesting table dynamic this.
Every day.
I'll be yeah.
I'll be a flipping.
And Raymond,
trips, yeah.
Yeah, let's hope this one doesn't go check, remember?
What's wrong, boy? Where are you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, just send me the address when you're looking for the Uber. Yeah, just request.
Everyone check.
Okay, but.
You got a turn.
Yeah, so Graham picks up top pair. He does check. Raymond
Boy
bet
picks
his
up
queen.
Chobo picks up the straights with ace 10.
Yeah, you are right.
Cool.
Good boy. Getting quite lucky here. If he doesn't find that king, I mean, he's going to be forced to fold and only have 10 bigs behind.
My friends from Durban, they know you.
Sure
I do prefer 3-bet pre-flop.
Sure he
25.
won. Once
Very short though, so if you do 3-bet, what sizing are you going? You know, probably just
Yeah,
clubbing.
just ripped a lot there.
Yeah. But very interesting board now as King of Diamonds brings in a diamond flush draw, and it's a paired board. So I mean, there's just so much going on here. Joe Boy more than happy to get his money in now with a straight, nut straight.
Alright.
Yeah.
And I had 10, 8 of diamonds.
And Raymond looking for queen or a 6 only.
Alright, I have all in and a call. I'll do the pots after the other one.
Okay.
I just need a 1 diamond.
Hello.
Any king, any jack would do as well.
In and a call.
Yes, yeah. Correct.
No worries, it's so early. We haven't even had our coffee yet.
Straight flush.
Whoa.
I would have 10, 8 of
So
diamonds.
Jamie would have made a straight flush, I think.
Yeah, but you see, he went all in.
Right, Joe Boy going to take this one down. Apologies, the graphics are lagging a bit.
No, only 13 out of the
It's a big hand.
The 13 was calling, but 50.
Yeah, no.
No. If you put 25, I only put 13. Now I'm in again. I take the ball.
That is a big.
But it goes all in.
But it
It goes all in.
Ah.
Like this.
doesn't matter. Could have come nothing and saved you money.
Yeah, well, 13 more into the
yeah,
100,
13 more,
75. I have to prove.
That's what I'm saying, but it could have
you
come
went-
nothing and you would have saved you money.
You folded on the turn.
Yeah.
Folded on the turn.
Yeah,
eh?
because you went all in.
There we go, graphics catches up quickly, and as you can see, Joe Boy stacking up his chips as he finds a double up.
Nice, Joe. Please don't bully me now.
And now you the flash.
I'll say, Joe.
You were lucky, Joe. You played it. You
Blind
played
chicken
it.
finds a million.
You should have just put The extra 13, we've all been in the hand.
Flush as well.
Either. I get
How high?
Like you had straight flush.
No.
No.
Barely.
That is higher. I have 5.
And still came.
If he just lets go, then we could have been there.
Action on the other tables there.
I've gone watch carte blanche for tomorrow.
What do you want to watch on there?
Ahmed, stone-faced.
I see. That's how we're trying to see.
Raise.
I never right?
16.
16,000.
So boy, making 60 to go.
Robo's find his boys.
My boy's starting to pick up some momentum now after doubling up.
Yeah.
Button moves.
Benji continuing his rampage up to 820,000 chips now.
Thank you. I thought it's a burger, cheeseburgers.
Gavin Sardini finding a massive 300,000 hand, almost up to 800Ks on 775K. Second in chips for the day.
But I could be lucky at the river, bro. Yeah. Another gambler.
Yeah, Gavin's come along heaps and bounds since I first met him. Well, happy for him.
But I mean,
I should have bet before. I should have bet the river.
Just left it.
Check the river.
check the.
I checked my
turn.
traps.
The turn. We raised to 25. We raised 12.
Guys,
25. We called 25.
got pocket threes under the gun here.
16.
Like 16K to go.
Green Jack suited for Joe Boy here.
I give chippies to Joe Boy. He wants to play every hand.
Just gonna call. Queen 10 suited for Norman Cherry. Also interested in a call. Ace 4 suited for Graham Savings. Chris, what's he doing here?
Tell you right now, sorry, I was just checking up on the poker news side of things.
Oh, he folded his Ace 4 suited.
Yeah.
Under the gun as well. You'll see my hand, you'll understand.
What is going on here, James? Chaos with Thunder in Paradise.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 6 ways to a flop here. It's insane.
104 in the middle.
And we're approaching money, you know. I expect players to be playing a little bit tighter. Only like now, like less than 10 eliminations away from the money.
And Raymond has made middle set here. And Chad's opted to bet 26K, just over quarter pots.
Yeah, Chad did open raise this hand to 16K.
I'm not a big fan of leading out into 7 others. Others check fold, to be dead honest with you. If I'm not finding a set there, it's game over.
Chad counting out some of his chips here, but certainly tosses in a time bank.
Oh, Jamie, what's running through his head here? This can't... I
don't know. It looks like he's genuinely considering a call. For me, it's just a snap fold. He used a time bank as well, you know, so that's another plus for Raymond getting his opponent to waste a time bank. I don't know. I mean, yeah, 7 ways to a flop. You've got like second bottom pair F3 is facing
Queen 6.
huge aggression, you know, I mean.
Made 3 queens.
So we've got to, sorry to interrupt that, we've got a very interesting message from Uncle Evan Vessels, asking a two-parter. I'm going to start with the last part of the question, saying, Jamie, how is Jamie surviving having to deal with you? I'd like to answer that. He's not.
Yeah, thank you. That's correct.
To answer the first part of the question, Evan, I says, Chris, how many butter duns are too many butter duns? And my man, you know the answer to that. I'm pretty sure the rest of the viewers should know the answer to that too. There's never too many butter duns. So it's a reference to Jason Slater's butter dun.
Wow.
Never too many butter duns, Evan. Hope you're well. Go wake your brother up. Tell him I'll be there in 25 minutes.
All I didn't want to see was it was a beautiful Basotto. But maybe if the 8th didn't come, I would have been out. If he moves like that, and it's a small card, I'm there. I was actually scared of the ace. 15,000.
That was the problem. You should have checked. I would have checked. I should have checked. So many players in the hand. It'd been an easy one person having ace. Never mind that you're lucky we re-raised you.
That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said. Flat call, I would have been out in the river. Up to 50. No more 10. 50.
Bells. They make nice chicken strips.
What are these?
Strips. Gotta go 15 minutes before an order post.
Oh, so I should come out here.
I want Viennas, 2 Viennas and bologna. 1 portion bologna. That's all. Something just to snack on. Something to snack on. And a burger patty. No bread, no nothing. Well done.
Nines.
2 Viennas, burger patty, and bologna. Go 15 minutes before.
Just catching up with old Daryl Schaff there, my dark horse to win this tournament. But back to the action here.
Used to play. Yeah.
I don't understand.
I don't want to play. It's not fun without drawing.
There's about 60 players after you. Where did they come? They come to.
You didn't play.
Yeah.
It was the wrong move.
All right, so the action is getting heated. Daryl just popping in to tell us a little hand that he played that we'll probably show you a little later, which caused some pain. Yeah, he's very excited. We will give you an update on the chip stacks from the outer tables in just a bit. Just waiting for it all to be updated.
Unless you want the Chinese.
Can confirm coffee has arrived, so we will be back on it in a sec.
You see the picture, you just point to it.
You're under the gun.
Anything bigger, you re-raise.
Thanks, Ev. Yeah, appreciate that.
Anything bigger, you
And please do not feel sorry for Jamie. He's a big boy. He can handle himself.
Mate,
Go now.
the problem is the whole table's still
I'll meet you there. You know what I want, eh? I don't know what they bought the last time. Two portions.
One before D would have been an easy read. Now I re-raise and then someone re-raises me with ace king. I have to fold. Someone re-raises me with jacks.
No, true.
Yeah, and then I've thrown in.
There's some same way things.
16. So if I re-raise, I have to re-raise to 40. And then
We should have one of those and one prawn dumplings. One of each. One prawn dim sum and one of those things. And then I'll taste yours, whatever you order.
$18,000.
Flicking back here, taking a trip to 3-bet city. 18,000 on the bet from Norman.
18. What time did you play? That one.
1B.
E. You also got a light.
Finished at 11:40 to 12.
Wasn't a big field.
70 something.
Alright, interesting flop here.
Yesterday.
Norman 3-bets. Nick called, Graham called.
No, it was 10 to 2.
Nick
they said.
flopping
I spoke to they
top
said 10 to
pair.
2. You guys thought it was late. It was 10 to 2.
Norman flopping the gut shot and Nick flopping bottom.
I was up 4 o'clock to go to bed to do. It wasn't 10 to 2 though, it was late, it was past 2
It's not possible to the blind structure.
Well, I went to 16 players.
23.
Oh, what's that? Oh, wow.
23,000 is the bet.
It was 10 to 2.
Call 9. Oh, sorry, deuce of clubs on the turn. Nick rips the lot. Whoa.
Put it to 3.
You could have been here.
Never.
Like 2x pot jam.
It was later. Just put it to 3. We played.
Very aggressive.
Very, very aggressive. Right, Nick, what's the random poker fact for the day? I know you got lots of those floating around the noggin of yours.
I haven't got one yet, but very interesting chat that Jamie and I had yesterday was the fact that Antonio Svendiari still sits second on the highest ever cash, live tournament cash of 18 million for his one drop event in 2008. 2012.
Oh, okay.
And do you know the backstory behind that?
I don't, and I know you do, so that's why I brought it up.
Okay, so Guy Liberté, the owner and founder of Cirque du Soleil, is an avid poker player as well. So he put this $1 million for one drop tournament together. It's in aid with a foundation of his, the One Drop Foundation, if I'm not mistaken, where they go and supply water to countries that need it, and X, Y, and Z. So there was a big fundraiser around it, and that's where Smandiari won that one as well. So that's the kind of the story of it in a nutshell. I know so many random facts. I don't know why. But back to actually a Queen 9-3, rainbow board, King 3 for Roy out in front.
I'm going to start calling you the fact cracker. The fact cracker. Yeah, fact cracker. It's a tongue twist on its own.
Roy turning trips. Maybe you can answer Evan's question in the chat there. He asked it to me, but I answered him. But maybe you can answer Evan. How many?
Well, Evan, it comes in threes and it comes multiple times. So I would say, take it a guess. Let's go 54 times that it's said in the song.
There is no right answer because there's never enough butterdons.
And how is Jamie surviving having to deal with you? It has been certainly a nice little twist in the tail here between these two. Often, their technical terminology clashing a little bit, but it has made it better for our viewers out there. Certainly having these two have a little bit of banter never hurts nobody. And we are really appreciative for all the support that's come through this week. You know, a bit of a tough start for us to the week being the first one, lots of technical issues, but seems like we've gotten most of that through. But interestingly enough, spoke to Mike, who is one of our head of production at the back, and he said to me, boys, the thing is, we're 98% of the tuning there, but we're only about 20% of the production that we actually want to do going forward. And Sounds like a lot more work for us, gentlemen, but it does sound like it's going to be a lot more fun and a lot more entertainment value for the viewers out there. So do stay tuned, do watch us space, do watch us grow, but also give us your comments, give us your feedback. You know, the feedback has been so supportive and positive of this week. You know, obviously with Gary and Mark having done it for 5 years and doing such a phenomenal job at it, you know, very difficult shoes to fill, but we certainly are trying to do something different. We're not trying to, by any means, beat or be better than Mark and Gary. We certainly just want to bring a different flavor to the mix. So for the years of service that Mark and Gary gave the poker community as a whole, we thank you wholeheartedly, as it meant a lot to a lot of us. It's a lot where I learned about South African poker, and definitely can't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah, and shout to the 138 people that are currently watching. I'm sure it's still early in the day, but you know, we'll get there. Those numbers are picking up stream by stream.
It's so funny how, because of the way we go through our days here, you know, coffees have just arrived. You know, for me, I have my hot chocolate in the morning. I mean, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. It feels like literally the day has just started, which it just has. In essence, it has. We are 3 people or 4 people away from the money already. You know, the day's literally just lightened, and we are certainly looking forward to seeing what this hand holds for us here. Jamie, take us to the action.
Yeah, it looks like we had a raise from Chad, I believe. Roy Burton came along. Looks like Norman shoved his big blind here. Ace Jack offsuit for around 22 big blinds. We're unaware of Roy's cards currently, as the RFID reader seems to be lagging. Looks like Roy really wanted to call, but he folded.
Ace crackers. Ace crackers.
Ace crackers. I wonder what he had there. Nick, what is the hand that cracks aces the most, in your opinion?
6-5 suited. I know this for fact. We have run simulations on it. Yep. It's known as the Nutcracker.
Do we want to raise?
And that. Yeah, we actually, it was funny. We did a live simulation of it. When we were very fortunate as a group to be able to go on to the Okavango Delta. For those who don't know, that's in Botswana. And the one night we ran 100 simulated hands of 6-5 of clubs versus ace of hearts and ace of diamonds.
How many hands did you run?
100 hands. Okay, so not a massive sample.
It's a small sample, yeah.
Yeah. Out of that, 42 times 6-5-1.
Okay.
Interesting, yeah.
Not necessarily to what the sample pool should be for it, but certainly was an indication that it is known for its devastation, which is connecting that middle board, bottom board range, and it was very fun to do it in person. So yeah, a bit of useless information for our viewers out there. Jeff Willott coming through, coming through to you guys, commentate on the live stream or on the delayed streams. So Jeff, if you haven't obviously been watching for the week, we've given a little bit of insight as to what happens here. So basically, you guys see the picture half an hour after it happens. We see it with you. We commenting live on it. That's why when you comment on the groups here, we can actually commentate on the messages you guys have sent us through. So there's the proof for you that we're commenting live on the pictures we've seen. They are half an hour delayed. The best part about all of this new setup is that the back of house doesn't see the cards until we see them with you as the viewers and we commentate on them live. There is obviously a further 5 or 10 second delay that goes out to YouTube, but if you come onto the stream here, you'll see us live in the box and you can commentate and you can literally watch yourself on YouTube live. And then to Warped Dream Z, any idea on the feature when the feature table changes? We have currently just undergone a change on the feature table because there was a 15-minute break. So at every time there's a break in today's proceedings, which I think is on every 2-hour mark, there will be a new feature table involved. The next feature table is certainly said to be an electric one. It's going to be fun. I'm excited to see the action unfold because there's some big names on there, but there's also some new faces on there. So certainly going to be nice to see how they get into the mix here. And Jamie, talk us through the action here.
Yeah, so Raymond raised under the gun with pocket sevens, made it 18k, slightly larger raised size, but I've seen him do it plenty today. Nick put in the call from under the gun +1 with his 5s, and Joe waking up on the button with pocket aces decides to rip the lot for 20 bigs. Great shove. Looks like Nick is going to fold, and just like that, Joe's going to pick up 49k. That's 50% increase to his stack. So either way, I think Joe's pretty happy with that, the outcome of that. Obviously, he would have preferred a caller, but I mean, picking up 50% of your stack pre-flop, not shabby at all.
And I mean, look, you obviously supporting Joe from the beginning of today. We each had to put together a list of 5 players we wanted to follow throughout this this main event day 2, and one of them was for Jamie was Joe. Certainly, we're not picking any bias towards any of these players, but it's just a case of looking at who in the field we wanted to see do well, and Jamie's picked Joe as one of his horses, and he's tripled up since the start of play.
Yeah. So the reason I picked Joe is simply because he was the smallest stack coming into day 2. He was literally the lowest stack coming in with 45k to start the day, and I thought it would be a pretty cool story if he could spin it up and have a deep run. So that's why he's my horse in that regard. But yeah, he seems to be doing quite well, flipping up nicely. One of my other horses has already been eliminated, Nikiano, earlier on this morning. But yeah, I think all your guys are still in, Nick.
Yeah, it seems like it. I haven't checked the updated list because I've been out on the floor, but I'm sure they are all boxing there. They're still good to go. And I certainly want to see an interesting dynamic continue between all of our players out there, because I think for us it creates a different dynamic here in the box, chatting about certain positions, certain players, certain ways of navigating, keeping an eye on them. We can bring those live updates to you. And for the viewers out there that don't know, we've partnered up this year with pokernews.com. And you can go onto their website, go have a look at the action live. They've got one of their best supporters in Christian out here, all the way from one of the Scandinavian countries. I still haven't found out from him exactly what country it is, so I'll do that for you guys and let you know. But it is, he's done a phenomenal job in just keeping us live and up to date with everything that's happening.
Yeah.
So yeah, go to the Poker News website. You'll actually see it before it's streamed. They give you updates on as many of the hands as possible. We obviously can't keep track of all of them happening, but Christian is certainly doing his best to do so. And yeah, thanks Christian for your time. And to pokernews.com, excellent.
Once a day, I can see. No play. They outplayed me.
So Mr. Savings here gonna take this one down pre-flop.
Office profit with the aces, bro.
Game adding to his savings. We
I
love
knew
it.
Nick.
Small blind.
Nick certainly loves his puns up here in the commentary box.
I love it.
Yeah, it's all.
I'm gonna enter all the birds, eh?
I need to watch Joe Boy operate here. You know, he's obviously been in the spot many times in his life, and that's not.
All right, I'm here with Jacobus the Nation today. Jacobus, a little bit of short stack there. What's the strategy from here?
I'm not sure I should share the strategy on this table. Basically, it's all in if I've got nothing, and just min raises when I've got the strongest hand on earth.
So leveling there happening on the interview. It's awesome to hear. How's the table dynamics been so far today, though?
It's been great. There's been a lot of back and forth ping pong play. There's been some winners in that ping pong battle. I was not one of those winners, but still a long game to go, and I'm definitely going to chip up quite quickly now. And once I've got a chip lead, it's over for everyone.
Well, 6 off the money there. Good luck, and we'll hopefully see you on the final table. Cheers, buddy.
Yeah, he's not wrong. Jacobus with a big stack is certainly a force to be reckoned with, and not something I would like to be dealing with on any table that I'm on.
7.
7,000.
Is he still in, Nick? I don't see him.
Jacobus unfortunately did get knocked out very shortly after that interview. It doesn't help that you know he wanted to chat about his strategy, but didn't really want to chat about it. Apparently, getting in with a set versus a flush draw there, and the flush draw getting there. So yeah, shame. Hard luck, but good effort.
Yeah, GG Jacobus, unlucky. He did win the club champs this event, and he has been on a absolute. He has been crushing it. Interesting flop there, Joe Boy, flopping an open-ended straight flush draw. Not finding it, but his pair of 10s still holding, and he took that pot down. I've seen a lot of open-ended straight flush draws on flops in this series. Rudolph Ferree was the notable one in the high roller. Mr. Howard Lipman yesterday got it in good in a massive three-way all.
Yeah, that was massive, shame, man.
He just couldn't find it, unfortunately. Otherwise, he would be here in day 2 as a chip leader, I think, or at least one of the notable stacks. But yeah, he couldn't find it. Yeah, lots of open-ended straight flush draws.
Who raised this?
Yeah, it's certainly great for good viewing. And for the viewers out there, open-ended straight draws, straight flush draws is like the optimum level that you can ask for.
Yeah.
But it can be brutal when it doesn't come, because you have, what, 16 or 17 outs, most of them. Yeah. And Joe Rami here picking up aces again. I mean, what a time to be finding these sort of hands.
Yeah. So he put in the 3-bet up to 55k. Pretty large sizing.
Graham should be able to get away from this, but it'll be interesting to see if he rejams here. Obviously, Joe's going to snap it in.
Yeah, so I don't think
which will
Graham
be
has
an unreal spot for Joe.
Unreal. I don't think Graham has the choice of calling here. I think it's either a fold or an all-in. And he is pretty deep. It's just a weird sizing from Joe Boy. Going more than 3x. Almost a 4x raise.
After he said folding, was you check again?
So can I please have cards?
Who raised this?
Folds around, and Joe gonna take down 28k deep flop.
Yeah, Joe's done fantastically well versing that short stack from the beginning of the day, and now splitting it up.
Ryan coming through here and saying, Christian is German close though, or close. Thank you, Ryan, for giving me that update there. I'm sure Christian wouldn't have been offended by me saying that he might be of a Scandinavian origin, but yeah, very close to the mark there. It's so impressive watching him operate. Like, hook in hand, running from the table, then running back to his laptop to quickly type it in and punch it in, so he can give as many updated scenarios as he can to the viewers out there and to the followers, you know. And I should actually just strap my watch to his arm so that I can get my Discovery Vitality health.
All right, I'm standing here with Moon. Moon's found a crucial double up. Talk to us, Moon, about how the table's been this morning for you.
It's a bit hard, but it's okay. So I just got double up because I was going short and short, so I got actually twice double up. So it's okay now, the stack is okay. We're going to try to grind more, to just be lucky also, then we'll be fine, everything.
Listen, you do need a little bit of luck to win these tournaments. I know you've been in spots before. Have you?
Yes, I need to get lucky against Ronette one more time. Then we'll be fine for me.
Well, I'm glad the banter's still going at the table. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going.
Yeah.
So Chris, Jamie and I discussed it yesterday. From now on, whenever we do a live tableside interview or a recorded one for our highlights package the following day, we're going to call it tableside treats.
Fair enough, I'm happy with that.
Tableside treats. We like it.
Yep. Love it.
The day is still young. I see it just on the video. I told you, right? What did you have?
2 cards. you know how to fish?
Yeah, if I fish it, because only you might understand it. I think.
Not walking sticks. Walking sticks are sevens. Fish hooks are jacks.
Ooh.
You know that, Jamie? eh?
Hooks,
Yep.
jacks.
Ducks.
Yep.
Ducks are twos. Snowman.
Right, so an announcement just came through here that we are. Well, it's actually just been announced now that it is officially on the bubble our side here, so you guys will see that in half an hour from now. So basically what happens at this stage is it goes to hand for hand. And what they'll do is the clock stays paused. They will play hand for hand now. Once the action's complete on a table, they will wait till all the action is completed on the rest of the tables. It does make for an awesome suspenseful moment, but all it does is it basically ensures that no table is getting more hands than the other one. Because obviously there's certain tables where the players are playing faster, maybe where the deep is a little bit faster. So what this does is it levels it out and it makes it fair for everybody around there.
That King Queen's been lethal today,
Lethal. King Queen's
It looks like we have an all-in and a call on the stream. Nabil with pocket nines, all in for 12 big blinds. Nixasu calling with King Queens.
Hello.
Right, to the flop we go. King.
Oh,
4-10.
King. Nabil in pretty rough shape, looking for 2 outs, one of which has already been folded. Can he find it?
Only.
Okay. Turn gives Nick 2 pair, but also gives Nick additional equity, gives Nabil additional equity, drawing to a gut shot now.
Yeah, he needed that.
Yeah. And
no help on the river.
Thank you.
I like it. Take care.
GG Nabil.
King Queen's been the nuts at this table.
That's a must default. Default.
Okay, everyone, you'll be moving down to table 13 after your break. Table 13.
Nick, King Queen hasn't lost a hand yet.
13.
Comments being thrown around the table then. This is what we love about having the table audio, is everyone's needling Nick going, you haven't lost a hand here this morning. Go Nick Sisu!
Well played Nabil, unfortunately, sir. Just short of the money. I met him last year, Nick, in Cape Town. Nice oak. He's told me he'll be in Cape Town next week, and I'm sure we'll be catching up with him.
Yeah, I'd actually love to go out for dinner with the guy. Very cool guy, very humble people. The whole family is just well raised and well presented. You know, and they really keep themselves as a family, as a unit together. And it's awesome just to have that sort of that camaraderie between all of them.
Amazing. One big factor about this game is that us as poker players tend to enjoy going out for loads of dinners, catching up, and you know, just keeping the camaraderie alive.
Exactly.
It's good fun.
You guys can always invite me for dinner and I will always be available. I love socializing, love meeting new people, love just listening to people's stories. So if you ever want to go for dinner, hit me up and we can always go catch a dinner. It's always a lot of fun, that's for sure. But to the 140 viewers up there, certainly our highest viewing live so far to date. At this time of the day, normally about 100, 110 live viewers, but 140 there. Hit those little heart buttons at the bottom of your screen there, or the laughing buttons, or the celebrating ones. Let's actually go with the celebrating ones because it's nice just to get a little bit of vibe going. You're celebrating because it's main event day one. There you go. Come on, a couple more celebration hats. Let's get them going. There you go. Thanks, viewers. It's nice to know that once there are people out there listening and active, always good to get those through there. And yeah, I think this is the last hand before the break here.
Who raised this?
Raymond van der Veld picking up a 6 of hearts.
Raised to 12,000.
Raymond seems to have found his feet a little bit after that Jack 10 hand.
Yeah, the little misstep. So it looks like Raymond, as you said, has opened up.
42.
A six of hearts.
All right, I have the fortune of standing here with the last father and son duo in the main event. The Tokers, talk to me. Ricky, talk to me about how your morning's been. A little bit of a short stack there, but what's the strategy from here on out?
Yeah, I mean, it was terrifying losing first hand I played today. I lost a big stack to what I think was a bluff, but I decided to let it go. And yeah, I just kept battling and then got a nice double up with aces. So I'm sitting a bit more comfortably now.
And Brett, how cool is it having your son through this process with you?
Well, to be honest, I wasn't actually planning on playing, and then Ricky won a seat, and he said, "Dad, you know, come support me, come play." And I said, "If I'm coming to support you, I'm going to play." So obviously, I was quite happy that I got through.
So you're welcome for
Yeah.
asking you to join.
And tell me, where did he learn his poker skills from?
Well, definitely me, but he's improved. He studies the game.
Shout out to Damon for giving me access to his courses.
Well, there you've heard it from the last father and duo, son and father duo in the main event, and we're looking forward to you guys having a deep run. Good luck. Hope you guys make the money and enjoy. Cheers.
Yeah, a bit of a tongue twister for me there, but we're over to a break now. 15-minute break for the viewers. Don't go away and join us back shortly. Cheers for now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back and live here from the SunBet Poker Tour Times Square, and we are looking forward to bringing you the next feature table. And as you can see there, a started lineup to a certain extent, but certainly a couple of new faces on there as well, joined by Jonathan Van der Vestes, and then in seat 5 you'll be one of the new faces. Marvin Torres, you see me do a couple of interviews with him, and Madge in seat 4. We don't have anyone seated in seat 3. And we start the table with Marco Nokia at 1, Samuel Tubeke at 2, Madge at seat 4, Jonathan Van der Westhuizen in seat 5, Marvin Torres at 6, Sugan Singh at seat 7, 8 we got Gian Richards, and 9 Ni Appel. And as I said to you, there's a couple of names in the mix there that is going to make this table very interesting. Hopefully some good table banter as well, gentlemen. Did you enjoy your break?
Yeah, it was good, thank you. Catching up with a couple of guys outside, having a chat.
Big blind, please.
So early on we had a little bit of confusion in the room. We thought we were on the bubble, and we are still with 55 seated.
I'm 23.
So yeah, we still got a little bit of way to go till the bubble. 2 more players to get knocked out, and then we'll be in the money.
It's my first live tournament. I don't play much.
6.
Works every time.
Marco Nikia under the gun +2, waking up with ace-jack suited, will certainly raise us up here to 15k.
Yeah, Marco's always fun to watch, especially on a feature table. Yep. Gets out of line quite often, comes up with some interesting lines to take. See how this one works out for him.
6, don't waste your money.
15.
Over to Sugi.
I'd like to.
And he scoops that first pot of the day on the feature table for him.
D-button moves, please.
Gentlemen, our horses are still looking very alive in this. Certainly happy with what we've picked and who we've gone with. Have you guys gone and sussed out the field a little bit? Are you happy with your horses where they're standing?
Well happy with my choices.
What happened there?
Yeah, no, well happy with my picks. Still, all of them in the field.
They have to get the extra strong one to Sugi, you know.
So yeah,
that's good.
Still very good. Still accumulating loads of chips.
Nice. Good to hear. Jamie, talk to me. 1 or 2 dropouts there?
6.
Just one. Nick Yano.
6,000.
One of you guys had your Corvus.
I think I might have had your Corvus.
Is he gone as well? No, I've had a Corvus. All right, okay. So Nick's currently in the lead?
Yeah. 5 horses still alive, I think. I bloody hope. I can't even remember what I wrote down yesterday. Don't even know how to write down my name. Help me.
All right, so Marco under the gun +1 here, 15k to go with King Jack of Hearts. Gian has come along from the big blind with ace-7 of diamonds. Finally getting those right today.
Yeah, there we go. Diamonds are diamonds.
Jack 5, or Jack 10-5, should I say, all spades.
Up pair for Marco.
Check of it.
18.
18,000.
Little bit under half pot. Pretty much a half pot bet.
Yeah, I don't think. Unless Gian wants to get a little sticky here.
I won't open line.
No. Not with that hand.
D-button moves, please.
It's last time.
Thank you. Small and big blind.
So, interesting dynamic here, which a lot of viewers haven't seen and haven't heard yet. But again, adding to my race, I guess, is Marco Nokia has his grandmother on the rail for him today.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's pretty special for him. He came to me and he said to me, please make a special mention of my grand being here today. So again, adding a different dynamic to the mix. I really am hoping that Marco makes a deep run here. Just, it's special having those sort of moments, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, he's very lucky to have that going down for him. Right, back to the action here. King 9 is the mark.
6,000.
Marvin, 28 bigs, pocket sixes.
From Mauritius as well.
15.
15,000 to go. Look at King Jack here.
Number one.
Gun. Gets rid of it. Okay, so this is cut off versus button. Marvin to speak first. 3 to come. King 10-7. Sugi jumping out in front.
Pop pair, backdoor, straight flush draw potentially.
13,000.
Out the way there by Marvin.
Sugi shows.
Got a raise. Pocket pick.
Bubble already over.
No,
Why not?
I think it's 50.
Sixes.
Let's 3 people both.
Okay, so then our team was...
Three players left. So try and take it down. Or try and get lucky.
I was wondering why he wants to stop.
And for those viewers out there that don't know, one of the initiatives that the SunBet Poker Tour runs with their main event is that if you bubble the main event, you automatically get us to the next main event that happens. So that's pretty cool. That's why there's this whole thing. It's pretty, yeah, it's pretty much an international standard practice for all the bigger tournaments around the world, that the bubble prize gets a re-entry into the following year's tournament. But with the SunBet Poker Tour, you can use that into any main event throughout that series. I do need to just confirm that stat. But yes, they are, as far as I understand, you can use it to anyone. If not, then it is the very next one. So that will be in Sun City, end of May, beginning of April.
That's our next favorite venue to go to.
Wave! Woohoo!
Well, in my
Two golf
instance,
courses.
burn.
2 golf courses, Valley of the Waves, a massive arcade, obviously a fairly decent casino, not my favorite casino, but that's okay. The shenanigans on the side is pretty cool.
9,000
And multiple hotels to stay at as well.
Yes, 3 different resorts you can stay at, which is also pretty cool.
All in.
But now I can tell the viewers that officially on the side here.
Arvin Torres opened here from the hijack. I think it was like 2.5 bigs, if I'm not mistaken. Marco Nokia rips it in his face for 153k effective. And I mean, that's just so aggressive. Let's see if Marvin can find a call.
Maximum pressure as we approach the bubble.
What a tough call this would be to make. Yeah. Yep, you hear it. And he gets it through. Wow. Does the ace.
T-button moves, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Marco using that stack of his advantage, putting pressure on the smaller stack as we approach the bubble.
Marco, your granny would be proud of that move. You go, son! Alright, as it is the bubble at the moment, I have to make my way back out to the floor. I've got to catch an interview, a live interview for the viewers out there of who the bubble boy is. So I'll be back shortly.
Go get us that table treat, buddy.
All right, let's get back to the action here, with King 10 under the gun.
6.
No reason to get too tricky there with King 10 off under the gun.
6,000.
1 or 2 players away from the bubble.
Looking 8-5 on the hijack. Marco King Deuce, small blind.
6,000.
Sizing here, if he goes.
21,000.
Jamie. There we go, 21k.
No funny
Gets it through.
I'm gonna look up the sense.
That's a hit. I know that's a hit.
Play out.
Play out.
wait till they're done.
Hand for hand play around. The stone cold bubble now.
Yeah. The marks on the phone. Should be.
So only doubling up instead of trebling up. It's very unlucky to only double up.
Six.
Okay, back to the action, yeah. 8-6 on Diamond GTG. Out the way. Sugi Jack 10 off. Over to Sean. Leon, sorry.
6,000. 15.
15,000 is the bet to go.
15.
Marker with King Queen off on the button.
This is the marker we've come to know and love. Will he be balancing here by flatting, or will he be putting in the 3-bet? Looks like he's just balancing his range here.
Yeah,
And,
so he's playing in position here, so why not?
Ace 3 on the big blind. Look at the outer table, this is all in.
Yes, sir.
We shall get to those as soon as we can. Hand for hand will be done. Cards will not be exposed till all the hands are done, and it will go to that action. Right, but we are still here on the feature table. 7s versus queens, 3 to come. Ace, 10, ace.
Check a bit.
Maj probably kicking himself a bit for not defending his big blind with ace 3 off.
5 of hearts on the turn, 7 still out in front. Check, check.
Check or is it bet?
4 hearts on the river, 3 flush completing. Marker holding the king of hearts.
Yeah, that's a cool
check
card to be holding.
And 7 scoop.
Never.
That's such a nice hand to shove as well. Sometimes blocked it. What do you got? King, queen, king. You're on hold, yeah?
Marco, I jacked him. Golden. I'll wait for you to your dream card. Jack stand.
I would like to see Marco take a stab there, with, knowing that he had the king of hearts in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, turn brings him a gut shot as well. I mean, flop brings him a gut shot. Turn brings the fourth or the 3rd heart. So, I mean, size of probably just under half would be fine. It does put you under a little bit of pressure there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got a bit of a chip count update for us going out there, Jamie? What's the latest from Poker News?
So it looks like Benji still up on top with 875k. Gareth Khalil found a big hand, he's on 825. And Gavin Sardini 775.
Yep. Alright, so to the other tables here. King 9, ace 10. There we go, ace 10 finds the double up. That belongs to Emmy, who was potentially going to be our bubble boy. But he finds the double.
You're waiting, huh?
We pan around to the other tables to see
They doubled up.
who's all theirs. Moon, Renette, name a few.
Not everybody.
It might be one of our friends. But not on the poker game.
David in the chat. Let's go, Marco. Hope you're well, David. Good to see you the other day. And if you are ever back at Times Square for the rest of the series, come join us in the booth. We'd love to have you. Jamie, here's the question for you, buddy. If you are in this tournament, hypothetically, and you end up scooping that $1 million on top, what is the first thing you'll do afterwards? Will you be going, kicking off a little party? Or would you just be like, you know what, I'm just going to go to bed. I'm exhausted.
No, I'll certainly go celebrate, you know, maybe smash a Heineken 0 or 2. Yeah, I don't drink, so, but I mean, I could definitely go have a little drink, you know, a Heineken 0, that is. But yeah, other than that...
Or castle free.
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
Can, if you can find them.
If they have them in stock. But yeah, other than that, just add some to the bankroll, you know, 20% of it could go to the bankroll, 80% to investments. 75 to investments, 5% just for some spending and some fun. Yeah, that is how I would treat it.
Yep.
Just off the top of my head.
Sure, the missus would love that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But I'm sure I'll do something wise with it.
You know how good you run. You know how good
Have
you
a
run
nice
in the league.
bankroll, you know, sort out the rest of the year for the series, try and split it up. Maybe put some online, start grinding them.
Buy
Maybe
yourself.
never go work again, I don't know.
Buy yourself a
Thank you so much.
a hardware wallet, buy some Bitcoin, put it in the safe, forget about it for 10 years, thank me later, not financial advice.
Bear in mind, Jamie is not a financial advisor, please don't take that literally.
Yes, that is why I said
my luck.
Not financial advice, but
sorry, I missed that
Go do
part.
some
My
research.
luck is I'll get the cold storage wallet, you know, put it away, and forget the password 10 years down the line.
Mine is in my bag.
That's
I can't leave.
not bad.
Then it'd be worth 10 million smackaroos.
Yeah. So we're still busy waiting now for the hands to continue on the outer table. And, there seems to be one or two hands still floating about. This is unfortunately done because we are waiting for that bubble to burst. And once the bubble bursts, play will continue as normal. But looking at this, still see some decent stacks. Gareth Galil, as you mentioned, Eli, Gareth Sardini, Mr. Sun, Imran's just found the double up, and Guppy has just joined that table. It looks like he's got a monster stack as well.
Yeah, Guppy's chip leader.
The very short stacker. Joe boy. Joe Rami, he's still in. Yeah, really. Over there, just behind the dealer.
Look, they're having a chat with Marco.
Hey, he was like on
Love to get Marco
40,000
back in the booth.
for
It's always great picking his brain and chatting about strategies and everything else involved with the game and everything else that we don't talk about in regards to poker.
What's up, brother? Hey.
Box out there.
So
no spectators.
Manish is full of tricks.
I'll show you.
No, it's one. Let's see.
Nick?
The players still coming through to jump into their free roll to
No,
sunlight
they're changing
into the
tables.
super stack, which
They
starts at
broke
4
the table
o'clock.
and
So if you would like to come and have a spin up in the super stack, come jump into the free roll and win your seat.
yeah, King Queen. You left me 3 chips. Come on, brother, come on.
These guys are fucking play King Queens all the time. First game. First.
In your way, if
Sharp, snap, turns over King Queen of clubs. Turn 7 clubs. I got the ace of clubs, man. I played the fucking First game.
I'm going to also say that came from 14 to come back to 14.
Wow. What? What happened now?
They had to pick up the card. Discount.
The players that were at 14, please return to your table.
Hey, yeah.
If you got moved, he's going to come back to table 14.
Jamie on stream there.
Taking the bubble action.
I should have played my Billy Jack 10 then. Let's put them in.
See Sugi still talking about that Jack 10 out on the ace 10-10 board, where Marco had king high, Gian had pocket sevens. It's amazing, I can't remember what I did yesterday and 2 days ago, the day prior to that, but I can remember hands from like 10 years ago. I don't know if you have the same problem.
Yeah. I think we're all the same.
My supervisors sometimes are lazy.
No, but if they
Yeah.
4 cards, they think, oh,
I think someone lazy that Marco.
See some mojitos coming into the room. You guys are looking to get the celebration started. Early, it is a Saturday. Is it a Saturday? It is a Saturday.
Yeah, the weekend.
Jamie looking at his broken watch. Just trying to give us an update on the time there. Unfortunately, we're not getting anywhere. There's Nick. Dixie Swerter back there. Absolute gent. Always takes the time out to have a chat with us when he can. Thank you for that, sir. Really makes our job a lot easier. We appreciate it. So, Jamie, who's been the most interesting person that you've spoken to? Interesting person that you've spoken to thus far?
Huh.
Oh, wow. Okay, more coffee.
Well, lucky, yeah.
Where did that come from?
Thank you. Nick?
Thank you, Mr. Gara, by the looks of it. Supply the
thank
boys
you.
with the caffeinated energy here. So as I was saying, the most interesting person that you've spoken to or interviewed, who would that be? You can't say who it was because you fanboyed in there. Fanboy.
Was quite interesting because we do share a lot of interests. Both heavily invested into crypto and such. But other than that, man, I had a chat to Ahmed one day out by the pool. That was quite interesting. I've enjoyed chatting to David from Mauritius. He's been quite fun to get to know. Oh, and I think the most interesting guy I've come across so far, who's not like a big name or anything, is probably Tutu Ruson. He's quite a character. Nice
Great
approach to the game.
Right.
Sorry? Yes, exactly.
Great player in his own right.
16. It's
Yeah.
9,000 more for you.
And yeah, it was really fun to have him in the booth the one day. I hope we can actually get him down again. Maybe. I think he busted yesterday though. So, but yeah, Tutu Ruson, shout out, my guy. If you're watching, nice to meet you, my man. And we'll definitely see you around soon, I hope.
All right, so we 4 ways to the flop here. 6-4 deuce. Looks like Gian opened up with ace queen, and it's got called all around. Over to Mr. Apple, who we don't know what his cards are. 17,000 is the bet. What is Marco thinking about here? Getting out the way.
17.
I fold.
Gian fold, gets out the way there. Yeah, I mean, I had a nice little chat with Adam Shearer now as well. Great player in his own right. Discussing a couple of things that he's got going on when he's not playing poker. So yeah, guys, you'll see soon enough what I'm referring to in the next couple of months. It's going to be very big for the local game and international game of poker.
Right, so over to the next hand we go.
Watching the sweet little bromance going on here between the youngsters here, it's cute.
Yeah, it's nice to
as long as they have
have
everyone.
some people who are not double my age around me all the time.
Fair enough. You might actually learn something though, Paul.
6.
True.
A bit of heading under the gun +2. Queen, Jack of diamonds.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any doing quite well. 75 bigs, 455k stack. Go over to pokernews.com. See exactly where it's standing.
13 more to call up to 16. 10 more.
A flop is stone cold to win.
Right.
Can I please have those chips?
John with sixes here on the small, makes the call.
And he called the bet, the flop.
Check of it.
8, 4, 5. Oh.
Check of it.
Every pot's super crucial here, my man, as we approach that money bubble.
Yeah.
I think you hit the
It's
five,
the
and I'm still there.
great flop
Giving you some info.
for sixes.
$18,000 to call.
And he goes 18K.
Oh.
And he gets that through. Sixes not opting to take one more. What's your thoughts there, Jamie? I personally think that's a great board for sixes.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with you there. Pretty decent board.
Still going, everybody waiting patiently for that money bubble to burst. Unfortunately, one person will be our bubble boy, but nothing to fear. They'll be sorted with another ticket to a main event of their choice.
Yeah, that's
throughout
not a bad
the
deal at
our
all.
different stops.
Yeah. Makes you feel a lot better for bubbling. That's one of the worst feelings ever. Having been the bubble of one or two little events myself, small ones.
15.
Yep, I've experienced many a bubble in my life. But back to actually GM making it 15 to go under the gun over to Henny Apple. King 10 off 80 bigs. Currently at 366.
Yeah, Henny looking around here, considering something. I think if you did
15,000
try and make
score.
a move there, it would be a little bit out of line.
15.
Nick, Chris.
That's correct. Madge with ace-9 on the cutoff. Looks like he's gotten away from it. Oh no, he's still there. Sorry, camera moved. And what kind of magic is he going to come up with here?
15.
He's just opted to come along in the cutoff in position with John. Pocket fives.
40,000 to call.
I wonder if Suki picks up any form of hand here, will he be squeezing?
I'd love to see it.
Of course not.
Unfortunately not.
7-3 is not the ideal candidate to go
No.
about doing that with. All right, so that's 3 to the flop. Pocket fives in front for the time being. Let's see what happens.
25 more to call. May I please have those chips? Thank you. Not those yet. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, pocket fives is 3-bet to 40K.
Oh wow. I mean,
I'm liking that.
Oh, I'll pay for it. What are you having then, buddy?
Baby lemon.
No, I actually
She's supposed to protect me from you, Annie, but she's not.
So what's the thought process here, Jamie? Gian, you know, seeing the cutoff flat and the button 3-bet. Do we perhaps see a 4-bet jam here with ace queen?
would be maximum pressure here on the bubble. Would be very cool.
That it is.
Would you go for it, Chris?
I'll send the lot straight in, making that the most
Not a
impossible
hard-
call ever for
Yeah.
pocket five. It does, but you know,
But let's not talk about pocket
Chippy
five,
V-
let's talk about his whole range. He is 3
Yeah.
betting, so he's not capping his range there.
10 seconds.
but also the sizing is a bit small. Think about it. 15 open, raised to 40.
37.
Only 25 more to call.
Yeah, 37.
Okay, yeah.
Actually, it's 42.
Considering there was a call from the cutoff as well, he could have sized up a little bit.
0-3. 0-3, 0-5. Jesus Christ.
Dion gets that through. Let's that one go, sorry. What a play. Maximum pressure.
Nick. Nicky.
Quite a risky play. Dion not too out of line under the gun most of the time. So
Please mute my mic now. I said my pin number.
I mean, even if you had to go for that all in 4-bet.
Ooh. Yeah.
That could also be an option there. I mean, you make it at least, if I'm not mistaken. Well, we'll get the chip stacks now again. But that non-4-bet all in could also be an interesting move.
Yeah, definitely.
Nick's still out there having chats with players.
Getting us some table treats. Let's see.
All right, so there we go. As we had a look at it, he made it 15. So he was just short of 500k.
Oh, it's not bucket up there.
But the 3-bet 2 was to 40. So if you had to make it
6,000 to call.
on the biggest sizing of, let's say, 140, you could get that one through as
6,000
well.
to call.
Because I would think, but again, it's just my opinion.
I was telling him my pin.
3,000 more to call, up to 6. Check or raise. Thank you very much.
Right, so King 7 v Ace 4. Deuce 3 6. 3 hearts. Gian holding the Ace of Hearts. Checks back here to the turn.
Check
7 for Sugi, putting him out in front here. Gian still with the
8,000
nut flush draw and the gut shots.
Thank you.
Let's go 8k call.
Yeah, very interesting board.
River.
Uh-oh.
5 of hearts.
Almost a straight flush.
10,000 to call.
Sugi leads out for 1/3 pots.
Wow.
Block betting.
Raise to 25.
Small click. A bit of a clicking war here.
Call.
Interesting.
And a call. Sugi's going to get the bad news.
Yes, I flash.
Gian getting max value out of that.
Yeah. Ooh.
D button moves, please.
That, I don't know how that happened, bro, that you didn't see the card.
Small and big blind.
Why did you not recheck?
I saw it the second time. Through the glasses. That's bad, eh? So, unlucky.
Mr. Henny, 6-6.
Wow.
The normal idiots, the normal ones.
Yeah. No, I believe you. I believe you.
And we continue. The bubble has still not burst. We'll be giving you that hand shortly.
When you grow up.
Yes, you said it, sister.
Oh, well, it's our birthday month, so I have to be nice to her.
Okay.
It's his birthday month.
Are you also in this one? Am I what? What's your birthday?
Pocket tens for Marge.
It's not this one.
53 bigs effective. John sends that to the muck.
As special people.
Right, so as you see now, there's no sets available for those pocket tens because both have been folded. Jack 5.
15. 9,000 more to call.
Henny.
Up to 15.
King 9.
What a nice hand.
Very defendable, can also get a bit tricky if he opts to. Looks like he's bumping it up.
I'm looking at something else.
He was drawing
I'm
to
not
the
looking
nuts,
at
so
something.
I thought he looked, I reached for a
And
blue
he had
chip
a
there.
straight, I think, also with that, so
King 4, 3, 2 diamond.
going nowhere. You should be happy
Oh,
you didn't
check.
have the king.
Sorry, my bad.
At the same time, you know what I mean.
17.
Tens continuing here.
I don't give you an ace of hearts. You didn't have 4, you got the 4. You got and you think I could
And he calls.
Yeah.
7 of clubs on the turn.
Check or bet. Check.
Put a 9 there. Short turn. Put a 9.
And he asking for a 9. Finds a 3 of clubs.
Check or is a bet? 6,000.
What? 6,073.
Cards on their backs, gentlemen.
Gets the value.
Oh. Pick 9. Picking that one up.
They always have it and they never lie. Nobody's ever caught me lying in poker. So I'm definitely not going to lie to the TV table.
That's what everyone who's ever lied on TV said just before they lied.
Just before they lied, eh?
I believed you in I just couldn't fall for it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So is this
Eddie
now
picking
really
up
shuffle?
a little pot there.
Have them
Picture
ready.
Jared Sullivan's.
Still
Still in the mix with heaps.
Who's on a penalty? Oh, the soccer.
John, you had kings when you re-raised me there. Ace, ace? Smaller pair. Okay.
Somewhere between 4s and jacks.
It's a lovely range there, I must say.
Beautiful.
But I don't think you were hitting there because I pulled an
Checking
ace
back
of
up on
clubs.
poker
No,
news.
but I had the
Benji
queen then.
continues.
Yeah, so it's just the
his
queen
stellar
that was
play, almost up to
basically like, but there was another
it's
ace
now
apparently.
995k.
I don't like ace queen is one of my big
in
hands.
second place. Benji
Very scared of it.
absolutely playing to win. Bring it home, Benji.
Tens.
Man's a legend and people don't know him, but he's a legend.
Absolutely.
Right, I'm just going to ask the players to move to the new assignments as quickly as possible, please. Can we get the information to the TP table player, please?
Come on, baby demon.
Guppy, where you, Guppy?
Give any aces and give him pocket twos. He snaps me
Posted
off and
1
I hit
minute
the
ago
six on the back.
on pokernews.com. Michelle
Trouble with
Shah
pocket twos.
finds a triple up
Me in trouble
on
with
the
pocket
bubble.
is not easy.
Can you believe it, Chris?
Pocket aces I'm in trouble. Twos
No, me.
Give us the rundown there,
I'm
Jamie.
going to have pocket twos and you're going to have pocket aces. I'm calling that.
So,
Kings.
Shah undershot that on the button and got called by both
Years
lines.
ago they named that game.
Shah exposed pocket sevens, Khan, with his small line, with one, and pocket twos, and Ganesh Arthur with queen 5 of spades, and the sevens house.
Sure, doesn't call it pocket two.
Wow. Sick. That is sick.
Bring me
Yeah,
another
from the
brandy.
stage court. Shah only sitting on
I need to have come back to
125k
these
now, so only at 40k. Huge.
Right, so we are getting a new player joining us at the table. Just waiting for Anat to get seated. He's still waiting for the lands to end outside.
I believe
Mr.
Joe
Anand, you have
Boy
to mic
Rom
up first.
has
And,
ended his
and
run.
your phone call has to end right there.
Good to see Ivan joining us today. Hello, sir.
There's some special people this time. She actually whispers
Hand
piece of shit.
number 9 of hand for hand
Wow.
play now. Chris, how
She's like, please can you hurry up? You're
we
wasting our
get the
time.
hand 9
Yeah.
on the bubble?
It doesn't
Bubbles
feel good,
usually
I'll be honest.
take very long to burst.
Yeah, that they do.
I don't take it first.
Yeah, everyone.
And then
does
after they burst, then people bust quite quickly afterwards.
Not, yeah, I mean, okay, you tend to find people do not want to be the said bubble boy. You know, the worst thing is getting up and hearing that applause for everybody else that's made the money. It's quite a sick little needle. Call it the nail in the coffin. But once people reach that money, you'll find that play starts getting a bit more hectic. You know, not right now, should I say, because when we break the bubble, the jumps are not as significant as would be if it's top 5 or 6. But
yeah,
you'll see some action, some decent action going down, and we're sure in for one hell of a ride, that I tell you.
Awesome. Sweet.
Same place, yeah? Location.
Looks like we've got the lads. I've just got a little photo
Oh, wow.
from Evan. Looks like the entire squad is sitting there. Wesley's got something sorted already to get Lost Knights Blues out the way. And Wesley, I hope you enjoy the stream. I hope your pops is watching too. Hope the entire family's well. I hope to see you guys soon when I get back home.
Where are they?
He doesn't have any.
He had them in his hand
I was
when he
on
came
the
to the table.
at Sunset.
He stored them safely.
You were with me on that table, Neji. Sick, ne?
Sick, bro. Sick.
We're allowed to do that, just bring them out of our
Yeah.
pocket.
And
Yeah.
aces.
Next year's
Nice.
next year's going to take like 20 of them.
Snap ball.
That's
End
a
of
great
me.
idea.
It's upon the window.
17.
There's no way they count all of them. We've all been there.
Hello, Annie.
How are you, Anand?
I mean, my mic is on.
I believe it's Mr. Anand.
Yes, Mr. Anand.
Yes, Mr. Anand.
So can the peanut gallery please give on? The rest of us, you know, those who
All right, this could get interesting.
45.
Anand with pocket 10s under the gun +1 makes it 17k, and Sugan with the
45.
premium ace queen of diamonds.
And
puts in the
Henny
three
waking,
bet.
and Henny waking up with that ace king.
Wow.
Henny is 86 bigs effective. Definitely see the 3-bet coming in, but it's not going to be a 3-bet all-in. Sorry,
Yeah.
4-bet. Definitely not going to be a 4-bet all-in. I think you just lose so much equity there.
Wow. Bubble pressure
45.
up to the max. Henny folds his ace king.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could win you tournaments, you never know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think I should get myself a steak.
I think maybe facing a 3-bet from a player like Sugan who doesn't 3-bet too light. You know,
Check a bit.
Henny probably thinks at best he's flipping against queens or kings, something like that. So
Check a bit.
opted to make the fold, play it safe, and not potentially get reduced down to a small stack where he now has to navigate the stone bubble. So yeah, Sugan flopping top pair, top kicker.
25.
And then checks over
25,000.
to him. And Sugan gonna bet this one out. Anand make the call with his 10s.
Check a bit.
And just to confirm, that Bubble Boy or Girl will get a main event entry into Sun City. Sun City's main event, that is.
35.
So we have had that clarified for us. We've got a bit of an interesting hand here as well.
Yeah, so Anand just check calling. On the turn, his 10s have integrated to third pair. Two hearts out there as well. Oh,
Check
and an
of it.
ace on the river gives Sugan the check mark with top 2.
Check a bit.
Anand checks, and Sugan should be going for max value here. And I don't think Anand will find the call.
Yeah, 162 behind, 225 in the pot.
Scary board. I check.
2 pairs.
Wow.
Nice one, bro.
Sugan checked back with top 2
I'm not gonna get a single cent.
on a
from you.
pretty
I don't
safe
want to
board. I
push
mean,
Yeah.
what's beating him? Jacks and some odd
Kings has
6
got in the hand.
X kind of combo. I think Sugan definitely could have gone for a bit of value.
I don't like folding.
And on 2 gets him to fold.
Yeah, the bubble dynamic, I tell you.
Yeah, I mean, probably you'd hate to bet the river there for value and get check raised, because then you're going to be in the blender.
You calling the shot?
Thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, interesting to check back top two.
That's disrespectful.
I'd probably take it and run with it.
I wouldn't take it.
I find max value.
Yeah, but like I said, the bubble dynamic is a very different thing.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some crazy stuff on this bubble already.
Mr. Henny wouldn't lie.
Mr.
I mean, Sir Henny. What are we calling him now?
Mr. Henny.
He's a Mr. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Just because it's bubble, I don't want to
The almighty Henny.
Mr. still sounds okay, you know what I'm saying?
Ja, hij is goed voor. Good ball.
6.
That big deal, give it up. Position.
The problem is even if I bet 5,000, you're going to
Ladies and gentlemen, the bubble has just been burst.
You won't even give me any of the overcut.
I mean, you can't bet.
Bad playing.
I don't be rude, but you can't bet for it.
Marco,
6.
if I ship these
Things hand for hand still.
We will update you in 30 minutes from now. Don't want to spoil anything.
No, they did say they were waiting for us to finish.
We're waiting for us. You guys took the longest. Okay.
I took the longest.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Hello, promise for that, Lila. Oh.
Fine.
No, it's, you blame Nick. I told him fold, that's why he fold.
It's fine, no?
I said fold.
No one cares.
I said it verbally.
17. 17.
Was they do pay for Ice King also? No. Ice King would have got cracked.
You can make a name for yourself on the TV table.
Say again?
You can make a name for yourself on the TV table.
Crazy German.
Right, back to the action, yeah. It's 9-5 for Samuel. And he raising his button to 17k with 6-4 of diamonds.
Can you see me to do this, Lord?
Three flop was a reader.
Check of it. Check of it. $16. Four. D-button moves, please. Small and big
I
blind.
want to get caught lying on TV table.
Watching Nick trying to navigate some ropes and podium stands, all these bits is quite hilarious. Hopefully he gets to pick that one up a little later.
Clean up shop, eh?
All right, action to the other table there. We see Imran nursing a short stack.
Eight-handed shot up for Gil, hand 3, shot up for Gil. Just a reminder, dealers, if you have an audience and a call, hold the action, do not expose the cards. Please just call the score and we'll take care of it.
6,000. 6,000.
Right, ace-4 under the gun there.
$6,000.
Dion. Gets rid of ace-8.
No shenanigans, guys.
Over to Marco on the button.
15.
One player who will definitely apply pressure here on the bubble, especially when it gets folded around to him in the button.
Yeah, and Samuel just waking up with it.
Yeah.
Ace Queen O on the small blind, facing a open from Marco on the button. Samuel's been very patient, hasn't really got out of line to Marco's opens.
Raise to 50.
I think this time it's a
Still
different
like the
story.
shenanigans we talked about seconds ago. I did ask nicely, you know.
And Marco lets that go.
You're ahead.
Small and big blind, please.
Slightly.
Nice shot of Sardini there, having a good time. Also got loads of chips.
Sorry?
Staff, you're setting up these tables behind us up for the super stack.
I was like, is he small one? Because then he shouldn't have it.
Sorry.
I panicked when you 3-bet me with the ace 3 off.
Right, so back to the action. That's Gian under the gun.
6,000.
Sorry, +3. My bad. Mr. Uppel. Marco, kind of.
Yeah,
Jamie.
6,000 to play.
Seeing what Marco's done of late, what do you think he's going to do here?
I think he's going to go for the open.
15.
Yep.
15,000 to call.
And
9,000
Marco
more to
not
call up to
scared to
15.
take a spot when he's presented with one. Nice.
That's grand on the rail.
Small and big blind, please.
Love the fact that Marco's grandmother's still locked in, railing her grandson on the feature table. Well sick.
You will get a full rotation penalty if I see the stuff coming out of your face. Nick?
What's that?
No vaping.
If you can do that,
If you can do what?
if you can do that, Mark, you get a
Looks
free
like Daryl's got a bit of a decision to make on the outer table, yeah?
Yeah, Daryl with quite a lot of chips behind.
Big sigh.
I mean, if I have a couple of quick puffs.
That looks like
I have
Keegan
a lot of quick
Pillay.
puffs. They give me
One
rotation.
of our chip leaders from last night at risk.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing to gain, right?
All right, Mr. Gara is going to be joining us back in the action. Let's hope he doesn't spoil anything for us.
Which is believable. No, I think it's believable because maybe they were between 60 and 90, but a lot of people did 2 or 3 bullets and
Yes. All right, Nick, we're going to hand the action back over to you and Jamie as we still await this bubble to burst. No spoilers, my good man. Let the suspense build. See you guys in 20.
Cheers.
Right, let's see Damon Fine coming through there on the chat. Damon, you left the tab here, buddy. You didn't pay for it. They came looking for you. Why are you running away from your tabs, man? Gotta come pay them. Pay the people. Don't worry, I think you got enough friends in this room that paid it for you already. Yeah, so pretty slow and boring part of the competition for the viewers out there, but certainly for the people here and on the floor, you know, the action is palpable, and we can see here an all-in in the outer table, or sorry, a big bet in the outer table here between Roy Bitton and Benjamin Lingerfelder.
Snap je hoe is dat? Dat was een groot pot, hè? Nou, 5 uit de
Blues there, right?
Yeah, he's like 600 go. Call. Call. Guys, you guys having technical issues? I thought I'd let you know. I know. What did he call with? Because we saw that at least. Wow. Jesus. Lipton was bluffing as well. Ace queen with the ace of diamonds. Wow.
6.
What, does Guppy have like a mill now? Must be nice.
All right, back to the action here. Sugan Singh here with ace-3 of hearts. Under the gun. +1.
13,000.
Opts to raise it up here to 13,000. Gian Richards not going
13,000
to get involved, doesn't have the stack
13.
to navigate like Sugan does. Folded around to Samuel Tebeche. Nant Kumar letting Queen 8 go there. Madge. Oi! Jonathan Fonda Vest stays in here with the ace king. I reckon he raises here to about 38.
38.
There you go.
There you go.
Just looked like those are the chippies he was reaching for.
Oh, I
Sugan
thought you
smelling a rat.
Oh. Thank you. D-button moves, please. Small
then
and
let that
big
one
blind.
go. Right, on to the next hand here. As there's a pause and delay between, we will see a lot of the outer tables actions, which is pretty cool.
Still a couple of tables.
And Jamie here sending love letters to his friend Josh in the corner there. Very cute, trying to throw little paper planes. Just keeping ourselves entertained, yeah. That's all it is.
Yeah.
As long as we're awake and happy, the listeners out there get the best feed they possibly can. And yeah, really nice having a chance to chat to Christian a little bit there. I said, he came to me and he said to me, I'm not Scandinavian, I am German. And very proudly said so, and I duly apologized to him, to which I answered, it is nice to see him smiling and bubbly and all around the floor all the time. To which he responded, I love my job.
I thought when the
Very nice.
yeah,
You're
not a sir.
Pretty
no,
cool
no,
job,
no,
business.
no, lie to each other.
Yeah, pretty cool job. Travel the world reporting on poker. Hey, maybe you and I one day get to a position where all we do is fly around the world commentating on poker. That'd be pretty cool.
Imagine that. Yeah.
That'd be sick. Still a long way to go for us though. We've got to get many years of experience to do that. But I do not think it's not impossible. It's not impossible.
Nothing's impossible in this life, Nick.
6,000.
Very profound. I did get a chance to go and chat to Marco's granny up on the stage, and just a lovely, lovely lady. Solid foundations created there for Marco.
Yes.
Nice.
She's just chatting to me about where the history comes from behind the family a little bit, and it certainly gives me a little bit more in-depth sight to what
13.
Marco is about.
Awesome.
Marco, you owe your granny a nice lunch and dinner today.
40,000 to play.
Well, it's past lunchtime, but certainly a good dinner. And knowing you being the gentleman that you are, as funny and quirky as you are around the table, I do know you have
40.
manners and respect for your elders. So, we'd
Oh,
love to see
got
you
a hand
get
drink,
your
yeah?
dinner there.
Yeah. Against King Jack of Hearts opens under the gun, gets 3-bet by a nunt, and he decides to defend this one. Pretty bad shape at the moment. Hearts dominated and his king dominated. 95k in the middle. Or Queen 10.
Check of it.
Not
Check of
the
it.
worst flop for King Jack of Hearts.
25.
Flops the open ender. A nunt with ace high and a gut shot. Still ahead.
10 seconds. 5.
So, nut check calls here.
Thank you.
Some interesting turn cards. Let's see if we can find one.
Check of it.
5 of clubs. Not really one of those cards. Doesn't change much for either player.
Check of it. 35.
Nut checks it over again. I mean, Sugan checks it over, and a nut bets 1/5 of the pot. Yeah, 1/5.
10 seconds.
You're in the bottom one. You can't say that there's an all-in, so we don't want you. Oh, go
Sugan makes the call here with his up and down straight draw. Your 10 of spades pairs the board on the river. Sugan with only king high now.
Cards on their backs, please.
Somewhat decent bluff candidate. Check, and a nunt is good here with his ace king. Doesn't show it just yet. There we go. And a nunt gonna take down a 215k pot. Not too shabby at all, especially being on the bubble.
D-button moves, please.
Unlucky for Sugan.
And down is
Flop the world, couldn't find it.
Eh? What do you
Turn, there's no help.
Jack, up and down.
Comes I'm in trouble. If you have a 40 and 2/4, so they can still play the action. Like we're getting a clock here. Please stay in your seats, guys.
6-6.
I probably had like kings or something inside my stack.
King 0-1. King 0-1 that is. So.
Then I would have had aces.
Aces 0-1 it is.
Guys, come back to your seats, please.
The hand. It's all in and a call, eh?
I didn't. That hand. I haven't dealt it.
We're not playing that.
The river is a 4 of hearts. Check.
I'm confused.
We hadn't dealt as yet.
So we are behind.
Yes, we are behind.
Okay, some players are going to be upset.
Well, it's literally not my fault. 6,000.
Right, the all-in player triples up.
Rebels.
Triple up the all-in player. Right, deal 7.
You see, we're still on G6. We're still on 6. 6,000.
Deal just a reminder,
70.
all cards need to be exposed.
We were still on hand number 6 when you guys stood up and went there.
This is hand 6.
Still hand 6.
This is hand 6.
That side, they're on 7.
Okay.
Because remember, there was a hand where, and then they had stopped.
Nick, you want to fill us in on what's happening there on the feature table?
Yeah, no, there was just a little bit of confusion which hand they were on, so they wanted to just complete to catch up.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Did I see that right? Did Samuel fold 10s?
Yeah, we gotta probably play one more to catch up, right?
That was weird.
We need to catch up.
I was only joking.
Sometimes the card readers do glitch out.
Now immediately the next
No, Samuel did raise there. He didn't fold.
Okay.
You see.
Okay.
So that's no fault of anyone. It just would have the actions going so quickly and also so slowly at this
I'm only
point.
going to shuffle once.
So very difficult.
Cool.
Very difficult to micromanage that situation. Here's another coffee for you, as delivered by Vida today, which is great. Thank you, Vida, for keeping our commentary team going here.
A lot of coffee for one
The
Little
hand
guy
that you
like
guys
me, like,
finished was hand number
Oh, for
5.
Ches and Colby. Ches and Colby on 3 cups of coffee. What would he do? Oh, he'll step Owen Farrell 3 times.
There was these guys who were playing against each other, remember?
and then have a caffeine crash later tonight, which you will have to deal with.
I have to deal with it anyway, because anyway, that doesn't matter.
Yep. Looks like Marco finding some ace king here under the gun +1. Makes it 15k to go, folds around to Marvin Torres on the button, ace-6 offsuit. Marvin a little bit short here. Don't think he wants to get too involved with Marco. Yeah, folds. Sugan gonna fold.
That's why they say if there's an all-in, you stay on your seat and don't move.
And Jan also gonna fold. The Marco playing nice and aggressive on this bubble, applying maximum pressure wherever possible, taking every single spot he's been given. So GG Marco, nice to see him operating very effectively here on the bubble. Take notes, guys. This is how you do it.
Yeah, but then it was all in you dealt. The all-in was after. I am telling you guys.
Now I'm 100% sure.
Yeah, I was listening to that. She's never wrong.
I will never steer you wrong.
Well, feels like it right now.
6. I will never steer you wrong, trust me. That is 14 or 15?
6s for Nunt.
14.
Puts in the raise.
Don't forget to put on your glasses.
This one doesn't need glass support.
Action folds around to Sugan, P10 off on the button.
More than likely just calls here.
Yeah, I think you can afford to see a flop.
14.
For sure.
In position, 40 big blinds deep.
Hey, just because I said that now you're not calling, yeah?
Kenny with the suited ace, more than happy to defend.
Thank you
Well, I
very
flopped the
much.
nuts. I'll come back. Check.
Goes for a blind
X-ray
check
vision.
again, worked very well for him last time he did that, flopping a top pair. Can he find it again? 5, 3, 10,
Check with it.
1 heart. 6s. Oh no, Sugan finds the top pair here.
17.
Does Anand go for the C-bet? Feels like he does.
17
A little bit
to
less than
call.
half pot, I think. Sugan calls with his top pair. Henny. Backdoor, nut flush draw, and a gut shot. For the wheel.
50.
He calls
50k.
Oh, he puts in the raise.
Mm.
I like that. He's got
Decent
the wheel
equity,
draw.
yeah.
Yeah, wheel draw, backdoor, nut flush draw.
Tell our viewers, why is it called a wheel draw?
I don't know. I just picked it up and I learned. Please enlighten me.
Well, let's leave that question actually up there. I do know the answer to this one. I'm not going to give you the strict definition for it.
50.
But I'd certainly like to hear the viewers out there. Let's see how many of you are alive and kicking. And get
Yeah,
onto
let's
the
hear it.
comments there. And yeah,
help me out,
let
guys.
us know. Let him know what's happening.
Fold.
The wheel. Interesting. Henny gets it through that check raise. What's the play? I mean, he got Sugan
D-button
full top
moves,
pair there
please.
on a
Smaller
pretty
big
dry,
blind.
disconnected board. Nice one, Henny.
Big blind.
I also had a pair in my hand.
Yeah, but not over the 10. I was gonna raise you.
Yeah, you raise, he will fold. Huh? Him. No, you raise.
Then I have to fold the go.
My
If he
bet,
raises, I have to fold the go.
my bet you raise, he folds.
Tell you
I
that I'm
bet
not
you
scared
raise.
to put it in. I'll tell you that. Won't be the second or fifth time I bubble in my life.
He's up and down. 2, 3, 4, 5. Any, you see, any.
6. 6. 6,000. $6,000. 6.
That looks very pretty. Oh my soul.
Check or raise.
You've just stayed longer for that. Oh no, mind you, I've got the previous hand, right?
All in.
I couldn't even call 3,000. I don't know how I called it.
It looks very trappy.
I had it. Huh? Probeer? Zet hem af. Dus net eers kyk vir dit. You're waiting, we're not dealing it.
Yep.
The card holding pattern.
Wasn't me.
Okay, wait, we're dealing. Hey, starting. 0 fucks given.
Marco,
Mr.
what is
Eddie.
your store now?
I don't want you. The worst was I don't even want you to go in Mr. Marco.
Yeah, because now it'll just seem like you're trying too hard.
Well, then I'll call him Pumpkin.
That's kind of cute. I think that works for you.
Call me Pumpkin.
I think that's actually better than this.
Nick, did I miss anything while I was gone?
What you did miss was Marco and Okia being very cheeky from the big blind. Sigan raising from the dealer button, a small blind henny up a calling, and Marco just ripping it in with 8 for off. And everyone folded.
Wow. Awesome.
And then he proceeded to tell the table, yeah, just felt I had it.
6,000.
What did they fold?
You got the wrong oaks upstream.
King 6 and Jack 5.
Good timing.
Well,
Nice
can you imagine somebody
pressure.
woke up with something there?
Yeah, then he's in trouble.
Brutal.
What?
17, 14 model call.
Sounds like a mood of the story, I'll tell you that.
17, 11 model call.
Never ever got caught lying on paper.
Do with that what you must.
Can I get still water?
Penny raising the button here with ace 10 off. Marco folded is small, and Samuel defending his big blind with king 8 offsuit. It's shades on. See a flop. Queen 2 hearts.
Check of it.
Samuel with the king of hearts for the backdoor second nut flush draw. Penny's ace high still in the lead. 4 of clubs. Samuel checked. Penny checks back for some pot control. 9 of clubs on
Check
the
with it.
river. Penny's ace high is good. I think this will go check
Cards on
check.
their backs, please, gentlemen.
Yep. Penny more than happy with his ace high. He's got at least some showdown, and he's gonna win this pot. Don't want to get in too much trouble here on the bubble.
At exactly the same end.
Small and big blind.
That brings Chris back into the box. Jamie's going to go on break. Chris, any notables out there? Anything you saw? Anyone that you said hi to that might be fun for the viewers to know about?
Yeah, I mean, I saw Clayton just jumping straight back into action. Satellite for the Super Sat. Oh, sorry, Super Stack, which is starting at in 10 minutes time. Walking around there, still see Guppy's got a big stack. Jared Solomon's got a big stack. Ryan Brower's also come to rail a bit, which is always good. Yeah, Jody's still there. Oki's still there. It's still action-packed. Action-packed, right?
Yeah, well, action here to the other table. Every other hand being completed here, and there was an all-in and a call from, well, Gareth Khalil went all-in and Imran called.
and we're just waiting for the action.
Go on, my sons. That's the word. Everybody's rooting for the
So Imran opening up here Ace Jack of Spades, and Gareth Khalil they're opening up Kings. 9, 4, 5, 2 clubs on the board. Only a running jacks or an ace for Imran.
Turn the help for Emmy.
No help for Emmy.
Finding a
King on the river. And that's it, folks. The bubble's broken for you guys on stream there, so you could see what had happened. Imran getting knocked out there with the bubble prize, still smiling on his face, a smile on his face, even though he put in a couple of bullets into the main. Certainly a great competitor to have, and we're going to do a quick short interview with him so we can just give him a view on what happened there.
Players, please, if you bust out, do not rush out the room.
All right, I'm here with Imran Bajani. Imran, our bubble boy into the main event. Not the worst news that you can hear when you get in a main event seat to Sun City, but certainly an epic battle for you. What was the turning point for you today?
Obviously, I started the day off with a decent stack, which was just over 20 big blinds, and I just couldn't get going. I mean, it's a part of tournament life, and I mean, this is actually a surprising news for me. I actually didn't know I was qualifying for main event seat, so this is a great news. I'm actually very happy, even though I bubbled.
And you heard it from Imran. Thanks, Imran. You're always such a good competitor, and we'll see you in Sun City. Just for now.
Thanks for that, Nick. Back to Nick.
Yeah. Jesus, so bloody weird to see this.
Yeah, that's why why don't I look at myself when I'm on screen? It makes life so much easier. Back to the action here.
Yeah,
Marvin.
so for the viewers out there, it will be going a lot quicker now, which is great. We don't need to have to sit and wait around. We can get back to the action. We can get commentating again. Chris, I must be honest, I'm really there. It's as fun as it is. It's nice chatting to all the people, but it's also just lack of being here and chatting in the moment, talking about hands. I'm learning so much from you guys as well. Certainly don't claim to be the best player in South Africa. Certainly don't even claim to be in the top 20% in South Africa, but I do enjoy the game, and yeah, passionate for it.
Here we go. So Sugi is facing a 3-bet here of 60,000 from Anand. With King, Queen of Hearts.
Even further behind.
Fold.
Sure.
Sugi folds.
May I have the chips, please?
All right, but I still would
Very interesting that by Suggs. 35,000 more for him to call. And he opted to let it go.
How does that chair feel?
I think, how are the our picks doing? Have you? Are we still in there? Are we still doing well?
Actually, a very good question. I'm going to phone Jamie whilst he's on his break. I know he wants to have a proper break, wherever he is. I'm going to find him though, and get him just to go around and have a quick little look and see. It'll be great to know if our horses are doing well.
It just doesn't feel.
Yeah, this one is like.
Guys are taking their seats for the super stack.
But that one in particular.
Small blind.
I'll tell you what, give me 2 seconds. I actually really want to know this.
Alrighty, no worries. I'll hold the fort.
6.
Alright, Marvin Toya is still nursing a little sub 20. Big blind stack there, but in the money nonetheless.
15.
There's still loads of time to make some moves, build the stack up. Sugi, +2, 15k. Henny up on the hijack. Samuel Tebeke will not be playing his button. Over to the blinds, Anand.
Keep it like this, they can't see.
They can't see if they are?
Yeah,
okay.
It has to be like this.
No one said anything, so.
D-button moves, please. May I have the
And
chip?
Sugi just gets that one through.
Guys, please try. Hello, gentlemen.
So let's have a quick look at the current chip leaders in day 2 quickly. It's going to head over to Poker News and have a look at our chip counts. Please feel free to do the same. If you are in the chat, there is a link pinned in the chat for you to go through and have a look at. So according to the updates here, Uppy Benjamin Lingenfeld just short of 1 million chips, sitting on 995,000, followed by Gareth Khalil, 975. Jared Solomon's clean 800,000. Hawaii Sun 735. Dave Guy at 675. Gavin Zardini 650. Daryl Schaff 600. Sarge 570. Big Sisu as at 550 and Nunt was at 540. So this was a little bit a while ago, but we'll get those updates for you. Still loads of big names left in the field.
6,000.
Back to the action here. Sugi has flattered
6,000.
+1.
6,000 to call.
And on the button, King 9 off.
6. 3,000 more to call. Check raise.
Right, little limp pot here.
You.
Ten 3 deuce.
Check of it.
2 diamonds. Sugi checks. And he checks 2. Jack on the turn, giving Maj and Suggs both top pair.
15. 15,000 to play. 33.
Sugi bangs it up to 33k.
33,000 to call.
Maj holding that queen of diamonds though. It's an interesting spot if one peels off. There he opts to navigate the spot where Sugi's put him in. Seems to be in a little bit of a blender. Taking his time working it out. Sugi can check raise all his king queens. Makes the call though.
I need one-time bank from you, sir. Thank you very much.
River is the 9.
Check of it.
Three straight out there, both holding the queen.
Check of it.
Boogie checks back. And it looks like they're chopping it up.
D-button moves, please. Small and the big blind.
Nice shot of the outer tables there. So Daryl Schaff still there, Jed still there. Who else we got? I see Ahmed at the back there, George. Keegan Pillow is still there as well. Yeah, still some tough tables out there. Greg Tucker looks like he's got a heap of chips Michael Sane over there as well. The unfolds in Queen Jack +1.
6,000.
From the looks of things, Marco's been quite quiet. Grandmother's still up in there.
Raise,
In the
17.
mother rail supporting him.
Thank you. 17.
None, making it 17 to go. Then he gets it through picking up the blinds. See Nick marching back to me. Looks like he's got a bit of a smile on his face here.
Sorry, hello.
All right, Nick coming back from the wild.
Experience coming to the forefront here. Obviously, you and I are still in with a proper good shot here. Only one of each of our players eliminated. Unfortunately for Jamie, 2 of his 5 horses are eliminated. Jared Solomon's leading the pack there, though. Yeah, the man's a crusher. Let's be honest. He is seriously good. Jumping onto the chats there, Michael coming through. God, I love poker. What's the buy-in and which casino is this? Michael, we are in Pretoria at the Times Square SunBet Poker Tour. There is a super stack today that you can come down. There's a free roll currently running to get into that. And then I think it's a 10 grand entry from what I remember.
Yeah, super stack's 10k. First level is an hour and a half, followed by 60-minute levels thereafter.
17,000.
So Mike, if you are local, come through. If you're not, you're welcome to jump on a plane. There'll probably be better timing to join us in Sun City for the next leg than Pretoria. If you're anything like Nick, you'll love Sun City. So Nick, interesting facts. You always tell me I've got these interesting facts and things. And
It's a fact though, yeah.
Yeah. So today marks 25 years of System F out of the blue. So for any trance fanatics out there, Ferry Corsten, one of the leading pioneers in trance music, back from yesteryear, still about today, celebrating 25 years of his alias System F. For those who also don't know, he is Goriella as well, making massive tunes under that alias. So yeah, random fact for the day, one of the biggest trance anthems is now 25 years old. It just shows how old I am.
Yeah. Certainly there. And yeah, for the viewers out there, I just had to go do a quick estimate around the field. Couldn't really get exact figures, but as it stands, my horse Benjamin still running in front there. Then followed by Gareth Khalil at 975 and Jared Solomon on 925, looking pretty strong. And as I was walking past, which obviously hasn't updated on here, Benjamin losing quite a big pot there to Roy Bitton, but still sitting on a good 600 to 700k there, so we still see him going around doing the damage. Daryl Schaff sitting on 600k, sitting with a massive stack in front of him. Greg Tucker is sitting on about 220. Stephen Courtney is sitting on about 400. Marco Nakia on about 500. Jody van Veek 510. SM sitting on about 400. David Ing is on about 480. And Nick Sissu about 550. So yeah, very interesting out there. Very good balance. And we are certainly looking forward to seeing how this one pans out. Little bit of a banter and battle between us here. So I do love this, you know. For us, it creates a different dynamic up here in the box. For the viewers out there, it gives us a group of players to follow and have some fun with. We are certainly not having any bias towards these players, other than the fact that we enjoy the game of poker with you, the viewers out there.
40,000.
So we go back to the action here. We're catching up on the river and then flopping trips. 4 flush on the board. Sugi taking a stab at it, 40k into 107.
I love this bet here. Absolutely love this bet here. Because Anand is going to struggle to call this without a club in his hand.
Really poised and locked in there, not moving. It's like he looked at Medusa prior to sitting down at the table, huh?
Gosh, I'd love to see a re-raise here.
10 seconds.
Having a look, having a count. Yes, sir, it is still heaps. Not the easiest euro to make.
And again, guys, if you want to work out your dinner time, it'll be approximately 5 to 7 for 1 hour.
I thought it was going across the line for a second there.
5 to 7 will come back to 8, so it'll be our time.
5 minutes to 7, not 5 to 7. Just throwing it out there.
I'm getting more time banks, right?
And then 3 time banks
No,
deep.
I didn't get it, the extra time bank. All of you have.
I'm sure he's got 13.
I fold.
And he folds, Nick. Sugi gets that one through.
Yeah, difficult for him to call there. I think if he believes in the heart of hearts that he's winning that hand by making the call, he should be making a raise there. Period. So the fact that he folded, obviously very difficult for him without that club there. Yeah, I like it. Really like it. Good play on both sides. Good bet by Sugin. And yeah, like I said, if he's not raising, I think he should be folding there. Shouldn't be flat calling.
Did he show sense?
Yeah, he showed.
I was tempted to shove at king 10 of diamonds. With your stack, I think you would have wanted to flip
Small
with
blind,
any ace.
isn't it?
I think you would have called my all-in anyway.
I think on my break, taking a little walk around Saturday at Times Square. Place is getting nice and full. There's a couple of things on the go as well as day 2, so I'm sure we'll be getting a lot of people
6
coming through to come have a look as well.
Stop taking my chips and then giving me back and taking it, but you still owe me.
6.
Yeah, let's just quickly chat to the viewers out there about the Super Stack. I see it has gotten underway here behind us. There's a 90-minute first blind level where it's a 10k buy and it's a 500k guarantee. So not many entries needed there to make that one up, but certainly something to play for. And there is a satellite currently running. I don't know if you can still buy into that. I'll find out more about that. Caitlin, can you buy into the satellite still? Late Ridge closed. There you go. Caitlin Fox, the ever impressive,
17,
the ever busy, and the ever informative, has just given me the information that you unfortunately cannot no longer buy. Can't buy to that satellite anymore. So come on down and jump straight into the tournament. The action is going to be fun. The pool is filling up with a lot of the busted players from the main event. So certainly there'll be some fireworks in action there. And would love to see as many people come down for as possible. Would love to get to about 6 or 7 tables there. I think that would make the competition nice and exciting.
Yep.
And
15.
yeah, look forward to seeing all the players done.
I think what will happen here, that's as soon as we start losing players from day 2, the main event, they'll just funnel straight in to the Super Stack. I see Shannon and Elizabeth has taken a seat at the Super Stack. Nabil's there. Peter Sisu. We have a bit of a hand developing here as well. It was raised by Anand, cold called by Gian on the big. Bet of 50,000 on the flop. Check, check, turn. Board is now double paired. Looks like it's gone check, check. And we're going to another chop pot, Nick.
Yeah, it's been interesting action. It seems like everyone has just been tentative, been a little bit like wary of going too hard at these boards, so it will be interesting to see how the rest of this competition pans out for them.
Literally, that's the whole reason. It was to set up for the river. But remember also, you didn't set up me for that. If you thought I had a king,
T-Butson most
you will
please
never
small and
call
big
that
blind.
25. The fact of the matter is I never gave you an ace in the
Yeah,
first
you never.
place.
If you thought I had an ace, you never gave me an ace.
I never
that's
gave
why
you an ace in the first place. Then I said, okay, if I hit the 6, I can get a next 6.
Let's look at the chip counts currently for our feature table.
8,000.
Lines are still at 3-6-6. Lots of action still to be played.
With 3 clubs. I said, okay, this
We're going to be till the early morning. Nick, do you know if we're going to be playing through till a final table? Or how are we working today?
Very, very good question. I will ask, once again, I'll ask Caitlin Fox, because Caitlin Fox is the best.
Marco.
Yeah, but I was thinking the only reason
8,000.
we wanted to see a
Marco.
club.
Give me advice. The next time that happens now is going to...
I'm giving it, I'm asking.
8,000.
You're putting
Yeah,
IDs
now,
in there.
right now, he has won the hand, so you got all the good comments and advice and sarcasm.
You know how much you took from me?
8,000.
The king jack, and I almost bluffed you over there, the king jack. Because I could have left that board with the 10s pairing or the queen.
You don't know what I had. So
I know what you had. You're his king.
No, not before I showed it.
8,000. 8,000 to 4.
Very aggressive call.
4,000 more to call up to 8. Check raise.
First one. He didn't look too impressed the first time.
All right, 3 to flop here, 4-4-3. Penny in front here. To turn we go. Brings the 10 of spades.
9 of neighbors.
Marco just mentioning 9 of the neighbors there, Nick. Wonder if he knows them off by heart. Another 10, we're facing another paired board. This time Sugi is going to take this one uncontestedly.
Bring.
And he got counter-footed.
Queen is going to 7.
He's calling for the 9.
Oh yeah, bring.
So,
Before he changes his mind.
Caitlin Fox coming in and telling us that it's not a predetermined ending time, but it'll come down to making the decision whether it's possible to play through till the money, or till the final table. If it's not worth it, then generally it sticks to about 12 hours of play within a day. So, with that being said, we'll obviously taking breaks into account and all of that. We should be playing till about 2 in the morning. So that's a rough idea for everyone out there. I'm sure if it gets down to final table, that's where the end of day will play till, and then we'll come back tomorrow to finish off final table, because it is scheduled to be a 3-day event.
Give me the time, buddy. Okay, thank you.
I said I was going to lunch break.
I never got it.
No, same.
And none coming through there asking for his extra time banks. For those of you who don't know, once you have made it this far, you get extra time banks allocated to you, so you can make more informed decisions or just use them for strategic purposes.
Vamos.
It's not going to take much, I'll be honest. The first card.
Marlon ripping the lot down the hijack with ace-6 of clubs. Over to Marco.
Is this the start of our
And he gets it through.
D-button move. Thank you, small and big blind.
Yeah.
Doesn't help much. Still need to go long way to go still. Still need a double up just to survive the blind. Double shot. So,
You actually want to get paid off one of them. Second one you get a full.
and I know Marco likes to knock players out, so I
Yeah,
thought
it wasn't going to take much. He got like pretty bottom there.
Chris, chatting about a couple of interesting things here. I wanted to find out from, you you're talking about lists here. So looking at the Hendon
8,000.
mob, number of cashes of all time. Okay, number one on that
8,000.
list is a guy by the name of John
8,000.
Anthony Cornuto. Okay. Then the second is Roland Ishvili. Then Men Jungin or
Isn't it guy?
Nugent,
Yeah.
Randy Holland, Alan Engel, Alan Kessler. You know, if you look at that, it's not known names, it's not household names, you know. But these guys are obviously the most consistent cashers. It says here this ranking list does not include results from recurring events. It's regular, or which is referring to regular daily, weekly, or monthly events. Okay. This is purely a list based on, you know, big tournaments around the world. Okay. On that list, I mean, obviously, understanding that my poker knowledge regarding players around the world is limited to what I know has been the most popular. If I go down that list, 17th on that list, okay, given the names that I just read out now, which aren't super well known, is Daniel Negreanu. I mean, that's impressive. Like, Phil Hellmuth is sitting 19th. Eric Seidel's up there. You know, these are all guys that are renowned in their industries, but they're not top of these lists by no means. You know, how does one go about navigating tournaments? I mean, do you play for min cashes? Do you play to obviously win it all? I mean, let's just go look at this guy on top. I mean, I don't know. I've never heard of him. I don't know what he's like. He sits 261st on the all-time money list. So, I mean, that's pretty impressive. It's pretty huge.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, it just shows testament to that the old guard is really being put through their paces by a lot of these new guys coming onto the block. Like you said, D-Negs is all the way down at 17, but still, you know, fighting. And to answer your question there, you know, you go to the tournament, you go to win. And, you know, if you're not first, you're last, and you make a bit of money for that, then so be it. But a lot of these guys come into it to win. That's it. I don't think there's anything more about it. Look at this interesting board here. King, 444. Walker betting 90K on the river.
Yeah, he overbet.
Gian. Yeah. Polarizing spot here. Flick it back. Lick it back. Marco opening cutoff and then small blind defending her. So Jamie, in essence here, Dion won't have many fours.
No, shouldn't.
He'll probably have more kings than anything else. King X's.
Yeah.
Makes a call.
German money. We're splitting now, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I hope we're splitting, obviously.
Splitting some
That's an
German
insane
money.
call, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's a bit, yeah.
That's a bit of a secret. You got some German money, a bit of euros.
Well, he can never call. Ever. That's fucking
Yeah, but I mean,
I was
overbetting
a bit greedy though.
up there, like
What?
1.2x.
That play, like he doesn't want to leave that part alone. Like,
how's it greedy?
Marco
I'm
is
not
the
gonna
other play.
Was it Jonas or
Yeah,
Evan, I think, not raising me pre-flop.
Small and big blinds.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
So
Yeah, this is really cool, man. Just
I could have
exploring this Hendon Mob website more and more. You know, so on that list, I'd say one of the more popular players that's high up there is Alan Ari Engel.
8,000.
You know, if I go look at his latest results, pretty impressive. Like, I mean, 26th of Feb, which is around, like happened now, came second in a 5-card bottom Omaha Beta Championship. Came first in a big 500 Asians in the World Series of Poker Circuits in Michigan.
8,000.
Sixth, 5th, 21st, 8th. So proper decent results there, you know.
Results are there.
Yeah, exactly. I'd love to know and sit and chat and pick those
Yeah,
type of guys'
better things
brains
to do about that.
as to what makes them tick,
Have
what
a
makes
nice
them
little
get
lunch with
into.
the kids and watch them
No,
play
I mean,
at
we could
pool.
even look
Nah,
at home
yeah.
here.
Something
You know,
that's
let's look at
no-
guys that.
chip in
Let's
the
try and
chain,
find a couple of guys that have cashed consistently, done well. I mean, a couple that jump to mind would be Anand Kumar for me. Always seems to be in the mix. A guy like Nico Vickers always seems to be in the mix. A guy like Oki Fari maybe even always seems to be in the mix. Certainly
Ray Adams.
Yeah, Ray Adams. But you see, Ray also is often a guns-ho guy where he's either coming first to the competition or not at all. Whereas these other names I've mentioned are more guys that are like a Gavin Sardini, you know? Constantly there, constantly in the mix, constantly giving themselves a shot. I'd love to know what their recipes to success is and then build on that from there. You know, build on that and go to a guy like, combine that with a guy like Marco or a Nick or even like an Ahmed and build onto that from there. I think it would be very sick to see what sort of formula you come up with. But Jamie, in terms of GTO, what would you go? Is there a mathematical or a statistical like best way to go about it?
Interesting question, Nick.
Think about it. It doesn't
Yeah.
need to. I'm not putting you on the spot. Just think about it. It's possible that we could see a situation where yes, there are certain more optimal things to do. Obviously, we know this, but there must be a recipe to success. That's what we need to create today. If we could try and figure out what a recipe to success is to min caching or building up to the middle of the field always, that would be interesting to let our viewers know on that. Maybe we can find that out in a couple of interviews with these guys. Because I see the likes of Oki Fari still there, Gavin Sardini's there. Yeah. Just interesting food for thought. Anyway, on that note, I'm going to love and leave you guys. I'm on my break. And you guys in the capable hands of Christopher Dean and Jamie McCarthy. Over to you guys.
See you in 20, Nick. Have a good one. Right, Marvin, under the gun. Looks like we're still catching up here. It's going to manage. Who's now putting the call in by the looks of it. Nice shot at the outer table.
So, I'm getting hungry.
Ed's still got heaps of chips there. It looks like Edgar's picked up a juicy little pot there, my bad.
Yeah, looked like he turned some trip queens.
Pizza recommendation.
I haven't eaten pizza.
And a very nice pot goes his way.
Do not try a pizza from Traders. Okay.
Right, we're waiting for the graphics to catch up here.
Horrific. Oh.
Okay. Anything else but Traders?
I don't think there's anything.
Who's 5? All diamonds, not one person holding a diamond.
He wants pizza.
What's a pizza recommendation?
And he's taking the aggressive approach here with his ace high, 7 kicker. Gets it through Marsh.
He wants a recommendation, not a
Marvin.
eating partner.
Let it go. Yeah, and sometimes you just have to take
So, don't go to Traders.
the initiative and take the betting lead on those uncomfortable boards in order to take them down. If someone has something, you'll find out, but I mean, risk to reward is certainly there. Depends on who you're playing against, but yeah.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of. So I was saying, Henny is really taking the aggressive line when it comes to these pots where it's just like single raised, he's out of position, tends to donk lead, and it looks like it's working out for him.
Yeah, for him.
Goes Khalil, got heaps. Looks like Eli's lost some of those chips he accumulated last night, but anything is possible.
Yeah, let's check Poker News. Chip stack update.
So Jamie, looking at your phone there, you've got your little fortune cookie. Any recent ones with your lucky numbers?
No, I don't get the fortune cookies for the lottery. I like the quote at the back. It says, go beyond what you think you can do.
Getting it in behind.
And your lucky numbers are.
No, not even. No, I don't care about numbers.
Whoa.
Nice little uplifting message to my phone. Anyways, so Benji, on top news here, looks like Benji is on top still. Just under 1 million chips.
Yeah, those haven't
Solomon.
been updated as of yet.
You know, I think you might be correct.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Oh, good. Jared Solomon seems to have chipped up very nicely. We'll wait for some more updates and then bring it back as soon as we can.
Our first hand?
Okay,
it's about time.
If somebody puts me all in night 4.
It's probably the best idea, right? Because the chicken mayo is good, the fucking
But I've
burgers
seen
and
already,
the
like,
pieces are
you
bad.
fold the whole time, even though
should have eventual.
I feel like you should have raised.
You also often, maybe you get like a 40s pizza, that can't be too bad.
Sometimes you get the spot where you got the draw, the up and down, and everything that you
Just
want
leave it,
out of the
put it in.
flop. Yeah, then you put it in.
Yeah.
19.
19.
Righty, back to the action. Yes, Samuel floppy top pair, as well as John. Let's see what happens here. Who can turn some equity? You know, if you find a cheeky little 7 or a jack on the turn, could be interesting.
Yeah.
55.
I mean, it's pretty much a dream spot if you're John, you know. Flop top pair on a big blind favored kind of board. Your opponent's betting into you. It's not going to have ace-10 too often, and you are blocking a quarter of the ace-10 combinations. So, yeah, kind of unlucky here if you are John. And wow, he lets it go.
Trying to steal.
That's very
Well
impressive.
played. Did he
John's
get check
playing
raised?
first?
The 10?
I don't think so. I think he just, there was 56 in the pot, he went for 45.
Okay.
Check bet fold. John's been playing very well. I mean, we saw him earlier raise those pocket 5s.
Yeah, and he took it down pre-flop.
Yeah. So, making some interesting plays, making some good laydowns. Sure, when he goes and watches the stream back, he's going to be very happy with what he's done thus far.
Yep.
Yeah, we're looking at those. I'll bring the menu this side now.
Can you see, Jamie, how many players we have left
That's the traded.
in the main?
Look, we've been told
I
traded.
think it's about
can't see the
46.
And this man definitely knows how to eat.
I don't take that
Did you claim
personally
that
at
yourself?
all.
I'm not being rude, honestly.
Let's see. Yeah, I can't really see from here. Maybe ask Nick to send us a photo of the screen.
Looks pretty decent.
I'll bring it here.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to you now.
That's actually a good
Can you do
shot.
me a
What's
favor?
going on?
I want to order one of these margaritas, right? But ask them to put some vegetables on it, like mushrooms and if they can. Like maybe some mushrooms and peppers or something.
8,000.
Cheers, Paul. All right, so got some very interesting news. Don't want to disclose it just yet, but we do have a special guest. We're not going to give too much of away of who it might be, but he's going to be joining us at 5:30. So everybody on the stream, you're going to enjoy this one. So be sure to be around at 5:30, and yeah, well worth the wait. All right, back to the action here. John has opened up +1, pocket 7s, over to Henny Apple to his left, who's cold called, pocket 10s.
Oh. Interesting. Let's see if anyone wakes up with something. Queen 9 not good enough to make a move with.
Well, 29 big blinds effective here. On the small blind, got something invested. Looks like he's made the call for 14,000 more. So it's 3 to the flop, 10s out in front, 7s followed behind, with Queen 9 still looking for lots of help here. Somehow the board comes Queen 10, 7.
A 9 high flop would be quite interesting. 5, 3, 8. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you're 7s as well, that's not the worst board for you.
Yeah, how many 8x combos do your opponents have?
Looks like Gian has bet 26,000 to his pot. Henny, just calling. Looks like John's going to probably get out the way here. No need to stay around.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to get tricky and float. Turn, another 3.
So I think Henny just gonna slow play these 10s and then spring a trap on the river.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right. Henny's going to bet you. Just stop building a pot.
Very small bet. It's like 15% pot.
Yeah, as called.
Yeah, don't feel obligated.
I will wait a bit. Yeah,
162 in the middle.
I'll wait a bit.
Queen on the river. I don't really think that changes much considering the dynamic of the hand.
Yeah.
But I go probably for
It's
the
bet call,
I go
check
for
bets,
the Honolulu
and now we're on the river here.
That's my pineapple,
Any check back.
Interesting.
It's, I definitely think he's missed a spot there to get
Yeah.
some value. I do think if we had to go about 40% pot, could have found a call there as well.
Yeah, but I don't. That queen on the river, it's a little bit tricky. But
Yeah, and like I said earlier, I don't really think it changes much. I mean, especially when
is
Sean
John really gonna
wins.
float with a whole bunch of queens all the way to the river. Probably not.
One peel. If I had chips. Yeah.
This is just our opinion again, folks. Looks like we got all in on the outer table.
What, mine? 18.
Make sure you keep your phone at the table.
What am I going? There's nothing there.
Looks like Roy is all in there.
No, they're ready.
Why didn't you re-raise me pre-man?
Get
Got it over there and then.
Get 3. On a big blind. It was raised 4.
Goes straight into the mark.
A big one.
Yeah, that's 10 grand extra. I thought he's
What was the flop? Any, if I had any more chips, I was flat.
He was big blind. It's a low flop.
It was
3863. The second 3 turned. I'm not saying he's got a peel one, but he doesn't have chips.
How do I
raised? I think you raised 13.
Unpeelable. I'm in one. I've got one shot scenario.
It's a hit and miss. I don't know.
Righty, Marco, Queen Deuce, +2. Got Jack 10 on the cutoff here.
20,000.
Up we go to 20. The blind are currently at 488. And Marvin with 8 bigs rips the lot.
I like it.
With 8
I
7,
like it.
75. Sugi. Are we ever raised folding here
47
with
more to
jacks,
call.
considering?
Up to 67. All in.
Don't think so. I like the rip from
He gets it
Marvin.
through.
Watson moves, please.
No corner.
Thank you. Small and big blind.
Somebody's calling me.
Marvin gets that one through, picking up some crucial chips. He's still in it with a shot.
You're a king jack or something. 2 pictures on.
We got anything coming out of the YouTube comments there, sir?
Let me have a look.
I think it would have hit.
The D button is yours.
Right. Seeing that there's about 3 tables in the super stack currently.
The pot is mine.
Yo. Yes. So I can.
When last did Nick pick up on a comment? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't know what we got there. Let's have a look.
See.
Perfect.
Smooth sailing.
I'm just keeping close to where it needs to be.
Okay. No problem.
Alright, so Lawrence Faree in the chat, as usual, thanks for the comment. Rudolph Faree
8,000.
would also be on that list. I think it's a lot of factors contributing to being on that list. Obviously, you must have
8,000.
skill and talent. I was on my break, so I think I missed that chat about the
Yep.
list.
There's a prize.
You must play as much tournaments as possible and cash. Also go for the win and have the bankroll. Yep, bankroll management is super important.
And I'm
You
not.
can't overlook it, and you can't overshoot and play tournaments that are too big for your bankrolls. It's not sustainable. Winning poker tournaments is difficult, and just being a profitable player overall is also not easy. So yeah, please manage your bankrolls responsibly. Loans free in the chat. Also look at DNX in. Does that stand for DNX? In 2023, he was like
Yeah, 32 minutes.
minus
is a
2
lifetime.
mil. Yeah. Even the best players in the world can have bad years. Run into the wrong side of variance. I mean, DNX, you know, obviously gonna put himself in the best position that he can whenever possible, but you can't win your flips. Even if you're the best player in the world, you can lose $2 million from just running bad, and I mean, it can happen to anyone.
Yep. I mean, I haven't been in that predicament, but I've had a very bad form of.
Yeah.
Well, I've been in a very bad form of late, so.
Yeah.
You know, for me, best is to step away, take a break.
Yep.
And you know, just try and rest up. Some people like to play through it, other people don't. Me, I'm on the other side of that coin where I just tend to step away. And,
a bit extreme.
occupy my space with something else.
Yeah.
To the flop it goes 6 deuce deuce. Gives Samuel top pair.
I'm gonna go quickly. I can't, boys. Sorry, I'm that ship now, man.
60k in the middle.
Good call, Sanj. Hold on, very good call.
25.
What did you want?
Club. No, it's a pizza. It's like chicken.
But we have all in on a call.
Out of table. Yeah. 9-10 versus 7-10.
Wow. 7-10 in terrible shape.
That's some opportunities there, though.
And I guess we'll never know. Oh, no, we will. 6, I think 10-9 is good. Oh, is it chop?
Chop, yeah. That's ace, king, queen, 10.
Yeah.
30,000.
There's no one.
You see these white things? No, man. These white papers.
There's no card. What are you looking at? Are you okay today?
No.
Yeah.
What I'm trying. Check it.
So Samuel
85.
going for value here.
Interesting board, this.
Yeah, it really is. Paired board, backdoor flush gets there. Ace on the river. Nice pot, Samuel. Well played.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of double paired boards of late.
Yes.
A lot of splits.
So annoying. I've been opening DCC the whole day, and I'm like, that's not my one. Well, it doesn't matter if he did.
Watch the live stream.
Yeah.
Pay me
Watch the stream.
I spun very low as well, my randomizer. It's like,
Pay me the I'll tell you later.
What enough?
My exact hand, I will tell you.
I'm gonna see.
You're not beating DCC. Was I getting 3-bet? Most likely.
I see Ahmed Karim is busted. According to Poker News, as of
10
10 minutes ago, Christian updated it.
I don't look at my cards.
Let me try to find the details. Armstrong has been eliminated from table 11.
Either he's missing
2
one
other
or I'm
players
missing
followed soon after.
Okay. Somebody's missing
Take a
First
deep
of all
breath
was
and slowly do
Voter
it.
van der Merwe, who was left with a severely short stack after he faced an all-in and a call by Jared Solomon. Alright, so no further info on Ahmed Karim's hand that sent him home. But yeah, Ahmed is out of the running in the main event.
Well, taking home a nice little cash.
Absolutely. Great series for him. Came second in the Businessman Invitational. Jamie Villela also eliminated 20 minutes ago.
Doesn't want to come to you.
Pocket 3's here for Samuel, facing a Marco Nokia open under the gun. Interesting table spot you're drawn for Marco, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
20.
Man's picking up 7s. $19 bigs. Out of table action here. That is aces versus aces.
Oh.
20.
Those are chances. I think the ultimate bad beat in poker is if you get it in aces versus aces and the opponent gets a 4-card flush. I can't
Yeah,
think
that
of
4
anything
flush
worse. Imagine that. And I mean that happened on in a big game at the WSOP or some big main event. A couple of years ago, I've seen a clip on YouTube. I can't remember the details, but I mean that's just.
Do you recall that?
That's just disgusting, dude. Imagine.
All right, so back to the action here. Marco made it 20k to go UTG. Maj is flattered with pocket 7s. Stuggy, who has now picked up ace-queen, opted not to squeeze, just a flat, has come along. And
say no to this, Vel.
Henny, as he said, it's hard to say no to this.
That's exactly who you are.
Comes
So
along.
Chris, is ace queen off a hand you really want to go potentially 4 ways to a flop with?
Not
really.
the spots. I'd like to kind of 3-bet fold if necessary.
Yeah, I agree.
We get to fold out a lot of the underpairs, a lot of the king jacks, queen 10s, queen jacks. We can even get as I would say far as 9s and ace jack O to get out the way.
Yeah, I think so. If you 3-bet to the correct sizing, that is.
That is correct.
And depends on your table image and all of that as well. But nonetheless, I do agree. I think a 3-bet in that spot is a little bit better.
Right, just to look at the other table there. Dick Sisu and Jamie Valhalla. Looks like Jamie's just been eliminated.
Yep.
Well played, sir.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jamie, they're getting in with the best hand of ace-10 versus king-jack, and unfortunately losing that race. But Jamie will certainly be back. I'm pretty sure we'll see him up in Sun City. The man lives for poker, certainly loves it, and loves seeing him around the poker table. Jamie, keep it going, son. Appreciate it.
It's like 100% C-bet.
Yeah, interesting stack movements out there leading into that break. You know, for the viewers out there, obviously we've just gone on a break on this side. There are 44 players currently left in. I can't give you an update, obviously, as to how many are left in live there, unless we get a screenshot in there. But we are certainly in for a banger, gents. The big stacks out there are some super pro players. You can jump onto the Poker News app and go check that out. Fairly alive and up to date. When I say fairly, obviously we can't report on the hands every single second it happens. But we can certainly get out there and give us a very good indication as to who's doing what the movements are like in the field. And Jared Solomon's looking
Looks like a very good
pretty
player.
formidable at the moment, looking dangerous.
He just looked happy.
Eliminating
Yeah.
players left, right, and center. David Hing still in with a very good shot. He had a live interview now, which you guys will see in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
David.
Yeah, looking good out there. Marco Nokia just eliminated another player. That's a bit of a spoiler alert. That's coming up soon. So yeah, our horses, guys, making some movements here. We like it. We love it. We love seeing it.
Here's an out of table.
18.
Action here, King Queen versus King 10.
Wait.
10 out of 10. That's the biggest turn ever. Jack of Spades. Oh, no. But move back to the feature table. Samuel under the gun. Looks like he's under the gun there. Picks up Pocket King. And while we move back.
Really?
While we move back to the action, Nick. I saw it earlier. Come up on screen. While you were away, I've managed to secure a very special guest who will be joining us at Hoppers 5 in the booth.
10,000 more.
Nice, we like it.
I cannot disclose who that might be as of yet.
Okay. Fair shot.
What I can tell you is he plays poker.
Oh wow, I thought we were getting a rugby analyst up here. Jeez, I'm so excited.
I'm probably sure he's also quite a rugby fanatic. All right, here we go. We've got Kings for Samuel under the gun. 18 to go. Nut has called. And Marco's also called with his Queen 5. Jack 9-6, 2 spades. And Nut picking up that cutter. Marco having none of it. And Samuel still out in front with his pocket kings. 66k in the middle. What does he opt to do, sizing-wise?
Especially in that seat. It's very bad, especially in the seat, because all the cards
Like
come
25K.
over.
25.
It's going to say something like Queen 10 suited or something like that, but it wasn't.
All right, 116 in the middle.
If I bet or flop, and he
And
folds,
we are going to the turn.
if you bet or flop, yeah.
7 of spades.
That's 35.
So obviously Samuel unblocking all the spades here. And then picking up a flush draw as well as still having that gut shot. I'd like to see Samuel size up here significantly,
Yeah.
really put max pressure on here.
10 seconds.
Probably about
At least like
80%.
70k.
78.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rounds about right, about 74,000.
35.
No, went small again.
So funny to watch how in tune the two of you are. I love it.
Yeah, it's easy for us. You know, we can see this and think, you know, what's optimal, knowing both players' cards. Maybe. But I think even if you Samuel here with 2 kings, no spade in your hand, you got to size up in this spot.
No, Nuts has
Yeah,
just
and
opted to flat. Sorry, Nick. 1 to come. 186 in the middle. No help for him on the river. Now this is interesting. Now, if he checks back, he could get another to fire off. Holding that Queen of Spades with a Queen blocker.
Swings the bills here.
Like I said, preferably give him that rope, folks. Give him that rope. Let him go. Let him have it.
285.
65.
You can make it 3.
I think he should just go for value. That's just my opinion. But I don't know.
Yeah,
What do I know?
Well, depending, I mean, guys, you can only go for value there if he's targeting a specific range of hands that he's putting an aunt on.
Yes.
So in that instance, you know, that one didn't work out. I do think, I mean, with watching it on throughout the series thus far, he's extremely aggressive. So, you know, checking that river, getting him, as Nick says, to give him that little bit of rope to hang himself with. He could just absolutely send the Lotsky, holding that Queen of Spades, you know, blocking hands of, blocking hands like Ace Queen and Ace King of Spades.
If you bet small on the turn, like Samuel did, and then could sense a bit of weakness or something like that.
Yeah.
So it could be like planning ahead and setting up a really great check raise. Anyways.
I'm going to be brutally honest there.
Okay, guys, good luck.
And I know a lot of a lot of people are not going to like this, but I really did not like his bet on the turn there. I think it's way too small. It allows far too many ranges to basically limp along there. There's a difference between creating value into a pot and giving too much away. And there I think he gave far too much value to Anand to come along with absolute spaceships if he wanted to.
Yeah.
And if Anand had the nut there, he's still flat calling and then bombing the river. Like, what does Samuel do there, you know? Look, I know, I'm not playing, I'm not out there. I have been in those spots, so I can't comment on it. I'm not talking from fact, I'm talking from opinion. But I certainly did not like that style of play there. Certainly not for me. And I'm pretty sure certainly not for you either, Jamie. Or Chris, for that matter. Chris? Yeah, no?
Hold on, Nick. We're just going to jump to the other tables here. 8 versus ace, 7 of spades. Ace in the window, but an 8 is there as well. Spade of the turn could make things interesting. It's top pair of flush draw then. Nope, no good. Lock up shop 8, finding the check mark. And looks like we are losing another player.
Yeah, Voter van der Merwe there, unfortunately, heading to the rails. Voter, again, missed the consistency on the poker, SunBet poker tour. So nice to see his face there. Well done in making the cash, sir. You deserve it for sure. But it's a little bit stiff there. I mean, you the window card and you go, yes, I'm ahead. And then you see the bottom card and you go, no, I've bombed out over here.
The early celebrations, yeah?
The early celebrations.
4,000 updates.
Hi, Jamie.
That's probably the fastest I've seen Jamie McCarthy move since he's been here.
He's never folded.
Eddie seems to wake up at 5 o'clock.
So quickly.
Eddie seems to wake up at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
He's on his 3rd coffee, so I mean, surely by now it's kicked in. So, well, wait, hang on. No, he still hasn't touched it.
I think that was your one.
Yeah, I don't drink coffee, mate. So I appreciate whoever bought it for us. I don't know who it was. Thank you for that. Gentleman and a scholar, sir.
I know.
That is it. But getting back to that king's hand you were discussing there, you know what? We can only give our opinion. The end of the day, the chips went to the right player, and such is. There's a look at what we have left. 48 players in the money. Ladders are going to be coming very soon. Money's going to go up. About 16 minutes left till the players go on a break, which in essence means we will be going on a little bit of a break. And you'll be joined back in the booth by Jamie and Nick.
Yeah, let's make him feel good. So
I'll be going to stretch my legs, going to keep an eye on my horses.
Yeah, I think the next pay jump comes 45th place.
Yep.
So a couple more to go there before there's a nice pay jump from 22k to 26k. Decent jump there. Well, I said 22k. It's actually technically 23k. It's 22,965. So it goes technically 23 to 26, and then 26 to 29,300 after that.
Right. With Henny Apple on the cutoff here.
510.
18,000 to call.
Huh?
10,000 more to call.
What has happened? What are you and what did you do, Anand?
Wow, small blind. Big blind call. But I just folded big blind. Thank you.
All in.
Don't give it to me. It's going to
Thank you.
Well, he has just ripped the lot for 216k. Over to Henny.
What happened?
Henny, make the call.
That
Go,
card
Henny.
Jinxed it, Teddy.
There's no possible way where Henny's making over the call there.
Oh, man.
I wonder if, Adam Shearer will be jumping in there, 10k. I have seen him floating around. He's still here for a couple of days, I take it. I see Joe Jardina, the super stack, trying to get all those points he can for the race to Sun City. 2 million rand free roll. Ed's still there in the main. Edgar still in there. And it looks like there's an all-in.
Where do you play online?
Thank you.
What's your name?
You like it? Thanks, man. I need a silver one, and I can also be Silver Surfer Junior. gold silver.
When people hear that, they usually shiver a bit, I'll be honest. Don't worry, you're beating your idol in person.
Mr. Anand, the D button must be in front of you, please. Thank you.
Can we give a penalty for this? No.
That's good. You're doing very well so far.
It's 8,000 to... You can get a penalty for hesitating.
It's 8,000.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm telling him. I know you know.
Okay.
But then he's going to make like 45 and be like, oh, no.
8,000. $20.
So as long as we get through our non.
You spoke too soon.
Yeah. I don't know why he even opened these hands. He always has it.
20.
So it looks like Marco raising 20k here from the cutoff with 10-6 off. Anant gonna call behind with 7-5 suited on the button. Gives John some good odds to defend his big blind with a suited queen. 2-3-9, 2 spades. John finds bottom pair.
Yeah.
He checks.
15 minutes, something.
Thank you.
35,000.
I was counting on you.
And Anant, being the aggressive player he is, leads out on this flop. 35, so it's half K pot. And he gets it through.
You reckon?
I didn't need to hit anything.
Now I know.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I was hoping a flush draw was coming.
One of us.
That does make one of us. He definitely did not.
I said I was
No, I'm
not
saying you
looking
didn't.
forward to it.
If I bet you were calling.
You know what's going to happen when you bet me there. Not exactly, but yeah, something.
The magical triangle.
Maybe, maybe not.
How do you remember AJ?
I remember? AJ, yeah. I busted him in the bounty. Yeah. It's your cousin. Fuck, now it's gonna be a double family massacre. Yes. Fuck, you shouldn't have said that. AJ.
You can see, take it from his score. His score was like 13-2. And then he got a
So
penalty.
Leon here
20.
with pocket kings.
It's coming back, family blood. Oh, fuck.
20.
Nice little 2.5 big blind raise. He's got 15 bigs behind. Does he get any customers? Let's see. John van Vest days and nothing for him. Marvin, perhaps 10-5 suited. Let's go.
One through for a change.
Unlucky Jehan.
Marco had to go for yes. Yeah.
But look at that, every time you pick a hand, you get zero value. Like
Zero.
nobody's got fucking
Yeah.
even fighting.
See, Marvin, I'm not stealing you. You're bullying the short stack.
Well,
Huh?
I had 10-5 of pots. I wasn't even planning on any raise. I was just holding. You know. If I had an ace there, I might have just jammed it. And if you
Lucky, hold up.
Did he show his hand?
Okay. Quinans. Okay. King.
Ace king.
Kings.
To the other tables there, you can see Jared Solomon, Stephen
actually
Courtney,
no
Manesh, SM, all cruising along very nicely there.
Yeah.
John Richards here picking up again, kings.
Yeah, is that correct? Back-to-back kings. Not sure what the suits were last hand. No, he's definitely not folding kings under the gun. That's a
Yes,
little
yeah, okay. That's just it's a delayed reaction from the readers there.
Yeah, it happens from time to time. Marco Jack 7 suited.
Cool, we got through a none.
Raises it up to 20k.
That's one down.
20.
That's two down.
3 down. Bring the chips there, Siggy. I paid for lunch.
So start moving.
Oh man, I love Marco's table banter and dynamics that he brings to the table. Needling all the oaks as they're going around the table. They're totally acceptable. Love seeing it. It creates way better views for us here as the commentators and for you guys as the viewers and listeners out there. It's a lot of fun watching him play. And for those of you who missed it early on, Marco's gran is present here at the event today, and certainly going to give him that extra little bit of boost that he needs from an emotional side of things. We love the emotional support, and it's certainly well needed. Yeah, Benjamin's still in the field there, doing well. Started the day as chip leader, not holding chip leader at the moment. Lost a couple of vital pots along the way, but he's certainly still boxing, and boxing well above stack average, which is great to see. I'm going to log on to pokernews.com to check out what the latest leaderboard updates are there. Jamie, let's have a look at it. Let's see who's doing what.
Yeah, so the chip counts haven't updated for the last hour or so. So I would love for that to update and give us some accurate readings. But for now, we're just going to have to get the info live on the floor. Looks like Henny Apple limping with 9-8 off here under the gun. Interesting.
8,000.
Implementing a bit of a limping is pumping strategy. It invites Anand Kumar to come along with his King 2 suited. Nothing for Marvin. Action on Sugi. Marvin could have. Oh no, it's quite short. Ace 6 suited for Sugi. Makes the call.
All in.
All in.
And Sean shoves his big blind. You love to see it. And that, folks, is why we don't limp. Free money for John Richards. Very nice.
Very nice, I like.
160. $1,072,000 minus the chair.
Well, this chair was only like $50 on the side of the street.
So we're taking off the round down flat million.
Oh, and I just love that shove from John. Take down 40k for free, baby.
You're ahead of it. You're ahead of it.
That's what I thought.
Look at that pot.
All right, I'm standing here with one of our friends from Tanzania, Kush. Kush, tell me about that double up you got just before the bubble there.
I was very tense before I was on the bubble, and I was just hoping I just get some good cards, and I waited, I was patient, and I got lucky, and I got double up.
There's a lot of friends back home on the YouTube stream calling for our Tanzanian friends to do well here. Anyone you want to give a shout out back to home?
It's maybe my friend, my best friend is over here, so I don't think anyone else.
All right, thanks for your time and good luck in the rest of the main event, buddy. Cheers.
I'll have that 7, thank you very much.
Let's go. Tanzania.
Yeah, 100%. No, Tanzania. We've got to respect it. You know, we spoke to a couple of them when we were there, and they always said, "Why do South Africans say it is Tanzania?" I have absolutely no idea, but it is meant to be Tanzania. Yeah, me neither. And our respect for what it is.
Tanzania.
And loved it. Jamie, save up. We're going into the year.
Yeah.
We're gonna go get our itch out. Yeah, all the itches and the scratches.
Sounds good.
Looking forward to seeing Tanzania at the end of the year. Certainly one to look forward to at La Grande in Tanzania.
Awesome.
The hospitality is cool. The vibes are lekker. The food is awesome.
And then you can also just pop over to Zanzibar when you're done.
Oh man, Zanzibar was the nuts. I did burn myself extremely badly the one day buying fake sunscreen on the side of the road. Just hashtag learn from my mistake. Take your own sunscreen because you never know what you're going to get that side. But yeah. Hey Brett, how are you, man? I think it's going. Always sporting the Liverpool gear. I love it. What a supporter of the club.
Always a YouTube star. Let's have lunch on camera as
I
well.
am certainly a massive Liverpool fan, and I'm very happy and proud to say it. So yeah.
You'll sabotage my show.
Go Liverpool! Let's win the league this season, please. Do it for Klopp. Hashtag go Klopp.
Oh, and our mics are all off, so you've got to put it through because
Just the chat. Right, the I'm here with chat David here all the way on- from Mauritius. David, you've had an incredible morning session so far. Just talk to us what's happened and gone right.
Well, I was short. Yesterday I had 4,000 chips. So I re-entered after I lost a flip on 1B. I would have been the chip leader at that time. So I was left with 4,000 chips. Then I told myself I won't re-enter again. Then I was patient, then came back today with 100,000 chips. And now seems getting better after 2 weeks of series of bad beats and everything. I talked to you earlier. It was terrible those 2 weeks, but hopefully should get better today and tomorrow.
All right, good luck for the rest of the tournament. Cheers, David.
Yeah, and David, definitely a guy I'm rooting for. We drove from the airport with him here to the casino, Times Square. But yeah, every time I chat to David, he just always gets it in ahead and never holds up. Oh, King's getting cracked here by Ace Jack.
Oh, I witnessed that hand was straight off that interview with David on the outer tables. A shame, gentlemen. I think his name's Ben. With Kings there versus Ace Jack, all in pre, only had 10 big blinds. Had to let that go. And we see him go out here. Oi! Jihan.
Trouble. Jihan. All the money's going in here. If the graphics are correct.
65,000.
Okay, Marco put in the 3-bet from his big line. And I won't be surprised to see the 4-bet rip from Gian. Yep, there it goes. Snap call.
All in.
Coming right up. Boom,
No.
boom.
Cards.
2 kings. Bad news for Gian.
Jesus.
Wow.
Shame, Gian here being a little bit unlucky. I mean, he got kings early on, raised it, no one called, and now finding queens against Marcus Kings. Very tough spot here, buddy. Very tough spot.
Never win this. It's insane that the reverse you just do.
Right, flop, no help there to Jihan. Still looking for 2 queens in the deck.
Yeah.
2 outs twice, like Chris would say.
2 hearts, nobody had a heart in their hand.
Gives him 8% equity.
Turn 9, only a queen.
Gila torturing the poor man.
Shot Marco.
Hold up.
GG's.
Kings hold up, and we see Gian exiting the tournament here.
Yeah, and Gian's been playing solid.
Right,
in the
that
event.
should be the break. We are very fortunate here. We get a really nice live interview with Gareth Khalil, which will end off the stream. So don't go away. It'll be on in about a minute, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. See you soon.
I was wondering what's going on. I was wondering what's going on. I wasn't getting any thoughts.
I think we'll be moved now, yeah.
They'll move first.
Oh, they'll tell us. No, they haven't. Oh, okay.
What is it?
Well, last day. Are you going to be here afterwards?
No,
I
somebody
thought
else.
we were getting some traction going.
I'll put it up.
You guys are moving, eh?
We're going to take it. I think it's one.
No, we take them off.
Mr. Henny, you a small blind.
Hey, Mr. Henny.
Button is yours.
Yes.
He was small blind, so now he's button. So any is button there.
Okay.
I believe I did it all right.
Perfect.
Hmm? Parila ba movie mosmo. They're not moving. Papa, how?
An incredible morning session there. Picking up that last pot going into the break. Talk to me, how's it gone for you? What has been the deciding hands for you in this morning session?
That one hand, I think when we just started, I had kings or aces, and it was a 3-bet. I was licking my lips, got the money in, and I was just happy to hold up.
And talk to me, what did it mean to you to win this first prize of R1 million plus? Are you looking forward to potentially lifting that trophy?
You know, all of us inside you are. I haven't won one in a long time. I'm long overdue, and it will be a nice Easter present.
All right, there you heard it from Gareth Khalil, one of the very known faces on the tour. Gareth, good luck out there, buddy. Cheers.
All right, and we are back from the break. As you can see, a new featured table, and I'm joined by a very special guest. Ryan, how are you, sir?
Down and dirty.
Get used to the complexities of the headset, so
No
it's
worries,
good to
buddy.
be here.
Thank you so much for taking the time out. I know you were a very big part in my poker journey from yesteryear, and you know, watching you and your two amigos kicking back and commenting on the action way back then from the Picks Peak side of things. You know, was very beneficial to me, and I'm just completely honored to have you join me in the box today. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, brother. That's a kind intro. Many years ago, commentating over basically pre-recorded episodes in Johnny Burren's studio with Mike Collett back in the days of the All Africa Poker Channel. A lot's changed in the game, and a lot's changed in production and live streaming. So it's quite nostalgic to think back to where we've come from. But it's great to be back here and watching some of my mates and some familiar faces on the TV table at the moment, coming back after the break.
Yeah, and speaking of your mates, we are fortunate enough to have you in the booth while one of your good mates, Jared Solomon, is on our feature table. This, my friend, should be rather entertaining.
Yeah, I think he was more worried about me coming in here than actually railing and sweating him, even though I tend to bring bad luck to most people that I am squeezing and sweating with. But yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. He is the chip leader at the table, and in fact, possibly the chip leader in the tournament at the moment. You
Yeah,
got the
just
chip
looking at
count
it,
there?
Jared's got 983,000. He's in seat 2, followed by Sarge. He's got 623. Mike Hussain, 173. Stephen Courtney's on 388,000. Manesh, 134,000. Ricky Toka is on 253. Dave and Guy, 580. Alvin P. 345. And yeah, that's it. So it looks like we've got a bit of a hand going here already. Manesh looks like he opened the button, and Dave completed, and Alvin coming along. We went out to a Queen 9 4-10 board. And yeah, looks like Dave rivering trips.
Yeah, that's
Manesh
going to be
finding second pair.
Yeah, that's a good card for Dave especially, and it's actually really bad for Manesh because it doesn't weaken his hand. He still beats a lot of them as draws. If he doesn't have a queen, his king 10 is going to be good most of the time, yeah.
See how he opts to navigate the spot. I mean, Manesh's only got 10 lines left, and he makes the call, and he's going to get the bad news. First time back after the break, and we're straight into it, huh?
Straight into it. Manesh is left with just a lifeline, 5 big blinds, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can maneuver his way out of this. Although by the graphics, I actually think that he has more than that. I think that might have been a bit misleading because he still looks like he's got, what's that? Must be 100, just over 100k there. So we'll wait and see when we get a better shot.
So are you still pretty much, I mean, you are pretty much involved in the scene these days. I'm guessing more behind the scenes than anything else. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about that? What's been happening in the life?
Yeah, I mean, I took quite a long hiatus out of the game for quite a long period of time. Got back into making an honest living. Not as decent a living, but yeah, the game's obviously changed a hell of a lot. And a couple of years ago, I've obviously stayed very close with Darren Cromer, and we've always been keeping really tight in terms of what business opportunities, and this opportunity with PokerBet came along where Darren pursued the channel to get a license, and as soon as that was sort of secured, I jumped at the opportunity to join forces, working with a good friend and somebody that I respect a lot, and getting back into an industry that I really do enjoy. And it's been an interesting ride. We've been going for about 18 months now, and lots of learnings, but it's great to see. The timing's been great. I think the sort of second poker boom post-COVID, managing to get out to the World Series last year, seeing record fields, and going back there again this year, hoping to take a bigger team from PokerBet out to Vegas. Yeah, it's been an exciting journey, and just seeing the sort of the caliber of the production. You know, these tournaments that SunBet and Mark Monster Jam have thrown really are slick and really well run. So It's been good to see the strength of South African poker being revived, because there was a little bit of a lull for a long period of time, and hopefully we see it go from strength to strength.
Speaking of South African poker, like you said, you took a bit of the hiatus. Looking at all these new faces that are coming up, and coming back into it, knowing what you knew then in comparison to what you knew now, did you find it quite difficult to adapt? Considering with all these guys going out there and studying and all this new material out there, how difficult was it for you to kind of make that transition back into the newer form of the game?
10-10. Yeah, I think I'm still struggling with it, to be totally honest. It's interesting because I've had stayed close with some of my smartest poker friends, and some of the guys that I think really do approach the game with some of the most insight and understanding. Some of us are old school, even Darren, Jared, they cut their teeth in the days before you had GTO and solvers. Whereas guys like Ahmed, Max, and the younger brigade of Marco and these guys that are coming through and getting results are studying a lot more. They're definitely working on a lot more simulations and runouts and looking at the charts. And so there's a lot of things that get done that it's completely contrary to the style of poker I played. And it's been a bit of let's try not to swear on the stream here, but a mind bend, trying to adjust to understanding these random solver plays with the suited ace-4s and stuff that never really existed in my era, I guess it's hard to argue against the computer, but you still see some of the pros like Sardell, Negronio, these guys that refuse to dig too deep into solvers and still want to play with their feel and their flair, so there's definitely room for them still in the game.
100%, mate. I mean, again, like Jamie was discussing earlier, we're not going to be a computer and be exact every time. These are just additional tools that help people get better and in the long run. We've seen some very interesting things happen throughout this tournament or throughout the series, nonetheless. And some be questionable, some not so much. But again, as long as everybody's having fun. The hand previously we saw Anand just shipped a lot in there. He did have 4 blinds. The stack that we saw belonged to Dave,
10,000
to his left. And
okay.
Yes, obviously Mike Hussein over there, line 11 on also a familiar face out there on the table. Stephen Courtney as well. Interesting table. I see Jed's also on that table.
Yeah, Jed grinding a bit of a short stack at the moment. I think probably sitting around 15 bigs, I think. So he's going to be looking for a spot to reshove and maybe pick up a third of his stack if somebody opens in front of him. But he's quite patient. He's definitely comfortable with the grind. Here you can see David from Mauritius opening with ace-jack in the hijack, standard 2.5x raise, and here you got Elvin next to him with jacks and 30 bigs. I know you guys were speaking about it earlier in the series about the right way to play jacks, and there's many ways to play them, and they're always wrong.
Yeah, 100%, mate. I mean, I guess it's all situational at the end of the day, but Elvin opting to go for that 3-bet in position, making it 105. Again, from Dave's aspect, are we getting folds out of ace-jack here, considering?
Yeah,
or does he get sticky?
This is interesting. I mean, I think ace-jack to a strong 3-bet like that, he's sized it up quite big. He's 4x'd his open. He's pretty much committed himself. You can't really see him folding, sticking a third of his stack in here to a hijack open. So Dave's, he's going to call another 75k here and be out of position with a hand that's not particularly playable. I think this is just a standard fold. And
Yeah, on the money there, buddy.
In the back.
But as we saw, Sully also picked up ace-jack there. I mean, if the guys were deep, I could see some crazy things happening.
I think Sully's, and as much as I want to find the fault here, I think in his wisdom in his older years, he knows he doesn't need to mix it up. He's got 10k committed in the big blind. He's got a hugely dominant stack, and he's definitely going to be able to leverage that. I just think he saw the warning signs of such a big committed 3-bet from Elvin there. Definitely interesting. I mean, seed 1 and 2, you're looking at Sarge and Jared. I mean, they both got big chips. I was very impressed with Sarge last night in the final session. I watched a lot of that in bed at home, and he really impressed me. He had a great sense of where he was at in most hands. He picked some amazing spots to 3-bet and squeeze, and he just tended to seem like he was in control, which yeah, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with, and I think maybe a little bit of mutual respect between him and Jared with such big stacks. It'll be interesting to see if they look to target the other side of the table more often.
100%. We're picking up the action here with Alvin on the hijack. Pocket It's coming off 36 effective.
Raise up to 30,000.
That's for
3x
standard.
open.
Yeah, 3x open. Jet out the way.
32 tap.
That'll go in the muck. I mean, Alvin is just always tends to be here, hey? I think he finished in top 3 in the race to Vegas last year. If he was just either just in or just outside the top 3.
Keep it like that.
But he has made many deep runs, and he's got good card sense.
No, 100%. And speaking of Vegas, you know, Poker has put together a great initiative. If you could give me a bit more information around that, and if it's still running, I personally haven't had a chance to jump on that yet and get involved. Life's just been a bit hectic. But yeah, but if you want to just give us some info around that and how guys can try and stand a chance to join Team PokerBet out in Vegas.
Yeah, so we've already had 2 players secure seats. One of which was in the play of the series, Adam Wolf, at the end of last year at the SA Online Poker Series. And then we had a Vegas free roll, guys had to qualify playing X amount of hands, and that was won by our very own head of production, son-in-law, Chad Binder. So looking forward to those 2 joining us, and we've got a couple more players that we hope to see. We're just seeing an all-in on the outside table there, Ace-10, who seemingly has the Ace-6 at rest.
Yeah, it's a chop pot, huh?
Yeah, gets lucky. I think Marvin's a little bit bleak because robbed of a full double up there. But yeah, back to the Vegas topic. Yeah, we're currently in the middle of a campaign that we called Win a Trip to Vegas, but the trip was also a try for 3 monthly millions that we ran January, February, and one coming up actually should be the end of March, but it's going to be on Easter Monday in April, early April. We're running 3 monthly minis and 3 monthly millions. Basically, the minis are just a 1/10 of the size of the millions. And the points that the guys are earning, GPR points, same as that are running the SunBet stuff, they will qualify for a top 8 leaderboard shootout final. Based on their chip stacks, and or chip stacks will be based on their points accumulated going into that final shootout, and the winner's going to win a package to Vegas to join us. It's the package is basically that we see a set of 4s against Ace Queen. Set of 4s is going to belong to Nick Sisso, who knocks out. Jeez, now I've just gone blank.
It's Johan.
No. Reynard van
Reynard. That's it.
Nick looks like he won a big pot there, and he's got big chips there.
10,000 to play.
Yeah, also another staple in the series, and always running deep in all the events.
Yeah, Nick goes way back. Well, Nick and I go way back. I was at school with his younger brother, a year above him, and I've known Nick from Pretoria days. Geez, since I was left high school, basically. Hell of a character. It's not often I can be in the company of someone and struggle to get a word in, but with Nick, you're basically fighting for 5% of the airtime. There we see Marcus Sain shoving Queen Deuce suited for 15 bigs on the button, just ripping it in, and fortunately for him, nobody wakes up with anything in the blinds, and he's going to pick up another 25,000 chips there. Marvin looks like he's all in again here after his Ace-10 versus Ace-6.
Button moves.
And I think he survived again.
Yeah, I mean, now that the money bubbles burst, you see a lot of these short stacks going to be pretty light. You know, the ladders are not as significant as they would be the closer we get to that final table, but still, it's money jumps nonetheless. Any specific strategies that you're going to be putting in place now, considering the money or the bubble has broken
10,000
from that end?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like you say, the guys who were sort of 15 down to 10 bigs are basically...
10,000.
Sorry, we're getting sidetracked here by Yeah, like you said, the laddering and the ICM doesn't come into effect really right now. You're looking for an opportunity to get your chips in, but I also think sometimes I picked up guys in that sort of 12 to 18 big blind. I often just see guys absolutely panicking and getting it in way too light. Not realizing that you know, you can actually fold down to, you know, 10 bigs, even less, and still have fold equity, especially in a field where you feel like, you know, if you just manage to pick up a few chips, you can still maneuver. This was my game. This was what I'd actually probably became too much. This is going to be an interesting board here. Jared looks like he just opened and Manesh defended.
Yeah.
I would imagine a small C bet, but that's a very interesting check behind. Jared disguising the fact that he's got a nut flush draw, which most people would be betting here. Turn card.
Big Jared will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think he'll try a little delay C bet here?
No, he doesn't want to. I mean, he does want to get check raised off his hand there. That's a dream card for him on the river. Manesh making top there. Jared checking twice, so he's got no reason to not think his king good here, especially considering Jared didn't bet the flush draw. And now it's a case of sizing. Manesh
goes for 20,000.
No, you see, he definitely doesn't have 22k left, so we were right to go wrong. Manesh's chips are on his left. He's definitely got another 150 in his stack. And now it's a case of Jared wanting to, if he puts him on a king, how does he target the size there? He's obviously hoping he's got a 7 here, somehow miraculously.
Up to 110.
He's made it 110, another 90k more. And if I'm looking at Manesh's stack on his left there, that looks like 130, 140k. He stacked the 3 blues and 5 pinks to make 100 in the front. But this might be targeting too much of his stack to get him to call here. But again, Jared's hoping he's got more than just a 1 pair hand and just doesn't believe in that he's made a flush here.
Went with Manesh here. I mean, Jared extremely methodical in his thinking, not rushing anything, making sure that the sizing is correct, especially targeting those King X hands.
Looks like a sign of someone that's going to fold and show his king.
Yeah, he open folds and shows the king. Jared taking down another pot.
Yeah.
So with the you know, Poker News coming on board for the main event, how do you see that helping South African poker grow?
Well, I mean, that's a no-brainer. You're getting access to easily the biggest live reporting poker website in the world. I mean, we all sit there following all the events in Europe and World Series. It's so great to have them here covering the. It can only lead to more foreigners getting exposed to the fact that we've got a really well-run series. I see there's direct links to the stream on the Poker News website as well, so that's going to show the pictures that you're seeing right now. And I think that a lot of foreigners, and especially the Europeans, there's no jet lag. There's not a lot of time zones. They can pop down here with their euros and literally get to experience some of the better stops in the country, come and play poker against fields that, I mean, let's be honest here, are definitely softer than most of the European fields. And then they get to possibly see Cape Town or Kruger Park or a lot of tourist stuff in South Africa as well, whilst getting to play poker in a really well-run event. I think it can only be plus EV, as we say. And we look forward to hopefully a long-term relationship with Poker News coming out here and covering more series around the country.
Over to Stephen Courtney, King Jack suit on the cutoff, opting to put in a bet. What size did you go for? 22k at 5, 10, 10.
Pretty standard open there. Manesh is obviously a little bit short now after these last couple of pots he's lost, and he gets rid of the 3s, which maybe if he was a little bit deeper, he wouldn't maybe set mine. But Stephen gets that through, and he's going to just chip up nicely. He's sitting on about 350. Mike Hussain looks like he'd rather be somewhere else.
Sure.
So I haven't seen Mike in years, though. It's good to see he's doing well. And besides Vegas, is there any other kind of ideal stop for you that you would like to make or go and play?
Yeah, EPT Barcelona. I mean, Darren and I and the team at at PokerBet, we always looking at, like, we don't want to only go to Vegas. You know, yes, that's obviously the holy grail. I don't think we're at a size yet where we can start running any packages to Triton Series. There we see an outside table all-in with the nuts against somebody with a pair and a open-ender. 9 to split is the only card that might be... oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
That's insane. Hey, that's crazy.
Yeah, it reminds me of the commentator's curse when you're watching cricket, huh? It's like you don't say it and then it comes up.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 outs in the deck and he finds it. It looked like Benny was involved in a big hand there against Jody. No, that's Roy Baton on the button. Knowing how aggressive Guppy is, he could very easily have got it in with a pair and an open-ender there. And he got lucky.
Fair raise. Up to
Yeah, back to the topic of the tour. I think that to us, like, and I said that to a couple of friends asking me after the long hiatus. It'd been 14 years since I'd gone back to Vegas. And the question was, how was Vegas? And I was like, Vegas was okay, but the World Series was amazing. It was incredible to be back there at the World Series. But for me, if they had it in any other country, it could be just as good. You're there for the cards. Vegas is something you definitely want to see and experience, but it was very different coming back after many years in my 20s where there was a lot of hedonism and a very unhealthy lifestyle, a lot of gambling in casinos, sports betting. To come back there now, I'd like to maybe experience more of the poker world and get into an EPT Barcelona. We obviously back in 06, 07 got to go to the Aussie Millions, which doesn't take place at the Crown Casino anymore. There was a lot of dodginess going on with some money laundering claims with the guys that ran Crown. But I've seen that there's news of Sydney wanting to put on a big flagship event, which would be cool as well, because you can always combine that with a lot of the sport that's on at that time of year. We got to see a lot of cricket and Aussie Open tennis when we were there in Melbourne over Jan. But yeah, EPT Barcelona would be great. Maybe even a stop at Marrakesh. It looked great. The guys that went up for WPT in Morocco looked like it was a great stop, and Max obviously got a huge result there. But yeah, we're always thinking of new stops and somewhere else that we'd like to maybe take a team out to and experience a different poker culture for a change.
10,000.
Yeah, look, it's always great. I mean, it's only going to be beneficial to you as a player to go see what's out there and kind of broaden your mind. And from my ask, you spoke about going to Vegas all those years ago and then coming back. How did you find the change of venue?
Yeah, that was great. Let's just stop and look at Stephen waking up to a pair of red queens here. He's opened again, 22K, not adjusting his sizing regardless of position or card strength. Manesh has looked for an opportunity. He's reshoved 135, and this, to be honest, is one of those spots where I feel that somebody with 13.5 bigs, maybe just the frustration of what's been going on in a couple of pots, you come a little bit eager to get it in. He's reshoved the ace-7 off. And Alvin in the small blind has got a decision with ace-jack for a third of his stack. As we see a play on the outside table busting out. Obviously, we know Courtney's not going to fold here. And I think Alvin with a play behind is going to just get away, which he does. And Courtney will beat him in the pot, and he'll be about 80% here.
Are you spot on there?
You need to adjust because it should be only 70-30 when he's got another ace live. And we know that ace-jack's folded, so Stephen's going to be in a great shape here to look like he'll chip up to over the $500,000 mark. Manesh's tournament last on the line.
Yeah, 3 to come.
That's a lot. That's good night, nurse.
Wow.
How's that for a lot? I mean, if you're going to go out in style, at least don't get some gross beat where you flop the ace and turn the queen. Just rather keep drawing absolutely stone cold on the flop.
That's it, mate. Manesh, well played, sir. GG. Always a pleasure watching you. Always a pleasure having you on the feature table. Taking home a nice little chunk of change for his efforts.
Yeah, and segues nicely actually into your question about being back at Vegas and the change. I was fortunate enough to find some form in the main event this year, and actually finished as the second deepest South African. Manesh was the last man standing, flying the flag into, I think he finished in the 400s, somewhere around there on day late day 5. He got a horrendous beat where he got it in with like a set of jacks against a king on an ace jack ace board, and the guy rivered another king or something to make a. It was just a ridiculous beat that he took. But yeah, Vegas, great venue change. I mean, the last time I was there was playing in the Rio. There we have another. Gee, it just seems like everyone's flopping quads here. That's insane. But that's Renette Shimani picking up a big pot, knocking out an old friend of mine that I used to play with back in the days with a lot of the Greek guys in Pretoria when I still lived up here. Costa Katsiakiris. Nice to see him back and cashing in his first live event in over 5 years. Great character, Renosta, Costa Renosta.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see a lot of guys coming out of hiatus to come have a go again. Like you said, like the resurgence of the game is really picking up, and a lot of old faces, a lot of new faces, and you know, it does make for an extremely tough time.
It does indeed. It's good to see the guys coming back again. Definitely exposure to the stream. We got Jared who picked up jacks under the gun. Made a standard 2.2x raise. Interesting call from David on the cutoff with 4 deuce of clubs. These two are pretty deep. You see well over 70 big blinds effective stacks. And Sarge will probably defend from the big blind with his ace-10. He's also sitting with a big stack, 64 bigs. Yeah, 3-way to a flop. Let's see what kind of juicy board texture we can get here.
Wow.
What are we watching here, guys? This is insane. I mean, this is insane because Jared could actually see bet quads here, and he'll be called by the 4 because David's definitely going to look him up at least once.
100%. But if he goes to c-bet, what sizing does he go for? We're going like maybe 1 big blind, 2 big blinds, that's too obvious.
You just can't c-bet, yeah. I mean, you really cannot. You have to let somebody catch up. Hopefully somebody's got a small pocket pair, or you just let somebody, you throw them a little bit of rope. Sarge quickly out the way, and don't think Jared's going to fold this.
Right, so 17k is the bet from Dave.
Let's just check call. Check call here, and the worst thing that could happen to Dave would be to find another 4 here. There we got a gut shot straight flush draw, and now a turn. Yo, that has missed the world. Yeah, top pair.
Too many out syndrome.
Exactly. Let's get back to the feature table here because we're definitely going to see some interesting action on the turn. We don't know
26.
yet what the turn card is. We're still stuck out on the outside table here.
Yeah.
Looked like Jared. Interesting. So he now donk leads the turn after having check called the flop. Small sizing, making it really tempting. They have interesting dynamic. I watched a hand before the break on the outside table where exactly this happened. There was a check raise on the turn. This is not a check raise. This is him leading, taking it away from Jared. I mean, this is a dream scenario. Don't know what the... Just watching an outside table all in. Ace Queen, Ace King of Hearts against Queen Jack of Diamonds. Queen Jack at risk. Queen Jack takes the lead. Ace King looking for 6 outs twice.
It sounds like Jared's just called.
Which is the right thing to do, yeah. Oh, the river 6 outer, and Queen Jack is going to bust out. Horrible way to go. And that looks like Chad Curry who busts with a Queen Jack. And the field thins out as we head into the evening on day 2 of the SunBet Times Square main event.
Looks like we're at the showdown, yeah?
I think check on the river. Dave maybe happy that he didn't try and take another stab or represent the jack when Jared had both of them. Jared looking miserable as he scoops in another pot. So far, I've seen him win 3 hands and look like he couldn't be more unhappy about them.
Doesn't want to give anything away, eh?
No, I think he also, you know, when you play at that level and you really are aspiring to make the right sizing and the right decision at every street and play as optimally as possible, when you do overbet and you don't get called, you often end up getting frustrated that maybe you just make a mistake, even though you've won a pot. You're not results orientated, you're process focused rather. And that, I guess, is what it takes to sort of keep your game constantly refined and continually improving, because we know this is a game that you can never solve. You just want to play as optimally as possible and make the best decisions at each step of the way, I guess. Sarge. Picks up Sarge and Jared in the blinds now. Mike under the gun gets out the way. They're playing a little bit shorter-handed now, having lost Manesh.
Maybe find a little updates, yeah. Updates on the field. We'll get to for you. Jed picking up ace-king on the button. 18 bigs effective.
The interesting one, because I don't like the open rip here. Your hand is, you actually almost want somebody to find a worse ace in the blinds and maybe 3-bet shove on you. I think you want to definitely at the stack size entice some action, and maybe just open to 22k and hope that somebody finds something to shove on you, and maybe they shove the king, queen, king, jack. Jed's gone with the over shove.
Sarge out the way.
Sarge and Jared out the way. Against those two especially, when you know that they have the ability to put pressure on you, I think this is an opportunity where you want to take, you've got ace-king, you've been patient enough, and you want to completely maximize the opportunity for a full double against someone like Sarge, someone like Jared with big chips in the blinds. They could easily 3-bet you, put the pressure on you, and maybe you get it in sort of 3-1 favorite, which is what you want to take at this stage with under 20 bigs. Another all-in on the outside table, ace-jack of clubs at risk against queens. They've taken the lead, finding the ace on the flop. And the jack on the turn doesn't change anything, still 2 outs for the queens.
Wow.
Nice to make jacks full when you're all
give you
in.
the information because you know it anyway.
So Jamie's joined us back at the booth. Ryan, Jamie, Ryan.
Nice
Jamie's
to meet you, Jamie.
a nice little young and up-and-coming from Cape Town. Figured he'd join us in the booth. You can pick your brain a little. It's always interesting.
Nice to meet you, Jamie. I've been listening to you on the stream this weekend. It's been nice to hear some fresh voices. Yeah, it's a different generation. I mean, you must be well my junior. Are you your sort of experience in the poker world? Have you been grinding a lot, studying a lot?
Yeah, so I'm pretty new. I've only been playing for a year, seriously. But yeah, I'm completely enthralled and sucked in, so yeah, I'm loving it.
You got a lot of knowledge for a man only playing for a year, so it's been nice to hear.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Oh, that was lovely.
Do yourself a favor, Jamie. Go back, go look on YouTube and go see if you can find some of Ryan's classic stuff that influenced a lot of the game in Cape Town and the whole of Africa itself. Yeah, it was really wicked, mate. I mean, I was watching him when I was still in school.
Awesome.
Yeah, commentating on stuff, him and the other Ryan and Dave. Too. Look at this.
Awesome. Wow.
So the ace-4, I think, was that Micah's sand shove? Or did he get called by ace-4?
Looks like he got called by ace-4. Mike was short, if we weren't mistaken, huh?
Yeah, he was pretty short. He just... Yeah, he's going to hold up there. No, I've still got it out. No, okay.
It was the other way around.
He was in the blinds, and it looked like Sarge opened the button with aces, and Mike reshoved his ace-4, hoping that Sarge was on a rock, and he was not. Sarge will chip up to what must be putting him close to 800k there. And he's a definite force to be reckoned with. In fact, I'm just watching him play last night. Obviously, I got my favorites and my mates and stuff, but if I had to pick somebody that I just have a hunch is going to go very, very deep here, I think Sarge is in for a shout.
Yeah, Sarge was playing really, really well last night. It was really cool to watch him just dominate that feature table for the majority of the day. And yeah, he's certainly playing on form and playing to his strengths. And yeah, it's really cool to watch.
Yeah, you see, it's such an interesting thing to watch players with some are incredibly studied. They understand all the pre-flop charts and all the different ranges, and then you get some other guys that you know they don't really study, and you know that they're not particularly maths savant or anything like that, but they have an incredible card sense. and they just often have such a good feel of where they are in a hand, where their opponent is in a hand, when to pounce and apply pressure. And last night was textbook from Sarge in terms of finding perfect spots to 3-bet in position, to squeeze. And again, I mean, I know it was a short sample period of 30, 40 hands, but his timing was just impeccable. He got max value when he had hands. He found opportunities to squeeze and steal when he didn't. And yeah, it was just a very good example.
10, 25.
Jared on the button.
Looks like Dave's opened up here. And we're just waiting for the graphics to catch up. Jared's pondering something here.
Yeah, opening up to 25k from Dave, and these two history looks like a 3-bet coming from Solly. I'd imagine somewhere around 55, 60k.
Up to 65.
There we go, 65,000 in position. Yeah, this is where Jared's good. When he's got chips and he's in the zone and he sort of is holding up in his hands, he just keeps the momentum. He'll put pressure on people. He'll pick up perfect spots with the card edge position. We don't know what David's got here, so.
Looks like he's interested in that.
Yeah, another all in
Ryan
and
comes
outside
to the
table.
box. Comes to the box and people start dropping. We see three hands after each other, quads get knocked out. King Queen versus Jack 10. Jack 10
One of my favorite hands on the left there. They both flop a little piece, a little backdoor club action, some backdoor straight options here. There's the backdoor clubs coming to effect. 14 outs, I think. And gets there.
Wow.
Jack 10 is going to win 2 pair, and looks like survives. That's John. Van der Westhuizen with a King Queen, unfortunately getting rivered for his tournament life. Good showing from John. He was actually in our inaugural Team Poker Bet Club Champs team that won here a year ago. And it was great to meet him, and it was great to see him have a nice deep run. If I'm not mistaken, he won a satellite on our site, which is always nice to see. We always funk for the guys coming through. And he's a real gentleman. Sad to see him not hold up there, but a good result and a nice cash to take home with him.
Catching up with the action here. Dave opened, Jared 3 bets. Looks like Dave called. And 222 in the middle as we get to the river.
Yeah, there must have been some action on the flop. So there was 130, so I'd imagine a 40k bet and then a check turn. And looks like the river here. I wonder if Dave's going to look for value. I don't see Jared trying to bluff away here. Leads 75. Question is, what does he beat? He's got the ace of clubs, which blocks a lot of the nut flush draws that he could have been check called against on the flop. 75 into 300. It's tempting because you only need to be right 1 in 5 to break even, yeah? And you've got a lot of chips, it's only 7% of your stack. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little hero call from Jared, and I don't think it's the worst.
Does look a bit perplexed there, looks on his face. I mean, probably going through the same motions you've just done now for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, maybe he gets away with it because he's got the ace of clubs here. That might be the only differentiator. But I suppose he does beat King Queen of clubs, King Jack of clubs, those kind of hands that could have called a 3-bet pre, especially with the history and the stickiness they've got between them. Time bank chips, yeah, he's going to call. 4-1. He's going to be bleak to see. I don't hate the call. Like I say, little dent like that. If he picks up that pot, he picks up another 300,000. If he loses 7% of his stack. Sometimes it's worth it, just on the off chance that you are ahead. But you could almost see with the pain, and he was expecting to see what David turned out.
Yeah, it's a fun game, I tell you. Always puts you to the test. Jamie, how are we looking on the YouTube side of things, my good man? Anything interesting? No questions coming in there for Ryan from the viewers out there? Pretty sure they're all ecstatic to hear you back on the mic.
No, it doesn't seem like
Or
it.
they've fallen asleep.
Guys, yeah, anyone who is interested, please go ahead, shoot some questions our way. I'm sure Ryan would be more than happy to answer a couple questions if you do have any.
Yeah, there's Sean. Is that Sean Zuckerman? I could imagine. I don't know where he wants me to go, but I will go.
Go, bro.
Do we know how many players are left in the field at the moment? If we look on
That
the
we're going to
floor.
have a look at now. Let me just reach across there and
Rates
see if
up
my
to
eyes will work that. Well,
25,000.
Looks like 33 from here.
I'm not carrying shit.
about 33 by the looks of it. I can get that confirmed for you shortly. Yeah, there's been loads of eliminations thus far, but back to the action here.
I mean, believe it or not, you might think we're watching highlights here with the amount of cards Jared's getting hit by, but I suppose this is how you get 1 million chips in a tournament. You just get dealt a premium hand every second hand. Here we get a 3-bet, Jed opening Jack 10 from his 20 big blind starting stack to 2.5x, and Jared 3-betting. Unless somebody wakes up with a hand behind, I think this just gets through, and Jared gets back a few chips from last hand. Nick Sisso joining the table. This could bring a little bit more action. Nick's coming with a big healthy stack. He looks like he could be close to 800 there.
So hypothetically, if Jed did have a hand that he could 4-bet shove with, what would Ryan do with his pocket nines there? Is it a 3-bet fold, or would he call off 20 big blinds?
I think once you, let me just do the math here, 75 each, 150 and another 120. He's going to be calling, yeah, like 120 into 270 with some of the antes and blinds, and he might even be getting 5 to 2. You're going to just, again, it's 120k out of his 800 balance. He's probably calling off and hoping to be up against Ace King, Ace Queen.
Yeah,
it's not a call you want to make, but because of his sizing there, I think he's almost committed himself against Jed's stack.
Okay,
you got to.
Cool.
Is that Marco studying the stream? Marco's got chips there again. I mean, he never seems to not have chips.
Yeah.
Very entertaining player, though, he is.
He is.
Picks some very strange lines.
Listen, he's got an absolutely fearless approach to the game. It's funny, I think, like, when you come into the game with an inherent aggressive strategy in the early stages, and you maybe find a bit of form to back up your obvious skills. You know, he studies the game a lot, puts in a lot of work. Very passionate about it, and he does share ideas with some of the top players as well. But when you come in the early days and you haven't gone through that period of complete variance where you cannot win, you get it in with a set against top pair and they make backdoor flush every time, where you get it in with, you know, kings versus queens and they make 4 card flushes. Here we got a short stack shove from Ricky Toka with 4 bigs. Nick in the big blind, and blind, just calls with queen high, and I mean, you're not going to be in terrible shape. 40% chance here to double up for Ricky.
Yeah.
He's flopped the jack, so he's taken the lead, and Nick's looking for running clubs, running straight or a queen. Ricky and his dad with the last father-son combo in. Looking good to the river, dodging 3 outs. I lie, an 8 would give him a straight as well. Sorry, 7 outs. He holds,
nice.
And he's still alive. Do we know if his dad's still in on the outer tables?
No, his dad is unfortunately busted.
Okay, all right.
So Ricky, that's it. So getting back
Ryan,
to...
we've got some questions from Gareth Duncan in the chat.
Gareth from Concept Poker. Jeez, that was 2006. I remember going to Vegas the first time I ever went there, and All Africa were obviously the Pix Peak team and the All Africa Poker Channel were starting to look at getting a opportunity to broadcast poker in South Africa. For Pix Peak, it made a lot of sense. Obviously, with the grey areas of being licensed as an online casino in Swaziland, in the common monetary area with South Africa, there was a lot of grey area as to whether they were or weren't allowed to accept South African customers and to operate here. They did a massive role in growing South African poker. It was, you know, where I got exposed to it. And we got an opportunity, kind of sort of similar. I was probably 25, 26.
All in.
Studied the game a lot back then. I mean, Jed's shoving 18 bigs with ace queen here. From under the gun +1, that's pretty standard. It looks like he's getting a lot of quick folds. Nobody's got anything even worth thinking about. But back to the channel, All Africa, then bought a channel from DSTV, from MultiChoice, channel 121, and they obviously streamed a lot of the All Africa poker content on there, and then bought some of the other content through ESPN and started streaming some of the older WPT stuff, some of the old World Series of Poker stuff. It was a lot of fun. Very different, like I said, when we came on here. We used to commentate over pre-recorded and edited episodes. So this was a month after All Africa. We'd go to the studio and record as if we were seeing it live, but we knew the results. It wasn't always as easy to feign surprise when there were some miracle runouts. But it was good fun, and myself, Ryan Dre, and David Dadich, yeah, we had an Ask the Commentator show on the channel as well. I mean, none of us are really professional poker players, well, not even close to professional poker players anymore. But back then we tried to give our insight like you guys are doing now. Maybe didn't get it right all the time. Oh, look at this. The dream time. He's just doubled with Jack Deuce and picks up aces 2 hands later. He shoves his 9 bigs in, but you desperately want somebody to have something to call you with. And it doesn't look like it. Now Elvin for 80k more, which is just over 30. He's not going to gamble. And Ricky's a bit unlucky that nobody opened in front of him or had anything worth trying to hook him out with.
I remember one episode that I'll never forget was when the final table, I'm not too sure what year it was, but John Tabatabai came through and absolutely demolished everybody on that table. You know, watching that, it was just an absolute another level of poker back then that he was playing in my mind.
2008, February maybe, or 2007, November. One of the two. I missed both of those, funnily enough. I had back-to-back weddings, one of my best mates and one of and my sister, actually. But John came out there and steamrolled the field. And then we actually, myself and Darren, went to play in the Irish Open in EPT in late 07 as well. And we managed to hang out with him and a couple of his mates. He came out here for a couple of series as well. Gary Lenton brought him out back in the day. Yeah, he came second in the World Series of Poker Europe to Annette Obrestad, OMG Annette, who was, I think, 19 at the time, female, Norwegian, just an absolute machine, fearless, like that era of Scandinavians coming out when Gus Hansen was sort of the most famous of them. They bred quite a few seriously good poker players. Peter Eastgate won main event in 08, I think. And they were fearless, and they were doing stuff that nobody understood back then. And Annette was just a machine. She obviously she won World Series of Poker Europe and couldn't go and play the main event the next year because she wasn't 21 yet.
That's insane, isn't it? I mean, talking about you know, guys coming back and doing fantastic things. I mean, Barney Boatman, you know,
what a story!
Winning
68 years old.
Wow.
I mean,
Yeah,
I think Nick Sisso's almost 68. He could take this down. Yeah, Barney Boatman. I mean, I played against his brother Ross in Aussie Millions like 15 years ago, and Barney was already an old statesman of the game back then. You know, he was, if I'm not mistaken, part of the Hendon mob originally.
Yeah.
Swami, and yeah, I mean, these guys were the OGs of British poker, and to see
that's a
him
name
pick
I
up
haven't heard in ages. Rampaswani. He taking the back.
Crazy horse. Yeah, I mean, these are the guys that I grew up sort of watching, studying. Some great characters. I think David, the Devilfish Elliott, was also part of that generation of British superstars. He was a nutter. Ricky, again, finding a hand worth shoving. He's now got 11 bigs. He gets it in with ace-8 in under the gun +3. This could be interesting. David's got 80 bigs, and he has an 11 big call with a pair of 5s. Good discipline. I hate calling the small pairs there because you're praying you're up against something that is flipping with you, basically.
Yeah.
I think that's yours.
Jed's going to get out the way in the small blind, and Sarge has nothing in the bigs. So Ricky has now tripped up from 5 bigs to, or actually had 4 bigs when he shoved on Nick. He's tripped up to 15.
Yeah, he's doing fantastically. Like, you know, no fear there. Also, a nice little run of cards. He's doing extremely well. So when you were studying back in the day, you know, in the old days, you know, you had, you know, Dan Harrington's books, Harrington on Hold'em, Doyle's stuff as well, that big Bible that he put out there. What else were you reaching for?
Too, brother. Yeah, I think
that's it.
Super System 2 was the Bible back then. I mean, everyone learns about suited connectors and the power of deep stack poker and what hands play well with different chips, stack sizes. And I think these guys were writing these books purely off their experience of what they've watched. And obviously they can do the math, but they weren't running these solvers and these permutations with computing power. They were just writing what they'd seen. And Doyle, we know, spent years around the table. I think Super System was up there. Dan Harrington wrote great books on Tournament Hold'em. And Negrenu's book was really great. What was it called? It was also, I don't even remember the name. Probably came out in about 2008-9. Hansen wrote a book, Every Hand Revealed. I found it interesting, actually. This was my lucky break into poker. I'd gone over to Aussie Millions because a couple of mates had won packages through all Africa, and I went there grinding like the lunchtime 20s on Silver Sands and Pigs, and didn't have much of a bankroll. Slept on Joe Romi's couch, and then won a satellite into the main event of the Aussie Millions, and Gus Hansen ended up winning it. And I got to play at his table with about six tables left. They shrunk to 6-handed with 36 left. And I sat down and he had a monster chip stack. But the thing I found interesting was after every single hand, he was just reciting in Danish into his, he had like an old school dictaphone. Yeah. And he was just talking through every hand, and I had no idea what he was doing and didn't realize he was going to write a book after it. And he came out with this book, Every Hand Revealed, where literally every hand did he VPIP, basically. He spoke about why he did what he did. And one of the most interesting things that I picked up, you know, Gus comes from a maths background. He was a world champion backgammon player, seriously smart guy when running. And backgammon was well before poker. Backgammon, it's Snowy that was doing solvers and running permutations on best moves. And it was an amazing thing to watch Gus understand the tiny intricacies of poker, one of which was he adjusted his aggression frequency based on the anti-ratio. So we're playing in that Aussie Millions. I'll never forget, we played at 500, 1,000 was 100 anti, or 5,000, 10,000 later was 1,000 anti. But at 612, it was 2,000 anti. And now all of a sudden the big blind went from 1/10, anti went to 1/10 of big blind to 1/6 of a big blind. And literally just on that change in the maths, he would adjust his aggression frequency, because you're picking up more big blinds relative to your steals when you're playing 612 with a 2,000 ante. Obviously in today's day and age we play with a big blind ante, so it doesn't change. There it would change the maths now in terms of shorthandedness, where you're putting in an ante more often. Yeah, we got a bit of action here. Courtney raising under the gun, standard 22.2x. Elvin calling in hijack, and Jared in the small blind maybe sensing a bit of a squeeze opportunity here.
Yeah, 100 bigs on the dots, 1 million chips. Now he opts to get away from it.
Interesting.
Yeah, getting back to what you were saying though, like it's those slight little adjustments. Yeah, it's a slight little adjustment. You don't need to change everything.
Yeah,
slight
and
adjustments go a long way.
Yeah, it was fascinating to just hear the way he plays hands and get into the mind of Gus. At that stage, he was an absolute machine. He obviously, we know, there we have Jack 9 on a Jack 6-6 board, all in against aces. Those are the dream spots when somebody shoves in with 2 outs against you.
26,000.
But yeah, Gus, just to finish off with him, like to understand the way this guy's mind worked. I mean, we know he had a horrible run online. He got absolutely rinsed on full tilt poker and disappeared from the world of poker. But he really, at that stage, he came out to South Africa. He played in a couple of the World Series of Poker Africas at Emeralds Casino. Hell of a nice guy to chat to. But unfortunately, just a little bit too much of a degenerate gambler. You know, he's came back recently, and I saw him playing in a live event maybe a year ago. You know, I'd love to see him get back into the game, but I'm not sure exactly if it is in his future, if he has the stomach to get back into it.
30,000.
But did you find any kind of a shout out in essence in that book from being on the table with him and playing some hands? Anything you recall from that tournament that featured the book?
Yeah, an unknown player sat at the table. That was my reference. An unknown player. I never forget, because I sat down with about 190k at 612, and got into the big blind. I had Ross Boatman next to me on one side. This was six-handed, and I'd literally gone from a $200 satellite into like deep on day 3 in the Aussie Millions. So I was completely surreal experience throughout. I had Gus in seat 6, Ross in seat 2, and on my left I had Paul Wasik, who came runner up to Jamie Gold, and then another German pro that was really strong, and I sat down in the big blind, and Gus he was sitting with 900k, and he just opened to 200,000 to put me all in. Like the first hand I sat down, and I think he had like an ace 10 offsuit or something, but he was just completely exploiting people, stack sizes there. He had 900, most of our table was sitting on 20 to 30 bigs, and he was just absolutely eating everyone apart.
Guys, even then, and I have seen him playing some cash games. It's like, follow him on Instagram. He's at the Bellagio or wherever it may be, Bobby's room, every now and then.
I think cash games is probably more suited to his aggression, but I think it also could lead to him doing, way more damage if he does go on a downswing, because he does have the history of not knowing when to quit or when he's maybe outclassed in a game, and also he's one of these guys who, even though he might be mathematically super strong, there we see aces holding up again. Is that Kanesh busting?
10,000?
Yeah. But Ryan jumps in the booth, we're just losing him. Everything's getting chopped. We could run final table if you carry on this way, right?
Yeah, look, I think that it's just the nature of the stage of a tournament. Guys, like you said, they were all looking for opportunities to get their chips in, get into the money. We're now down, losing that sort of from 40 down to 30 phase. We've got queens all in against ace queen here. Ace king, diamonds.
Raise up to 20.
Yep.
20,000.
The classic flip.
Never know. Never know.
10 more.
You never know. Thanks.
So we're about an hour post-break here. Blinds will be going up pretty soon. Next level is 612. Looks like a big pot about to run out on the outside table.
20,000.
Any idea when the feature table changes? They generally have 2-hour stints, is that right? Or
That's
just
correct, yeah.
Yeah. So there's 2 levels per break. There you see the ace king take the lead. Queens, does it have queen of hearts? I can't see. No queen of hearts. So ace king wins. Huge pot.
Sure.
And that looks like it's getting pushed to Guppy in seat 5,
Yeah.
which I know a lot of people rooting for him. Obviously, in honor of his late father, who is somebody that I had the pleasure of playing many times with at All Africa and around the country. He was an absolute character, a real mensch, and yeah, we will sorely miss him. And I, for one, am hoping that Benny goes super deep here and can even take it down in his honor.
That'd be absolutely amazing, huh? Absolutely
so
amazing. A little bit of hand developing here.
75k into a pot of 100. Sizing up, hoping that Sarge has something to pay him off with, but it doesn't look like he does. Unless he's convincing himself he's got the 7-10 or the Jack-10 and missed his straight. Would be a pretty sick hero call with King High. Sarge has it in him, don't get me wrong. He's made some crazy, crazy calls that I've seen. He's just running through all the action in the hand and convincing himself to fold King High, surely.
Yeah, we've seen him make some incredible folds and some incredible calls throughout the main event. Yeah. Definitely dialed in.
The sizing here from Stephen is quite polarizing because it's quite a big relative to the pot. The pot was only 95k. So he's betting sort of 80% here, which it can be a bluff, or trips, or something huge, which it was. And Sarge, obviously, like you say, he's dialed in and he makes the right lay down. And Stephen chips up to about 50 bigs. Looks like he's back to the $500,000 mark there.
I'm just going to run up and see if I can get a quick update for you in regards to how many players are left. You and JB can have a chat and see what's going on. I'll be back shortly.
Awesome. Cool. Yeah, there's a lot of jockeying going around here. I think you'll find the guys on the outside table tend to be a little bit more keen to get it in. Just funnily enough, just that. Oh, thanks. the lack of pressure of making an absolute howler, an embarrassing mistake on the feature table
Yeah, on
definitely
stream.
must add a few percent to the chance of somebody getting in. Here you can see Marco putting it all in. There was a big bet from Henny in seat 9. Marco in seat 1 has on the button has now put it all in on the turn. Can't see the cards, but it's definitely a big pot that's brewing there, and Henny is faced with what seems to be quite a perplexing decision for his tournament life.
Yeah, so that one is on Poker News. Looks like Anand is all in with King 10, King of Hearts, 10 of Spades, Marco, King Queen. And eventually the run out. Let's see.
Raise up to 35.
Oh, so it looks like Marco outkicked Anand here with top pair, King Queen versus King 10, and knocked Anand out.
Okay.
Not sure what happened to Henny.
How many was that? What does that put Marco on? Because with chips he can be very dangerous.
980k.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go. You got.
Currently third in chips now. Yeah, that's
two incredibly aggressive youngsters, Marco and Guppy with chips.
Yeah.
Definitely makes for an exciting. There you see the hand. Makes for an
Absolutely.
exciting run into the rest of the tournament if the two of them manage to hold on to those and accumulate even further. They are not scared to get their chips across the line to put pressure on people, especially as ICM starts really taking into account as we get down to the final table. Good performance from Anand. He's made a lot of deep runs in the last couple of years. See his face on the stream very often, and a little cash not too bad to take away. Marco chips up, and there you can see that 980k stack as he accumulates. A familiar sight.
12,000.
yeah. Yeah, I just love watching Marco navigate these situations, especially as it gets deeper and there's more ICM pressure. He's as you say, he's really not afraid to get his money over the line. I mean, earlier on the stone bubble, I think he shoved with 8-4 off. I can't remember the exact play, but either from the cutoff or from the button or the small blind. 8-4 off, you know, and I mean that just shows.
Yeah.
26.
I find that I was talking about this earlier with Chris, is that when you come into this game and you're young and you have a little bit of form and these things work all the time, and you generally tend to ride out any small little dips in variance, but everyone in their career, it doesn't matter who you are, you're going to go through a prolonged period of where you just can't win a flip, you cannot win a hand, you can't even win ace king versus ace queen. You just get cooled blind on blind with 9 versus queens, that kind of stuff all the time. And when you do make these shoves on the bubble and you walk into kings and you walk into aces, suddenly that goes on for a little bit of a prolonged period, and it's very interesting to see how somebody bounces back from that. Kind of similar to the first season success that you'll find, like Goldberger, Pierce Smith, they burst on the scene in rugby. First season, they were just global phenoms, and then people learn their game and they learn they're maybe a one-trick pony or whatever, and they start watching a lot, in poker terms, they'll start watching a lot of streams and picking up tells. And it's always interesting to see how players can bounce back from prolonged periods of variance, as well as adjust their game and iron out the leaks, and you know, work on tilt and work on game selection and work on spots where suddenly it doesn't work, and then you just don't know where your next win's going to come from. So taking nothing away from where Marco is at the moment and how he's burst onto the game, I do still think that he will eventually get a bad period, and you know, Ahmed and I spoke about it, where he went through a shocking period and he couldn't hold up, 80-20 favorite every time. And then it turns, and then suddenly you find, you're getting lucky with the ace-4 suited against queens and stuff when you're picking spots that are high variance, and you are good enough to capitalize. And obviously we've seen what Ahmed does every time he gets chips. He's winning or making deals 2-3-handed in these big events. I think Marco's got an immensely talented game, fearless, and huge raw prospect. I think that there's a good chance he comes to Vegas this year. Whether he wins a package or not. It'll be great to have him there. And there's no better place to cut your teeth than against real tough fields and see how he can mix it up there.
Interesting, yeah. So for the players who do, you know, inevitably run into a terrible downswing or something like that, what advice do you have for getting through that period? Is it more of a mental kind of game, or do you work on improving? I mean,
Yeah, I think that it's always important to have your crew that you find that you align with their poker thinking and their way they analyze games, and just run through hands after you get bust, whether you know, whether it was the actual hand that knocked you out or a key spot that you feel like you made a mistake. I've done it coming back into the game and playing in some of these series. I'm able to turn on, you know, some of the best minds in the game. I can lean on Jared and Darren and Ahmed and Stan Topple and guys that I really respect their insights into hand analysis. Often just to sort of, you second guess yourself. You think, did I size right? Should I have checked the turn? Should I have got it all in on the flop? And it's good to be able to sort of re-look at these things, learn from the mistakes you're making and try iron them out. Again, it's a case of like when you say you go through that bad variance, if you've got some sounding boards that can say to you, Brew, you're just running terribly cold. What more can you do? I mean, I was chatting to Jacobus. He bust this tournament earlier today. I think blinds were still 2-4. He lost 100 big blind, maybe it was even 120 big blind pot with a set against a flush draw. And he played it textbook perfect. He got it in as an 80% favorite and he didn't hold. So there you'll go away and you'll just get some sense and go, did I play it right? Yes, I did. Okay, cool, that's poker, that's variance. If you keep doing that, it irons out long run and you're going to be a plus EV player in these fields. What you don't want to do is start letting it affect you and getting scared of playing hands that the way that you should be playing. I find that when I'm not in the zone or when my confidence is a bit rattled by having bad form, I end up not 3-betting tens out of position when I should be, because I'm trying to small ball, and rather you can't flop sets enough and people are going to outdraw you with king 9 suited and flop the king, and then you're going to call streets, or if you had 3-bet pre-flop they fold. So you kind of just want to make sure that you're not getting too tentative, too unsure of your game. I also would suggest just dropping down levels, you know, playing the little slam or playing some satellites and just simplifying things, you know, maybe going, well, I'm not going to open certain hands like ace-10 under the gun. I'm going to tighten up. I'm going to make my decisions a little bit simpler, narrow my openings, playing more position. He has an interesting spot because you got a open from Ricky, a call from the button David who is, we see likes to mix it up with his big chips in position. There's nothing wrong with his call, and Alvin looking to set mine. Jed has to be shoving in here. He's got a perfect squeeze spot with 100k dead in the middle. He's got 130k, and he's definitely got fold equity. And in fact, I think he gets it through here, where he's pretty much effectively doubling here. He's shoving 130 to pick up 100 at no risk. This is textbook poker, maneuvering a 10 to 15 big blind stack. Alvin, I don't see him calling here. He folded a pair of earlier, as you saw, for a big portion of his stack. He's going to fold sixes here because it's, I think, just too much. Another 130 of 350.
So I have a question for you. What would be the bottom of Jed's range to make this shove with, considering, you know, 3 or 4 flats behind, everyone's capping their range? What's the lowest Jed can do this with?
2 over 5.
Ace jack suited and 7s plus. I don't see him doing it with 4s and 5s. I think he peels with a pair of 4s or 5s. You know, getting 1.5 bigs into a pot of 100k, set mine, and he can check fold most flops. I don't think he jams ace 10 worse. He might if he really picks up weakness on the other players. But yeah, ace jack suited, 7s up, which to me means that the 6s is the right fold there.
Okay. And would he ever do that with like some high strong suited connectors, like 9-10 suited kind of thing, or is that?
I think Jed's just more of a grinder, knowing Jed and having played with him for years. Literally, unless he was zoned in and on the form of his life, and just, you know, when he's not just sun running, but just absolutely calling everything, putting people on perfect ranges, but I know particularly that this series has been a bit of a grind. His kings have lost a few times, so I think he's not going to give it away too light there. You've seen he's even open shoved 18 bigs on the button with ace king earlier. You know, really just playing a pretty straightforward approach here. And he's managed to maneuver and box and keep himself there. We know he's back to 23 bigs. Jed can be here for hours with that size stack. He's got a lot of patience and grind in him.
Over to Dave on the cutoff. Pocket jacks, 61 big blinds effective.
Yep. See his usual 2.5 big blind raise here.
25,000.
Elvin out the way, Jed on the button with his newfound riches. Here you'll see, in my opinion, the discipline of Jed. You know, it's tempting. You see other players have reshoved ace sevens here. The blinds have just gone up to 612. So he has obviously just under 20 bigs there with his 230k stack. Saj's type of player he'll show like discipline for a couple of rotations and then he just no, now I'm going to play a hand. Now defending with ace 4, there's nothing wrong with it. But obviously we see this missing him, and I'd imagine, oh wow, interesting check there. I would imagine he has a little stab on the turn here with his jacks.
20,000.
Yeah, Saj 20k into 80k with a ace of hearts doesn't really mean much other than the fact that he could rep the nut flush if it came, but these are the annoying spots where you kind of just like so priced in with ace high hands that you want to maybe see one more river and out of position. It's a spot where you can tend to leak a lot, which is why these defending with the ace X's, here's a leak, can get you in trouble and you just bleed a few blinds here and there. Obviously you can get lucky and find it, but
so with that being said, right? Sorry to interrupt. With that being said, then
I'd like to actually see some David target the 8 here, because I don't think it's realistic that Saj has a king here because of the time he took to call. I think he missed value there. That not that he would have been called, but you want to be targeting ace, repping a miss flush draw potentially, or trying to get some value from hands that you beat there, because he looked pretty good. He has another classic flip. Jacks all in for their life against ace king of clubs. Still ahead on a pretty dry flop. Backdoor straight and flush options. There's the backdoor flush option again. Another case of too many outs. Yeah. Jacks hold. Another big one. Can't see who it is just yet.
Yeah. So looking at that spot now with Saj, would you prefer a 3-bet fold in that instance with your offsuited aces in that spot to Dave's open? You know, to kind of floating that small sizing.
Yo, that is a big pot. That looked like Eli Mazur, whose jacks held up against the ace king, if I'm not mistaken. And he had big chips coming into the day to youngster. I mean, I played with his grandfather in early days in Sea Point. Yeah, it's interesting to see these young kids coming through. He's definitely can mix it up. He's played some interesting hands with Ahmed last night. Not scared to tussle with Ahmed. Sometimes that sort of coming in fresh and not knowing who's who and not really understanding like just how good Ahmed is, you get that sort of what's it, like the Dutch courage to just take him on and 3-bet him back-to-back hands and go to town with 9-10 of clubs. It was exciting to watch, because you don't want to just see everyone bowing down to the royal majesty here and letting them exploit them over and over again, because everyone thinks they got hands all the time. Sisso opens with ace 5 of clubs. Here you see exactly Elvin calling with these small pairs, looking to set mine from the cutoff. He's got position. How about a little 4-2 of club flop here to get some real action?
Yeah, 100% I'd be here.
So in a spot like Alvin's there, 26 bigs deep, is it a little bit too shallow to be set mining?
I don't mind calling 2 bigs, you know, out of a 25 big stack. Again, there's a lot of factors to take into account. Is it the type of player that could bluff off their whole stack against you?
Do you think or maybe do you think you can get to a river against like the bluff, the missed ace highs here? Are they going to fire 3 streets as you? How much pressure are they going to put you on? Are they going to pay you off if you do flop your set? So there's all those factors that you take into account. You also need to be looking to Alvin's left from the cutoff. There's 3 players. Are they likely to squeeze? Do you have the Sarges, the Jareds? You know, because you're then wasting 10% of your stack trying to set mine. You do find, and I actually have found myself making these mistakes a few too many times. Maybe calling these really small pairs that just, you know, you're not even in good shape against ace 7s and ace 8s when they squeeze against you. So yeah, I think that a lot of context in these spots, and obviously you see here Nick now is a little bit wary because Alvin called the c-bet on the flop, and he's going to probably give up here. I don't see Alvin betting this. He probably wants to just get to the river, like I said. Nick's got outs with a straight gutshot straight draw as well. A good card for Alvin. I mean, if he thought he was ahead on the flop against the ace X's that haven't hit, he's still ahead here. Nick's got to ask himself what he beats. Maybe Queen Jack. I mean, he doesn't beat much. He bets 40k, which is kind of weird because it's not big enough to put pressure on somebody who's called your flop bet. He's checked the turn, so I don't know what he's really repping here. And he's also giving Alvin 4-1 here for, what's that, 15% of his stack.
If Alvin can snuff this one out.
No, Alvin calls you. I'll take your bet, he calls. Again, I mean, Nick might be repping 10s, jacks here, having opened early position and c-betting that flop and checking the turn, pot control. But like I said, Alvin calls, and he'll see the good news, and he'll chip up back. That's the exact kind of hand where you want to be playing against somebody that maybe Alvin knows that Nick tends to not put too much pressure with his... He doesn't size that big on pure bluffs, right? And he's not going to barrel 3 streets on pure bluffs. So he bet tiny on the flop and then a tiny bet on the river, third pot, making it a fairly easy call to make, knowing he only needs to be right 1 in 5 times. And he was.
Earlier, the pot between David and Alvin, you said you would like to see David targeting an 8 because Alvin likely doesn't have a king due to the
against
amount
Sarge.
of time.
Yeah,
against Sarge.
Yeah.
The timing about, you said something about the timing there with his call.
I
think he does have a king.
Yeah, I just feel like Sarge, you know, he's defended out of the blinds pre-flop, and obviously there's a lot of king X's that are in that range as well that he'd be happily defending from. But on a king deuce flop, it's going to check, and on the turn, I just think Sarge is often leading out there if he's got a king. If he is trying to play something tricky, I don't think he takes so long to call a 20k bet into a 90k pot on the turn, unless he's really, really weak, which he was. He had ace high. So I think that you can almost discount any potential kings. He might have a small pair, you know, that he's defended with, so you're beating that. He might have hit an 8 on the turn. He might have had 2 hearts, although I do see him leading the turn if he had, you know, checked flop. He has another hand brewing.
Up to 75.
So Courtney 8's under the gun, 2.5x, and Ricky has now 3-bet, not his whole stack. Which I quite like, because when you just rip 180k here, it often looks like ace-king, right?
75
and 8s might be happy to call because they now know they're flipping and they're getting better than even money. And whereas here you 3-bet, you could even get a hand like 9s and 10s to fold because it looks a lot stronger. Because you wouldn't just shove aces, kings here. Obviously Steven's just happy to get it in, only for a third of his stack. He had 500k at the start. I guess he's playing the effective 14 bigs here. And Ricky, who had 4 bigs, now has an opportunity to literally win a flip here to go up to 380k. That's brutal.
Man.
Brutal. I just saw that outside as well. Jared had 8s against ace 7 suited and flopped the ace, but the 8 slid out. And here you see that Steven's going to continue his form, flopping sets. The end of Ricky Toko, great run. Even makes 2 pair on the river, inconsequentially.
PG,
A
though.
nice
Well played.
run from the youngster. Yeah, indeed. Nice to see new faces cashing in the main event here, and hopefully see him at a future stop with his dad. And if they got other siblings and family to bring around.
So Ryan, getting back to, we're looking at spots at sub 15 big blinds for the viewers out there. How does one consider going around constructing your what you're opening, what you're folding, what you're shoving in regards to kind of building ranges for yourself in those spots that short, from 15 sub?
Consistently hanging.
Yeah, it's interesting because I know that the charts, which I admittedly hadn't studied, like I'm familiar with them, but I've definitely not put in the work because it's not my career, and maybe that's a little bit of laziness, but I definitely have a sense of what's going on. However, I'm not nearly as zoned in and tuned in as some of the other guys are. I've always been more of just a feel, especially in live events where you can. One of my strengths was always being able to read opponents back in the day and being able to sense when I'd get something through. Also, just little things like not looking at your cards until it's your turn to act. Sometimes seeing guys in the blinds have already looked and shown very little interest. But for me, I've always been, I always joke, Darren often asks how it's going in a tournament. If I tell him I got 20 bigs, he'll say, oh, that's maybe a little bit too many for you. Maybe leak a few down until you get into your sweet spot of 8 to 12 bigs. Something that I've always been comfortable grinding and putting yourself through the torture of having like no play. You just don't have any post-flop play. You can't set mine. You can't try and call with 9-10 of spades in position because you don't have enough chips for that. So it makes your decision making a lot easier because it's generally just shoving or 3-bet shoving. Interesting one here, Nick. Again, this I don't like, and this is maybe a little bit of the impatience of a non-pro. Nothing against Nick, he's very capable. But Nick opening under the gun after having just lost that pot on a rather mistimed bluff with ace-3 off is just not advisable, especially on a table where you've got guys with big chips in position with you. So you've got Sarge and Jared in late position here, both happy to call and try and set mine. And Graham getting a big price in the small blind with his unsuited connector. And Stephen ain't going anywhere, getting that price of 10 to 1 after his newfound riches. 5-way to a flop. And there you have an absolute juice flop here. Wow. You got a gut shot. You got a set for Sarge. Although the 10 of hearts is the only decent looking heart on the board, we might not see as much action as expected. Nick's got a gut shot to the wheel. Would have been a little bit more juicy if he had the ace of hearts instead of the ace of diamonds. I think Sarge sizes up here. You don't want to be wasting time with 3 hearts on the board. You're not going to bet too small here. I think 75.
55.
Might be a
55.
55. So he's going a little bit smaller. Jared will get out the way with that hand. I don't see Graham coming along on his gut shot, knowing that Jared's folded 2. He's drawing incredibly thin. And Stephen just really doesn't have a hand that he's calling with. So Sarge will probably take this down unopposed.
Wrong color. Right color, wrong size.
What are you showing, Nick? Right color, wrong size.
So with that being said, sorry to interrupt there, but that being said, what are your thoughts on guys showing their cards? Because there seems to be a lot going on. It drives me absolutely up the wall. But I'd like to hear your
I've
thoughts
heard you
about
carrying
that.
on about it. I mean, I know that you shouldn't. Like, you really shouldn't give anyone information unless they pay for it.
Yeah.
Especially against really, really good players who are going to bank that, who are going to maybe pick up a tell on how you bet or your bet sizing or what you did, or maybe they picked up a physical read on you and they committed to the memory bank. There are times where I like to show. Occasionally it's where, like you say, if you've just shoved with 8 bigs and then shoved with 11 bigs, and now you reshoved with 15 bigs and you've got ace king or queens, and you now like feel like, hold on, people aren't going to fold to me, but you still want to have that opportunity of that image that you are only getting it in with goods. Here's a sick run out. Wow, that is gross. You've got top set against the second nut flush, all in on the turn, and the river 5 pairs the board for aces to what looks like is that Danny Downey getting a full double?
That's correct.
Yeah, he did get a
Not
full
sure
double
whose
earlier.
Queen Jack of Hearts that is. Is it Orky?
Raise up to 30,000.
I saw it almost identical hand happen to Chad.
Yeah, it was Danny and Orky.
Okay, Danny's he's found some proper life in this tournament. I know actually sitting next to Renette late on day 1C in a huge pot, he got it in with Queen 10 against her Ace King on a Queen Jack 10 board. He led out after she raised the button with flopping 2 pairs. She raised hard, he moved in and he found a boat for Outer River. And here he's found a boat up again. He's still alive and he's got big chips. Yeah, here's a defend. Alvin opening ace-2 suited again, undergun +1. These guys are opening these suited aces. I find it opens yourself up to getting yourself into tough spots. It's very leaky. You know, here you're going to find he's probably going to leak more chips because Nick will check and he's not folding top pair of these. Oh, he's now laid out. So Nick just insta leads half pot. These are some of the most infuriating bets in the world because you, as the original raiser, are representing strength and you getting donk led, and then you just start getting this frustration that I must win this hand. I raised pre, I had the range advantage, and then you end up raising, which is exactly what Alvin's going to do now. And, I must have lost so many big blinds in my career doing stuff like this. I don't know if Nick's going to fold here. He showed signs of a little bit of frustration earlier. I also find like when you and he just folds. I mean, that's the thing. Why do you fold? Why do you lead here and then fold when you get raised? Rather check call. Main pot. I believe you folded. Yeah. I just everything wrong about that hand. Nick, I love you, and I do appreciate the lift home on the back of your Vespa last night. Sorry. But I don't like the way you played that hand.
Fair enough. Great insight there. It's going fantastically. I mean, we're narrowing down this field starting from, what, 72 or 71 today. And I think we're jumping in close to the high 20s at the moment. So we've still got some play left. We'll get that exact figure for you shortly. And
well, that means we'll be breaking down to 3 tables pretty soon if we get down to 27. And this is the crunch time of tournaments where, in my opinion, it's like between now and final table is where guys are just separates the sort of guys who have maybe just run good and been hit by the deck to the guys who truly understand pressure, ICM. You know, you're going to get to a point where they're fully nine-handed and you adjust your game, and then you're 20 players left and you're playing 3 tables of 6 and 7. And when you're 6-handed and you've got chips, you can just really apply immense pressure to people, ICM pressure. And then obviously again, when you get down to the final 2 tables and they start shortening down to 11 players and you 5 against 1 and 6 on the other, that's where you just see guys like Ahmed and Marco and Max just chirp up and just drop the hammer on people and make life so uncomfortable. So it's going to be interesting to see. Marco's got chips, Jared's got chips, Sarge has got chips, Guppy's got chips. These guys are, you know, all sitting 70, 80, 90, 100 bigs deep. There could be a lot of fireworks as we get into the evening part of day 2 here.
And as we see, Jed's opened up +1, 26k, and Dave's up to 3 bets here.
Yeah, out the big blind, which is strange because I don't like this because Jed now, I mean, this is the dream for me. When you got Ace King, you want to get it in pre-flop and you want to get it in where, you have equity here, right? So Jed's going to shove 220. It's going to be another 100 and, what did he make it, eh? He made it
75.
Yeah, he's going to have 150 more, getting 2 to 1, but he's got a pair of 5s. I just, again, this is where you kind of play yourself out of a hand. I'd rather do that with like 9 deuce off suit, where you think maybe I got to put pressure on the guy and apply that pressure. He's just timed it wrong. Jed's the type of player who's not opening ace 10 under the gun. He's not opening the shit. So exactly that. This is where you get rewarded for keeping your range tight. You make your decisions easy, and he's just picked up 75,000 chips. Well, over and above the blinds and antes. He's picked up 100k. Now let me tell you about a textbook example. He went from 135k earlier when he reshoved the ace queen, squeezed it into the 4 players, to go to 235. He's now opened a premium hand in early position. He's gotten 3-bet, and now he's leveraged on a mistake here, and he's got over 300,000 chips from 135k without seeing a flop, which is how you want to play poker. No risk. No risk every time. You know, even when you're a 90% favorite, there's still a 10% chance you're walking out that door. And I love the way Jed's played this 2 hours that I've been able to commentate. He's played hardly any hands, sat tight, and he's been rewarded for his patience. And it's been a masterclass in maneuvering that 10 to 20 big blind stack.
Yeah, Jed really putting it on here for us. An absolute fantastic show. Really showing us how it's done. And then, yeah, Sarge, pocket sixes plus one here.
Open, 2.2, 2.5. Yeah, there he is. Jared gets out the way. You notice Jared, obviously, ever since I commented on the fact that he got hit by the deck, I don't think he's found a hand. But the beauty of having so many chips is that you can push back, and you'll actually watch Jared. He'll push back from the table. He'll be on his phone, busy texting, watching something. You know, keeping his mind. He's probably checking Fantasy League because he's got 700 bets where he's negative EV against half of Joburg and Cape Town. And he's busy sweating his triple captain of some guy I've never heard of for Bournemouth. I don't play FPL anymore because it was too all-consuming and too frustrating. But yeah, it's helpful to not get bored at the table, to be able to have that ability in you to switch off and basically just grind. Know when your time, you go through these ebbs and flows in tournaments where one level you're just getting hit by the deck, you 3-betting, it goes through every time, you waking up with aces when a guy 3-bets shoves on you because he's short. And that's the experience that Jared's got. There you see, kick back from the table, looking at where his triple captain is on the sheet at the moment. I don't know what the Bournemouth score is, but yeah, it's important to watch how guys can have the ability to switch on and switch off during the different phases of a tournament, and then also having built that tight image, not getting involved in too many hands. Then when you do leverage in 3-bets and, you know, wake up, these guys give you a little bit more credibility to the strength of what your play is. But it also helps just getting dealt absolute jut because you can't do anything. And that's often where you don't get the ace-10 suiteds and the queen-jack suiteds, those hands that are playable, but they often, when you do flop a pair, you don't know where you are, you can get into trouble, and you can't really define your position. David with another suited connector. It's folded to him on the button. He's going to make it 2.5x. Alvin gets out the way with his rubbish, and Jed will get out the way with the nut low. I believe my time's coming to an end here.
No, you staying, sir. You staying, sir. This is
the moment. I got dinner planned. Let me just check what's going on here. Are you coming here?
Yes, we're very fortunate enough to have Jared Solomons joining us on the panel right now.
We got some action here. Just hold on 1 second, because Jed just called with a deuce tray suited and flopped the flush with a straight flush draw, and David has flopped bottom 2 pair. This is actually a huge opportunity for a big pot here. Going to be interesting to see how Jed plays this, because his hand is vulnerable, right? He's doesn't want to see another spade. He definitely is the right spot to raise here, and I wouldn't be surprised if David 4-bet shoves on him here with 2 pair. He's got him covered. He's got a lot of chips. He also has a very vulnerable hand with bottom 2 pair on a made straight and flush board. So there you see, he does shove it in. Jed snaps him off, and you've got a big chance for Jed to go huge here. 600k, and he's a 5-1 favorite.
Wow.
Jared,
yeah,
welcome.
Picking those spots.
What a time to rock.
Jeez, proper action. Jed is really, I mean, he deserves to hold up here just in terms of the glowing praise I gave him one hand ago about how he's maneuvered this. Looks pretty stoic. I mean, dodging 4 outs. Can he get the straight flush just to add a cherry to the top of the stack? He holds a huge level for Jed. Literally in 1 hour, he's gone from 135,000 to 635k, and he got halfway there without going to showdown, and the other time he got it in 5-1 favorite. I mean, what more do you want? Jed has probably gone to the bathroom to watch highlights of this during the break.
So we're very fortunate enough to have Jared Solomons joining us in the booth as they are currently on an hour-long dinner break. I'm excited to have both of you in here. We can actually get, a little bit inside of your mind watching what's happening now, because obviously we're on a 30-minute delay. And I'm sure Ryan's going to have a couple of questions for you. The guys at home are going to have a couple of questions for you. And maybe I'll throw one or two into the mix there. But welcome, sir. Thank you so much for taking the time out. Appreciate you having you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Raul, it's actually an honor to be in the booth with poker commentating royalty. I mean, I can see he's lighting up the comment section. I mean, no one's really interested in how people are playing or the hands. People are just interested in Raul being back at the saddle.
Yeah, it's always good having him back in the booth, I'll tell you that.
I think the first question that I want to know is, how's your triple captain do?
So I didn't get there, but the big thing is that, you know, Dominique Solanke, everyone captained him, and Oak slipped when he took the penalty. I mean,
It's indicative of your form this weekend, it seems.
a good sign, that.
Yeah, listen, let's first catch this outside action, which looked like a set of threes against the nut straight. 5-6 of diamonds against 3 threes on a 2-3-4 board. Trying to work out who was the all-in player there. Is that the Frenchman, Mervyn, who won the 300k bounty? Yeah.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
That's a pretty stiff beat to flop the set against the flop nuts. Those chips are going to Jody. Jody likes to play with a little suited connector there, and it paid off. Jared, how was the table during your last two levels? Obviously, we watched some interesting spots and interesting hands, and I obviously am fortunate enough to know what goes on inside your head from having come through the years with you, and obviously still chatting a lot of poker hands and trying to reignite some old performances of my own, but realizing that I got a lot to catch up on. Any of the key spots that you feel like you made mistakes? You went through a nice first hour of the session, chipping up nicely.
Yeah, I think just the one misstep where I called David on the river with ace queen high. Obviously, you know, me and him have a nice little dynamic going. He hasn't been sharp, you know. He's bet when spots when he generally never had it. And you know, the question was on that river, you know, when we get there, it's those pairs, 10s, jacks, maybe 8s. Is he good enough to bet those hands? The other question I asked myself, you know, what other junk did he turn up with? Does he turn up with? It's just random ace high card, right? Random ace highs, you know, broadways, clubs.
I mean, you're basically doing a highlight of my analysis of exactly why you called. You were getting 4-1, and there were enough hands that I saw that could bust, that he would be betting there, and you only need to be right 1 in 5. And it wasn't a huge amount of your stack, but I do get what you're saying. It was a mistake if you're looking at it results oriented. But knowing the history and knowing what had happened earlier before the feature table,
up to 26.
I'd imagine that played a huge role.
Not so much a history before the feature table, but you know, when I get very trappy with the quad jacks against him, and you know, I show him that I'm not afraid to trap, and that, you know, I will call down a lot of bluffs. For him to then go fire on the river, you have to almost be a madman, you know, to go for it again. Yeah, you see him raising up the king 4. It's nice to see this. I mean, you know.
I see your little defend there with the 10 deuce. I'm assuming it was just a min raise, and obviously priced in with suited cards super deep.
Yeah, again, you know, we've got the dynamic, and I just feel, considering the history we have at this table and how he has been playing, that if I flop a big hand, not even a big hand, if I flop a reasonable hand, I think I'll get value out of him.
Yeah.
As it turns out, you know, he wakes up with he makes like a medium strength hand, and if I did get creative, I probably could have taken that down, but I try to stay out of trouble for the most part, and yeah.
Yeah, I think that's, you just lead on to a topic we were talking about earlier. The ability to, when you get a little run of cards, play a rotation or two where you're picking up a lot of hands and 3-betting, seeing flops, winning hands, to be able to just switch off when you now get dealt jut and not get yourself into trouble. We saw Sarge get himself into a little bit of trouble with ace-4 earlier, not for a lot of chips, but when you're defending your blinds with really marginal hands that are hard to play out of position, and then you like convince yourself you might still be good or you want to see one more card. It's such a tricky spot because you can find that, especially if you're in like the 30 to 50 big blind range, you can leak a lot of your chips like that. Important to be able to just go to sleep, you know, switch off either listening to a podcast or checking on the sport in the background. I mean, I think that's where like someone like Kramer, I mean, Darren is the biggest nit in the world when it comes to tournament poker. It's mind-blowing how he was so aggressive when he burst on the scene in 20 years ago in cash games, and he could bluff 100k with air. He was fearless. But I watch him these days. He is the biggest nit in SA poker, and he's got an insane ability for someone with that much OCD and ADHD to be able to sit still and not play a hand for 2 levels. Maybe gets himself distracted by punting 3 different sports matches in the background, but it's such a crucial thing that I think a lot of people that are new to the game, or maybe they've cut their teeth online, they don't realize what a grind 3 days of poker is to make it to take down a title like this. What are your sort of your habits or your protocol to get yourself back, you know, into the zone if you feel like you've just sort of been a bit leaky or playing a few too many hands?
Firstly, regarding Kramer, he put on an absolute an absolute clinic. I sat with him in the 25k. He late regged it. I think he sat with like 60 bigs, 300k stack. The guy played 2 hands in 3.5 hours.
Small blind.
And the next thing, he found 2 double ups, and the oak was in the top 10 stacks. And you know, it just shows what you were saying, Brower, that the discipline and people will make mistakes. You know, you just have to be there to capitalize. There's an interesting hand coming up here. I want to see what happened because I raised the button with a raggy 9-3 suited, and the small blind who'd been pretty tight calls. Steven's in the big blind. He landed up 3-betting me. I don't know what he had in the hand, but I had some very naughty thoughts. Very, very naughty thoughts. And this is actually exactly what you're touching on. You know, I've been a bit leaky. I've lost a couple of pots. You know, how do you pump the brakes and not do something stupid?
And especially, I mean, you know, Steven's been around for the last 18 months on the scene, and he's got a very interesting style of poker. He has the ability to get under people's skin and to make them make big mistakes against him. And this is exactly what you don't want to do here. I mean, again, he's now gone and made a very interesting squeeze. He's obviously had a good read. He's got a big enough chip stack to know that he can maybe make it 75, 80k here. If you do happen to have a hand
up to 63.
Quite small sizing, which is interesting because it almost looks like he's inviting you to get involved here. But I mean, he's picked a great spot. Do you stare him down? Do you look for a physical read on him? Do you back yourself when it comes to physical reads, or are you more of a ranges and cards strength kind of guy?
I would say generally more ranges and strength. There will be the odd occasion with the odd opponent where I will pick up on something. You know, in this particular spot, if I had been on an upswing in terms of chips, like earlier in the session, I might have gone for it. Because like I said, I really, you know, it was playing in my head. And I know he's capable of 3-betting, not so much as bad a hand as this, but, you know, some marginal to good hands, like medium pairs, 5-6s, like Ace X, you know, he's I've seen him do it. And it's very tough to play those hands against the 4-bets, obviously.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's got a huge range of hands that can't stand getting pushed back against here. I mean, this is interesting from Graham that he is contemplating this, because out of position with King Deuce, I know it's suited, but it's just such a problematic hand. And I mean, the irony is that he'd be out-kicked here if they do happen to flop the king. Again, he's getting like 40k, 3-1. I don't like it. It's 10% of your stack. And this is why he probably shouldn't have even defended the small blind in the first place, because it's just
really
such
nice
a
play
tricky spot.
Really nice play by Steven, you know?
Yeah, he pounced on weakness, and maybe he sensed that you were a little bit frustrated and, you know, trying to get back in. But you're speaking of that momentum of if you're on an upward trend versus a downward trend, it changes your approach to many hands. Many of these sort of marginal spots that sometimes you decide you randomize and you go for it, other times you don't. When you're on the back of a good series and your confidence is there and you seem to be dialed into making the right move at the right time, you just know that you're going to 4-bet shove and it's going to go through 99% of the time. They're not shove per se because you're that deep, but you're going to make it 160k and he's going to just fold every time. But you're also in the back of your mind are saying, don't be a doer, Solly, don't fucking do 200,000 chips here and have Steven shove on me with jacks. You know?
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a very fine line. I always say when you have 40 bigs and you lose a pot to go down to 20 bigs, you feel like you're short, you feel the pressure. But if you've been grinding a short stack and you double up from 10 bigs to 20 bigs, it feels like you have heat. And it's such a hard mindset to navigate, to just, you know, wipe out what's happened and just stay in tune with where you are, how you're doing, how many big lines you have, and just play solid.
Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, coming back into the game of poker after such a long break, the game has changed immensely. We've touched on it earlier in the stream as well, but I came back in with a lot of concepts on mindset that I've improved greatly from what I was when I was in my 20s. My physical health, the fact that I don't have leaks, the sports betting and the casino punting and that kind of stuff. You take away all those distractions and those factors and allow you to make great decisions. But the one thing that, honestly, like I went back to the World Series this year and I was kind enough to be backed by you and a bunch of others in a big consortium. And I just focused every single hand, like individually resetting, regardless of what happened. Purely on a mindset base. I know that my card ability, and yes, I can read people, and yes, I still understand the concepts that surround poker, but my ranges and stuff is completely out of sync, and I need to brush up on that. But the thing that I found helped me, especially in such a long grind, you're playing 12-hour days, you coming back a day or two later, you're having a break, is to be able to change your mindset after every hand. You lose a big pot, you go on a bluff, you 3-bet, you get 4-bet, you have to lay down queens, whatever it might be. The old me, the young me gets irritated and then I go and spew off chips.
Up to 65.
Here I see you going on a little...
65.
I've been waiting a long time to see you and Saj really battle here. Tell me about your thinking here.
That's the crazy thing is that, you know, I've played with him for like 2-3 hours. We both had a lot of chips and I pretty much left him alone. I don't know if it's correct, you know, having a big stack, being to his left, I should make his life tougher. And I really thought, you know, coming into this hand, he would give me credit and he would fold a lot to me. I also want to create a dynamic for the future where if I do actually have a hand, you know, I can get paid off and I can get chips.
This is interesting. I mean, it's...
no spoiler alerts for you, for anyone.
Yeah, it's... I was actually surprised to see him call, and obviously you led on to that. Wow, this is... I mean, this is a dangerous board. Obviously, you're still ahead here, but he's got open end and 2 overs. And the 4 would be an absolute nightmare. What are you thinking here when he's called your re-raise? I mean, this actually hits your hand range way better than his as 3-better. He's kind of feels like he's got a medium pair the way he's called your re-raise, and you look like you could have the big ace-x here, but he's not going anywhere on this board.
Definitely.
37.
Look, I mean, you know, I'm already hating life here. Like, I just wanted to take this pot down pre-flop. I didn't really want to go post-flop with like small pairs. I really hate that when it comes to the stage of the tournament. And the minute the stop comes this way, I've already committed to one small bet, and I'm not going further. Range advantage, nut advantage. You can say whatever you want. I don't have it in me to fire 3 massive bullets, which is what it would probably take to get him off any good to medium strength hand.
Yeah, so he should theoretically check the turn here. You know, he's probably still concerned you got an ace-x and he's hoping to make a straight and get paid off huge value. I mean, a river 9 or 4 here would be absolute death. That's such a disgraceful call. He's going to win by default here. Check to the river. I don't know if he's got it in him to bluff or represent something like an 8-9 or... But I can't see you calling if he leads in
110.
here. There's nothing you beat.
Fold.
It's really well played.
Interesting bet from him.
Because I don't know how I'm ever calling any pair in between aces and the 7. You know, any medium pairs I'm folding. I think a lot of aces I'd have a tough time. You know.
So if you had 3-bet ace jack offsuit, right, and c-bet the flop, the turn comes a king, you're obviously trying to exercise some pot control. You probably might bet small on the turn. But if you do check behind for whatever reason, do you really think you're going to be folding ace jack on that board on the river?
I don't see how I can. You know.
Not against
ace
Sarge.
jack, ace 10. No. Look, I mean, I
You
haven't
know he's
played
a-
much. So, you know, I don't know enough. But again, I mean, for him to be getting to the river and leading into me, it's hard to put him in a lot of like weak hands. It really is.
I find it interesting that he didn't realize he obviously had the best hand. But I'd like to know what he thinks you might have that he's targeting you to fold that 8-5 on that river doesn't beat. Because, yes, you could have a king-queen. Maybe that makes sense because you see better flop small. You check behind when you've actually paid your king. You've now got showdown value. Maybe he's targeting that. It'd be interesting to get into his mind to think or to find out what he thought you might have had in that hand. And maybe he's getting you to fold a pair of 10s.
He's targeting the weak to medium part of my range, which is like, it's brilliant. It's so good. You know, again, like ace jack, ace 10, even those sort of hands, like they're not easy calls.
Yeah, but like you say, against somebody like Sarge with a dynamic and you know what he's capable of, you're probably just going to have to flick your chips in a rather begrudging manner and pay him off if he's got something that beats you, or win a big pot if he doesn't. Here we got it. Graham, who has been pretty quiet, he's open to 3x or 2.5x with ace jack. Nick's called on the button, which is pretty loose again with 9-8 offsuit. Alvin, he seems to have medium pairs every rotation. He's set mining out of the big blind here. And we're looking at an outside table all in with 8-9 versus ace-8 dominated, but flopped a lot of equity with the open-ended straight draw. Jack, 9 or 6. At 5's not good enough, and looks like the ace-8's going to hold.
45,000. 45.
Okay, we're back to the flop. A little c-bet with Graham. And Alvin, obviously that's a great board for sixes. He's going to definitely take it to the turn and see what transpires. Do you think Graham's got it in him to keep firing here? Wow. Wow, that's impressive. He's sensed a lot of weakness. He's also using his image. He hasn't played many hands. You've obviously been at the table with him most of the day. Has he... Did you think he had this in him?
Definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, I gave him a pretty big hand here. Like, it's just
that looks
hard.
like queens and kings all the time. And Alvin can't call 3/4 of his stack yet.
It just goes to show the power of having like a really solid tight table image. You know, you can get away with so much more.
Yeah. Alvin obviously gets away. Jeez, I mean, sometimes you just, like you say, it's a big shock to you because you would have put him on a monster premium here. At the very worst, something like an ace queen of clubs. Yeah, leveraging that table image and picking up a big pot, and he's got chips back over 500k again. Tell me, what have you, when you look at a table like this, and you say you got Sarge on your right, and you should be making his life difficult, but maybe you don't want to, get involved in too much variance because you know you're going to be playing big pots with marginal hands against a guy like him and having to make very tricky calls. Maybe it's a situation where you look to, play a little bit more ABC and pick better spots against players that aren't maybe going to push back against you as much. But this table actually, come to think of it, you've got some sticky players across the table. Alvin, and Nick Sisso, and Stephen Courtney, and Sarge. These guys aren't scared to mix it up and to play some stubborn poker that can maybe surprise you as to what they show up on the river with.
Definitely. Look, I mean, you're pretty deep, so you get certain different styles of playing. Some people in this situation will really look to catapult themselves to have a really nice big chip stack. And then, you know, I'm keen on the low variance. Like, I really just want to try to conserve my chips as much as possible.
Yeah.
And, you know, I've got 50, 60 big lines. I'm happy to just keep grinding, and a spot will come. I've just got to stay patient and keep my head, and the spot will come.
Sounds like you're reciting one of my lessons from 2007. I think it's this is a guy that used to flick it in on full tilt in a 500,000 PLO game. Is now talking about grinding and low variance and discipline. It's amazing what happens when you hit your late 30s, eh?
Life's expensive. I mean,
2 kids are expensive and a night nurse.
Each is expensive. I mean, it's very tough.
27.
I think it's one of those things where you do get chips. Like, we know it's not always easy to accumulate chips in these fields, and we're not playing them week in, week out. So when you get like once every 2-3 months, and you actually get chips, you know how long it might be till you get the stack again, and you don't want to F it up. You don't want to spew. You don't want to make mistakes and go home and kick yourself and have to change diapers at 2 in the morning because you bust out late on day 2 when you should have been chip leader going into day 3. And I think that's that experience we talk about, that someone like Moko, who hasn't experienced a downswing, who hasn't, you know, had that prolonged period of not being able to accumulate chips because his hands don't hold. We've been through enough cycles in this game to know to not look a gift horse in the mouth and to respect those big stacks when you do build them, and not just decide to try and bully everyone and win the tournament with 25 players left.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. Well, there we see the players are chipping, getting their racks out to move tables as they go into a break, and a 75-minute dinner break, if I'm not mistaken. That'll be the last we see of Jared and Jed for a while, and the rest of the featured table.
Apparently we stay.
Oh, really? Oh, well then, obviously the table action was too good. They're staying, but I won't be. I mean, I've got to go and see my mom and...
Cue everyone logging off.
Yeah, there goes the viewership. No, I mean, it's been fun being back here, and it actually goes back to 2008's SA Poker Open. Jared and I commentated one of these post-edit productions in Johnny Burren's recording studio in Hazel, what's it called? Glen Hazel, when Kramer won in 2008. I think Kramer won about 9 main events that year. It was it's been a long time since we've shared a booth, but it's been a lot of fun. Always good to get insight of somebody who's still in the tournament, managing to pop into the booth during a break and giving actual real-time insight as to what was going through their mind and what they put people on. Here you can see Sarge in the big blind, waking up to a monster. And again, Sisso getting impatient, opening Jack 5. I would imagine that Sarge is going to 3-bet.
Up to 100.
And Nick will get away. Ace Jack. That's what happens when you're at your late 60s. A 5 looks like an ace.
Looks like that's coming up to the break, folks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to get a chip count and see who our chip leaders are. But as far as I'm aware, Guppy was sitting still pretty strong. Jared, what did you finish the session on? About 800?
Yeah, about
6, 12.
Still a solid session, and obviously didn't tail off the way you wanted to, with a couple of pots not going your way, but still plenty chips to go get something to eat and come back and fight deep into the night and come back tomorrow to finish off the job, right?
Thanks, bro. Thanks, Chris.
And good to be in here. I think we're going to, what is there, a few minutes left, last hand before the break.
Yeah, it could be that.
12,000 to play.
Be about a minute left before we go. Well mistaken. But gentlemen, with that being said, thank you so much for taking the time out to come and join me. Jared, great to hear your insight. Ryan, feels like I'm 13 years old again, buddy, watching it all from the beginning. I love the insight. I love the fact that I got to be in here with both of you. And Jared, to you, all the best for the rest of the tournament. Ryan, I hope you enjoy the rest of your stay up here and everything else you got planned.
Sure. Chris, it's been good to be here. Thanks for having us. Fun to talk shit and watch firsthand. Here's Jed, literally maybe finishing off with one more chipper pot here on the button with jacks, 50 bigs, standard open to 2.2, probably maybe 27k or something like
Raise.
that.
Raise up to 26.
Yeah,
26,000.
26k. Saj, who's been on a bit of a heater, he's picked up to almost a million. This could be interesting. Does Saj want to just call, play small ball?
26 total.
I like this. Hopefully you show some discipline and not getting in trouble there for one big blind. And that, you could hear the clock going off in the background, signal the break. As the rest of the table disperses, you're going to have the two players either side of the dealer fighting to see who gets to the break. Jed, that is a good board for him generally. He's going to see bet here. He's got the backdoor spade in his hand as well. I'd imagine a small bet would get through here, although Saj might be a little bit tricky.
25,000.
Got a lot of chips. You can almost see he's more interested in getting to dinner, and he makes the right laydown. And Jed's going to finish strong with a nice session, a really great 2 hours, and it's been good fun to watch. And I hope that he goes down to the final table. I'd like to see you guys all succeed and take it down, and hopefully you, Benny, and Jed can mix it up all the way to the end.
Well, with that being said, gents, thank you so much again. We'll see you in the next hour as we come back from dinner. Stay tuned. Keep well. Bye-bye.